What up, family? I'm a little late, but we've been later than this before. So, hey, let's get busy. We got a good one today. Hated and incarcerated. Man, we got all these brothers out here, and now I got to add my nephew to the damn list of hated and wrongfully incarcerated. Y'all know what it is.
It's the go. Cut, you killing them.
CSG Pain.
Show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, nigga, you know the sounds.
Guns click, clocking, niggas laying you down.
Now when we in the central, I'm gon' keep it a buck. Niggas see you lacking and they fucking you up. Them little Fillmore niggas, not the niggas to trust. From Lane to the V, them little niggas a bust. My mama used to check if there's some guns in my waist. I'ma catch a body, I know niggas and snakes. Crosses on my face, pain, can't be erased. I miss my nigga Holly, hope he saved me some space. I miss my nigga Melly, got him locked in a cage. Crackers have a nigga like a mouse in a maze. Demons in my dreams, pain, can't be erased. I tried to live right, but they ain't
always the case.
Me and my little niggas, we grew up in the mud.
That's right.
Age of 14, I was hustling drugs.
For real.
You get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the central, let me show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, nigga, you know the sounds.
Guns click, clocking, niggas laying you down.
I probably sold crack in every spot that they had. Sherry was my mama, but the block was my dad. I know them niggas go, bitch, we was all that we had. Me and my AK look like I saw them in half. 8 baby mamas, I was hoeing a lot. Raising 3 kings, but I showed them a lot. Man, I love my daughters, but I owe them a lot. And if she call me nephew, probably sold her a rock. Welcome to the central, shout out Swami and Moon. This is not a place where it was safe to assume. Unless in this assumption there's some guns in the room. All them little niggas got some mud on their shoes.
Me and my little niggas, we grew up in the mud. Age of 14, I was hustling drugs. You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the central, let me show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, nigga, you know the sounds.
Guns click, clocking, niggas laying you down.
It's the go. Cut, you killing them.
Damn, dog, you made that beat.
Before that bastard, just make sure you add that B.I.G. Don't know my name, then ask your bitch, she probably shop with me. No, it ain't shit to shoot my shot, I flick my wrist with ease. You copping one, I throw you one, you gon' need 2 at least. Catching on my wave, they send exclusive beats. I'm super high like burning rocks, I walk straight through the heat. Step hard as hell in these side 12s, I got Respucia feet. See, I been trapping all day long to get me through the week. They only got that shit that smell, I got that shit that reek. On God, I'm sitting on plenty hits, might fuck around and leak. Dream chasing, running through these phases like I signed with Meek. Like I'm with Dirk, I put in work but can't sign to the streets. Before that bastard, just make sure you add that B.I.G. Before that bastard, just make sure you add that B.I.G. Last of a dying breed for sure, yeah, I'm the biggest beat. The biggest boss, I pay the cost, I bet the house on me. Before that bastard, just make sure you add that B.I.G. Before that bastard, just make sure you add that B.I.G. Last of a dying breed for sure, yeah, I'm the biggest beat. The biggest boss, I pay the cost, I bet the house on me. Who is bastard, oh, that's me. Can't say finesse without CT. I'm in the lane, fly on my own. I heard your song, he just a clone. We don't do internet beef. If it's a problem, hit my phone. My last bitch say I'm a dog, still be eating me off the bone. Been booking flights and taking trips, packing light, one carry on. Cause when I land, I get straight to it. Hit them all, put on V-Long, just dripping rolls. I just wanna hit a wifey, ice my neck and rolls. Pocket stocking filled with broccoli, pay the price to get them blown. Before that bastard, just make sure you add that B.I.G. Before that bastard, just make sure you add that B.I.G. Last of a dime, brief for show, yeah, I'm the biggest B. The biggest boss, I pay the cost, I bet the house on me. Before that bastard, just make sure you add that B.I.G. Before that bastard, just make sure you add that B.I.G. Last of a dime, brief for show, yeah, I'm the biggest B. The biggest boss, I pay the cost, I bet the house on me.
Yup. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey, V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one, then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. She a bad woke chick, and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some one-on-ones. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Die by our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we crack the text. Chucky ball, child's play, yeah, nigga, that's who's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? B2B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace.
Hold up.
Then I meditate.
Yo,
Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Sister Beth.
Niggas if bitch we the shit, I can keep the peace. If it pop off, then I wanna beat. I can keep the peace. If it pop off, bitch we the shit. Like my niggas said, bitch we the shit. Like my niggas said, bitch we the shit. I can keep the peace. If it pop off, then I wanna.
Man, who's that? Shy Apples, New Era Grassroots, Drake Cobb's music, Aboriginal React.
I don't give a damn, understand. Stole this land. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand it's fuck who stole this land. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand it's fuck who stole this land. I don't give a damn, understand.
That's all we need to hear right now.
Understand it's fuck who stole this land. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand it's fuck who stole this land. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get little buddy these hands, he wasn't no ammo man. Now these dudes is Sambo man, they full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth as an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance or you can post date it.
Redskin,
Straight sacred, they stole acres, no ape shit.
see Morning Star, Sister Bethy, Autochthonous Goddess,
Speed, free the land.
Shy Apple.
They need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog.
Yeah.
We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace.
That's right. New Era Grassroots.
Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Man. Yeah, man, let me give a shout out real quick before I get in the mix. Miss Stephanie Birch. She was here quickly, early. She was here early. Shout out to you, sis. Aboriginal React, Anthony Pickens. I see you, my guy. Who else? Yeah, Empress Freedom Feathers is in the building. You know, Shy Apples, Autochthonous, yeah. Wakandi's in the building, yeah. Okay, yeah, we starting to build. Wow, Indians, that's what's up. That's us. Aboriginal up in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? We ain't like you olive oils. We come from this motherfucking soil, and that's a motherfucking fact.
Got
to Vegas. I feel like spinning the set, taking chances. Ain't scared to take a risk, cause that's what life.
That's right. Drake Cobb. Music.
Another chance, whatever, I'ma pay the price. But first I gotta roll it down.
Shake 'em up, shake 'em up, shake 'em. Roll 'em in a circle of homies and watch me. Shake 'em up, shake 'em up, shake 'em. Roll 'em in a circle of homies and watch me. Shake 'em up, shake 'em up, shake 'em. Roll 'em in a circle of homies and watch me. Shake 'em up, shake 'em up, shake 'em. Roll 'em in a circle of homies.
This that shit.
I done gamble past my budget. Ballin' beyond recognition, so homie, what's the subject? I give a fuck what you niggas utter. I put a thump on my side and you can't get the stuttering. Keep my head high, knowing that these haters hovering. Loving how I move, yeah, but you fuck with cousin them. Cutting them can't be trusted, ain't nobody fuck with them. You hustling with the homie with the tilted brim. Yeah, you on the sideline, sit with them, homie. We in the VIP, sit with them, homie. So many places, different faces, taking chance in advance, so you know we made it.
Spend a moment, trips out to Vegas. I feel like spinning the set, taking chances. Ain't scared to take a risk, cause that's what life is. And we only live once. I shake it up and roll it down. Win or lose, I'ma get it back and take another chance. Whatever, I'ma pay the price. But first I gotta roll it down.
7-Eleven, 7-Eleven, came back on little phone. 7-Eleven, 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 came back on little dough.
Check it, we bought that sack dope. Safe is good and we bout to blow like sack smoke. And clean the house, grab that scratch low. We bout to bounce, motherfucking 6-4. And shoot whatever, bet whatever, what you propose. We out here taking chances and we setting goals. The distance the race, with red setting goal. I'm on my show enough shit, homie, I got the glow. Oh, you never knew, the blue flame is emerald blue. The reason why I'm choosing you. Pick a side, pick a side. You know the rules. You know it cuz shooting with the crew.
Spend a moment, trips out to Vegas. I feel like spinning the set, taking chances. Ain't scared to take a risk, cause that's what life is. And we only live once. I shake it up and roll it down. Win or lose, I'ma get it back and take another chance. Whatever, I'ma pay the price. But first I gotta roll it down.
Showing me I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no po-po ruling over me. Only somebody that's like me gon' treat me like me. I'm higher on your Cherokee, Chief and Dr. GLE. I'm still a G like this. You might not this just me. Think you free, but you need remedy to this frizz me. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people. They got us good, they still hating on my people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners are doing everything, trying to weaken us. Sports, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm, know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After on beat and shit, we smashing y'all. It's time to take the asking y'all. Rights by blood after all. Vatican and the Smith Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. When they say that was a long time ago, that's racist shit. Y'all holy land keep stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. David, everything you got, but you can't put no soul in it. I ain't go see the new Matrix cause I'm living it. Everything is not what it seems, but I'm killing it. Can you afford to pay attention who you living with? Now they trying to mandatory vax, but is you getting it? Fall back off my knees, I'm peeping y'all tactics. This ain't no earth war, this shit is galactics. Goddesses and gods warming up like practice. We gon' put arrows on your chest like that. Mongoloids can't style like us, them fake natives ain't wild like us. They ain't got a soul, destiny as a child like us. Nobody power like us, nobody peace pipe like us. Boxing, y'all can't fight like
Bronze, black power, God.
Wake 'em up, I'm in the way. Say too much, I'm in the way. They tryna kill us anyway, so listen what I'm.
Ghetto Child Clinic.
Body, I keep we wage y'all anyway. What that since finna say, everybody ain't here to stay. Is you with us or
Smoke.
eat the being, not a human being. Fucking 1492, but all my allies what to do. Renegade got cooked for days, be careful, I advise you to. Me and my tribe are out of mind, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my niche. For my niche, I do this for my niche.
Yeah. We do this for y'all, man. This is tribe. Aboriginal, indigenous, from this motherfucking soil. We do this for our Nietzsche. Yo, we don't want no reparations, you know what I'm talking about? We need restitution up in this motherfucker, you know what I'm talking about? Yo, Thread, Ja Brick, Trey, Dre Cobb, you know, Bonnie, CT Finesse, Mr. LB, CSG Payne, Mr. Munchie. Man, I can keep on going. All these brothers that I rock for y'all. We do this for our niche. Sister Betty, she most definitely do it for. That's right, for my niche. You know what I'm talking about? Maga does it for my niche. You know what I'm talking about? Dre Cobbs, he do it for my niche. Everybody, Lou Aaron Grassroots, Big Dog Philly OG, we all do this for our niche. You know what I'm saying? Tasco, the CEO, Gretchen Helms, Miss Elizabeth, Mississippi. We do it for our niche. You know what I'm talking about? Chief Holiday, Big Aboriginal Power, A1, Ab TV. You know what I'm saying? Everybody. Man, that's it. For my niche. Let's not forget, we some beautiful niggas.
Beautiful nigga.
Beautiful nigga. They be trying to lock us up cause we some beautiful niggas. Innovative, you know, the strength, the backbone of the community, and without us, there ain't no community.
Hey, loving my life is so beautiful, look. All of this ice is so beautiful, look. All of my price is so beautiful. Everything is so nice and so beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Yeah, look how I'm living so beautiful, look. Look how I spit is so beautiful, look. All of my kids are so beautiful. Look at my skin, it's so dark and so beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, hey. I spit that gaming with beautiful, look. I whipped the cane with beautiful, look. I hit the Notre Dame when I was young, cause they saw that thing with beautiful. I spit that gaming with beautiful, look. I whipped the cane with beautiful, look. I hit the Notre Dame when I was young, cause they saw that thing with beautiful, beautiful. Bitch, I'm so beautiful, look. My bitch so beautiful, look. I'm in the streets every day and we dealing nothing but them good pharmaceuticals, look. White girl, irrefusable, look. Reputation irrefutable, lifestyle very suitable, look. Street very provable, look. White girl, irrefusable, look. Reputation irrefutable, lifestyle very suitable, look. Street cred very.
You already know.
Sergeant, I'm recruitable. OG Genie, you can Google them. Drop the top, it's so removable. Ain't no budget, ain't no moving them. It ain't nothing you can do with a beautiful bitch and a booty for. Watch how many tricks her booty pull. Titty nipples looking chewable. Heads turning looking screwable. Selling coochie in a can, count cat cornered in a cubicle. Ain't no telling what I do to you. Know that I do to do. Round and round and round and round like a hula hoop. DD, I banging out hits on the fruity loop. Look, loving my life is so beautiful. Look, all of this ice is so beautiful. Look, all of my price is so beautiful. Everything is so nice and so beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, beautiful nigga. Hey, hey, look how I'm living so beautiful. Look how I spit it so beautiful. Look, all of my kids are so beautiful. Look at my skin, it's so dark, it's so beautiful. Beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful nigga. Hey, hey, get on a beat and watch me catch a body like they throwing people. Look, them 10,000 kush plants in Colorado that we growing is legal. Sewing up the street like a needle, stacking chips and Pringles, Cheeto Fritos and them Doritos. We gon' go the opposite way the police go. She gon' throw 'em off, ain't that my little freako. But peep though, watch how the story get deep though. Yes, I'm connected with Chico, it ain't me amigo, but we do nothing illegal. It ain't nothing free but a free throw, a full black Latino, a pico, the gallo burrito, a grande and I know Paquito, but that's how I eat though. My pockets on Danny DeVito, my new bitch she from Puerto Rico, Canadian chick from Toledo. She get all that medicine Frito, she sell it and give it to me though. That's Frito. I touch down and light up the street though. I'm selling this game by the kilo. I'm ballin' like I just got chemo. Just holler my name if you need more. I keep people peeping through people. Got A1 for silver for Tito, a king of the ghetto like Zero, a neighborhood hero. Loving my life is so beautiful. Look, all of this ice is so beautiful. Look, all of my price is so beautiful. Everything is so nice and so beautiful. Beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful nigga. Hey, hey, look how I'm living so beautiful. Look how I spit it so beautiful. All of my kids are so beautiful. Look at my skin, it's so dark, it's so beautiful. Beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful nigga. Hey,
It's the go.
They know me, I'm coming around. I turn it up when they playing my sound. To my little jig when they turn it up loud. Others that gotta be town, blue diamond. They know me, I'm coming around. I turn it up when they playing my sound. To my little jig when they turn it up loud. Others that town, blue diamond. They know me, I'm coming around. I turn it up when they playing my sound. To my little jig when they turn it up loud. Others that gotta be where they at now. On 635 and they bumping my sound. So I won't beat the eyes, look at me now. One motherfucker starring that shooting range fire. Listen, I told them I come with that heat, but they didn't believe me. Why would I come in here being conceiving? I want to hear this, please give me a reason. Get this folks something to believe in. I can't compete, baby, I don't play fair. You can't compete, baby, you don't compare. And all of my niggas aware, they gotta play fair. You know I'm it, I am the pure definition of bleak. Capital IT, cause I'm that bitch. If I toss a bone, all the bitches gon' get leaving. I can't compete, baby, I don't play fair. You can't compete, baby, you don't compare. And all of my niggas aware, they gotta play fair. You know I'm it, I am the pure definition of bleak. Capital IT, cause I'm that bitch. If I toss a bone, all the bitches gon' get move, bitch, get out the way. No, not a bully, but did come to play.
Blue Diamond.
I'm on the safe, I like that, it's all I ain't calling me baby. When I'm on top, they won't believe it. Crossing the hands, I cut the fingers. Not an illusion, this the real thing. Booking a flight to and off 4 seasons. I'm turning up, it's Virgo season. Said I'm the one, they wouldn't believe me. Look at them now, they bump my single. I'm the hottest around. I told y'all they wasn't begging the soul to make them believe. I just keep writing until I start flying. And once I take flight, baby, you at a sight. Better get right. Blue came to eat and she won't leave a bite. What is the leftover? Bitches be leftover stages. It's rotten, it's leftover cheese. I'm a hard hater, producers agree. I got the juice, he tryna squeeze. I got the flow and it's kinda ridiculous. Teaching these bitches like here is the syllabus. I am the one, baby, I do not miss. Told me it's rain when you know that it's piss. Once I find out that you lied, I'm cutting out ties. Can't hop on my train and get rich. So got a sound, blue diamond, they know me, I'm coming around. I turn it up when they playing my sound. To my little jig when they turn it up loud. Others that gotta be where they at now. On 635 and they bumping my sound. So I won't beat the eyes, look at me now. One motherfucker starring that shooting range fire.
Yeah, let's see what we do with this.
Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. Ray had my bed before we stayed, bitch, I'm Caesar. Came up from the get-go, knew my status, he ain't needed. Ray had my bed before we stayed, bitch, I'm Caesar. Came up from the get-go, knew my status, he ain't needed. Ray had my bed before we stayed, bitch, I'm Caesar. Came up from the get-go, knew my status, he ain't needed. Fresh out the pen and I'm just happy, kid for breathing. Whole time bitch was scheming, I seen but I ain't seen it. Hanging around the niggas who think smart don't make you bigger. Hanging around the niggas think they hard don't make you killers. Hanging around the niggas you just met, they ain't your niggas. Heard they snatch you up tryna play cool like shit was chillin'. Loyalty ain't cool no more, niggas rather be hoes. Lucky y'all don't pimp no more, I would've put you on. Gangsters ain't the same no more, don't give a fuck about they name no more. Her win ain't the same no more, she
hot fire.
I came from the OJ, she both ways, still look both ways. Never turn the housewife, that shit dead, no way, Jose.
Mount City Mellow.
In the top down, no shade. Roll these niggas up and then I spark down. Propane. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. It's pressure, 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 pressure. It's pressure, 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 pressure. It's pressure. Riding in the front, I do not give a fuck. AK only fans, all my choppers doing porn. Driving in they chest, them hollows, wreck bitch fucking shorns. Cock that bitch backwards. Triggers.
Yo, am I doing too much?
Free our money, got no gold. Fuck them reparations, restitution, get them.
Nah.
Tired of being target, so I target on my own. Handy with the chrome, John Wick, tombstone. Say positive like COVID when testing's in an investment. Say positive like COVID when testing's in an investment. Say positive like COVID when testing's in an investment. Avoiding jabs like Whitaker, critical, they can't stand me. A positive like COVID when testing's in an investment. Avoiding jabs like Whitaker, critical, they can't stand me. Crazy with the verbs versus 10 full captions. Padded room, tools enough, fumes will burn the masses. Acting nose like ashes, just me and some ratchets acting ratchet. We don't need extendos cause we aiming at your pimple. So much stuff up in the air, you swear the room on fire. Bodies everywhere, these bitches looking crucified. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. It's pressure.
Yo, that was crazy. Let's see something.
Swim team shit, nigga. Dope boy shit. Hey, just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on the drugs again, they don't know how to act.
You killing them.
I just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs again, they don't know how to act. Hey, I just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Hey, I just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs again, they don't know how to act. Hey, I just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs again, they don't know how to act. Hey, I just got off the pack. Half a brick of salt for 20 pounds of that batch.
American Negro.
If she a freak of the hoe, I'ma bust all on her back.
Mr. Brooklyn.
We in Neiman, we in Gucci, we in Saks. I got the Uzi and G&O got the Mac. You ever play with the G, I turn you to a pack. Boy, you can't take the heat, it turns you to a rat.
Tasco.
Trying to shake this D and turn all of this crap. You know we play for keys, you play with me.
Mr. 24.
Get in that water, see us swimming for them racks. You see them blues all in my them stacks. I probably need an intervention, and that's facts. My Remy dirty, this 30 got me relaxed. Just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs again and don't know how to act.
That's why they try to lock us up. Hated and incarcerated.
He moving like a chief, it seem like he don't ever sleep. You really catch him on his ass, that man always on his feet. He compete but never cheat till the mission get complete. Never close his eyes until he makes sure everybody eat. This morning with a target on my back. Blackie looking good like I sold a bunch of crack. This morning with a target on my back. Blackie looking good like I sold a bunch of crack. This morning with a target on my back. Blackie looking good like I sold a bunch of crack. If I say I didn't, then I would be.
Man, I need
that was way back in my past 2003
to fire my blunt.
But better ways to elevate, better cheddar and better rates.
My hands is heavy.
Better weight, he was moving that better weight. It's okay to gamble sometime, but I bet that better weight. Let's bet I make $1 million.
Shamel, I see you, bro.
Better way. I have to look in the sky for a bird on a plane to recognize me when you see me. I always look better than most, but I really know ghosts, and I promise you wouldn't wanna beat me. I really hung with them killers who really didn't give a damn, cause they were killing with killers. Really on sight and they finna get with you. Never seen them kill an innocent nigga. No, they didn't have any cellular phone, so it wasn't no video, wasn't no picture. Niggas was killing each other for color, they did a drop by and they shot up. So we cannot hate on the new generation, cause we the one taught them it's cool to be niggas. Cool to be killers and hitters and drillers and gorillas who really live by the trigger. Black man, black man, black man, black man. Neighborhood superhero. Neighborhood superhero. Hey, and he be moving like a chief. It seem like he don't ever sleep. You really catch him on his ass. That man always on his feet. He compete but never cheat till the mission get complete. Never close his eyes until he makes sure everybody eat. I always see you with them young niggas, knowing you can't tell them shit because most of them dumb niggas. Knowing you can't tell them shit because most of them dumb niggas. Knowing you can't tell them shit because most of them dumb niggas. Knowing you, I always see you with them young niggas, knowing you can't tell them shit because most of them dumb niggas. That's why they don't respect you, you paint them a dumb picture. That's why they don't look up to you or them niggas who hung with you. And I wouldn't look up to y'all either, cause most of you niggas cheaters. A lot of hoe traits and most of you niggas features. It's a few of y'all that's strong, but most of you niggas weaker. Cool hating when I should've been most of you niggas teachers. I can't be here with no nigga that's stuck in the past when the young niggas really the future. Gotta watch how you approach a young nigga these days, cause these young niggas really a shoot you. Usually one of them niggas that come to your mom in them house and I really a scoop. Why all my young niggas wanna be killers when all of y'all really linebackers and hoopers? Well, you don't wanna do 35 birthdays away from your family and locked up with losers. Well, you don't wanna be in there with a nigga that'll knock your ass out and then go on your booty. I can name 200 rappers killed in their own city. We can bet 100 bands, I can prove it. Man, I seen 2 or 3 niggas get killed, but I cannot put none of that in my music.
It's the GOAT. Cut, you killing them.
Man, y'all know what it is, man. I'm just over here getting warmed up, man. Hands kinda heavy, but I'm in here, man. How y'all doing, man? Salute to everybody out there. Give yourself a round of applause. We up in this beer. Rich the Factor, the mayor of Kansas City.
With the working, they gon' find your ass face down. The stitching cards wrapped around your body from the waist down. Over 60 band-aids on me from the waist down. 20 in my pocket, 40 with my arms hanging down. Charms on my necklace, my little niggas wrecking shit from coupes to classic cars to niggas, they dismantle shit. My businessman attire, on my way to the bank wire. My city under fire, well in peace to Big Floyd. Yeah,
Samantha White, you absolutely correct.
COVID-19,
we is in this bitch.
They got on masks now. I move around like.
Hey man, get y'all like and share on, man. Let's fill this shit up.
Bizman, nigga, you just a customer. I'm a bizman, nigga, you just a customer. I'm a bizman, nigga, you just a customer. I'm a bizman, nigga, you just a customer. Rolls out the street, I build clients, I ain't clientele. Listen, child in, they can get on while I'm living, yeah. A bizman, I ain't never been heavy drug. Only thing I ever gonna heavy was a heavy drug. I'm a bizman, nigga, you just a customer.
Miss Elizabeth.
I'm a bizman, nigga, you just a customer. I'm a bizman, nigga, you just a customer. I'm a bizman, nigga, you just a customer. Came through the turf with my music on, super slap, up my park lights on, right when we be shooting crap. North side of the city where we coning, north side at night, well shit, cousin, we be doing that. Shoot 100 nigga, getting stupid money, nigga. Rubber duck dollars, stupid noble money. I'ma get it later and get money now. Never going broke from a money town. Wars for the risk of shit, whisker with the risk of get a nigga anything you want. I'm fatty with the wettest shit. Just mixing up the grid, I'm buying doors. I'm a landlord. That's right. Still counting street money into my hands. I'm a bizman, nigga, you just a customer. 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 Rolls out the street, I build clients, I ain't clientele. Listen, child in, they can get on while I'm living, yeah. A bizman, I ain't never been heavy drug. Only thing I ever gonna heavy was a heavy
My OG.
You going crazy.
Ice. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum.
Been getting money on the east and the west side, yeah. Been getting money on the south side, Bonton, Rub City, Back Street, nigga, yeah. Renting out a house on the north side. Get it 8 ways, ain't no telling what I'm doing. See me in the hood, then I'm selling what I'm doing. Let the window down, they be smelling what I'm doing. Stay away from rats, they be telling what I'm doing. Been getting money on the east and the west side, yeah. Been getting money on the south side, Bonton, Rub City, Back Street, nigga, yeah. Renting out a house.
That shit is so hard.
Telling what I'm doing. See me in the hood, then I'm selling what I'm doing. Let the window down, they be smelling what I'm doing. Stay away from rats, they be telling what I'm doing.
It's the go.
Then I put it in a plan. Took it out the pot, then I put it in a. If you want to cop, then you better understand. Pull it out your pocket, bitch.
Cut, you killing them.
I never worry about another nigga paper. That's why I never been on another nigga paper. I would been the type to do another nigga favor till I almost got killed in another nigga cave. Pocket got blue, but my pockets ain't sad. Got a lot of cool haters, but my partners ain't mad. Still invested in the street, cause the profits ain't bad. Fuck it, I'll hit them both if a partner ain't trash. Jew Genie, baby, I'm a old ass nigga. Yeah, 45 years, still a throat ass nigga. I say anything, I'm a bold ass nigga. Like ice, baby, I'm a cold ass nigga. Jew Genie, baby, I'm a cold ass nigga. Way before George was a throwback nigga. Got a pound of the Zah, roll that nigga. Got a pint of the drink, pour that nigga. I'm a project, baby, like Kuttack, nigga. Everywhere in the city, bitch, they know that nigga. Better pay that nigga if you owe that nigga. I ain't never hung around no hoe ass. Yeah, digging in the pussy real deep when I'm in it like yeah. Ride around the city with a Drake in my lap like yeah. Gotta keep a cutter for the snakes in the grave like yeah. Don't ask me why I keep a gun just in case you would know if you ever had a gun to your face. With your baby mama sleeping with your son in the place. Get the niggas what they want, money, guns in the safe. Number one rule is to see another day. Can't die for the streets just to be another face on a RP shirt. Niggas always do dirt till they dead. Now the nigga won't see another day. Bet $1 million, I can bet $1 million. Spend $1 million ain't sweat $1 million. Niggas sold dope over 25 years. If you add it all up, that's $7 million. No rap money, but I still rock ice. I done bought me some lands and my car look nice. Still owe back pay on my child support. If they try to lock me up, I'ma pay the shit twice. True Genie, baby, I'm a cold ass nigga. Way before Jordan was a throwback nigga. Got a pound of the Zah, roll that nigga. Got a pint of the drink, hold that nigga. I'm a project, baby, like Kuttack, nigga. Everywhere in the city, bitch, they know that nigga. Better pay that nigga if you owe that nigga. I ain't never hung around no hoe ass nigga. Better pay that nigga if you owe that nigga. Got a pint of the drink, hold that nigga. I'm a project, baby, like Kuttack, nigga. Everywhere in the city, bitch, they know that nigga. True Genie, baby, I'm a cold ass nigga. Way before Jordan was a throwback nigga. Got a pound of the Zah, roll that nigga. Got a pint of the drink, hold that nigga.
Say she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Tell them folk don't worry about me. First of all, hey bitch, don't do me. She
I can't cut that song off. I got to have that intro. That intro is ridiculous. Hold up, man. We got to do it, baby. We got to do it, man. This is a fan favorite right here. This is, who is this? Oh, this is Mr. LV. God damn it. Give him a shit. Yeah.
say she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Say she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Say she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Tell them folk don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Say she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Tell them folk don't worry about me. First of all, it's the go. She like in the way I put it on, and I think the cologne kinda made her juicy. Asking me what I got on. All this that gon' ahead, give me that cut. You killing them. I'm so goddamn classic, might fuck a ratchet while I'm in a two-piece. I'm so goddamn classic, might fuck a ratchet while I'm in a two-piece. I'm so goddamn classic, might fuck a ratchet while I'm in a two-piece. This that grown man shit, you don't know about this, going shop in a two-tees. I'm so goddamn classic, might fuck a ratchet while I'm in a two-piece. This that grown.
Y'all vibing with me, man? What?
In a two-tees. Been doing this, you a newbie. Money is the only thing move me. Nigga ain't talking about shit if it ain't about a lick. You remind me of
what kind do y'all know?
Pouring up drink and a liter, counting up money while I'm hitting it reef.
He ruled the Duke of the Great Lake.
FIFA, rocking up the door, killing shit like Jeeper. Man, what stylist? I don't even need them. He'll be sharp on the tip of a needle. Boy, hell no, I don't need no help. Stay feeling myself, no need for a sneaker. I put it on even though it's in me. Won't get me never putting on an image. I saw these hoes eat it up like Dennis. I'm automatic with it, not a semi. I can get flavor out, I got plenty. I wear that heat on me like I'm Jimmy. Since I've been counting up, I've been envy. Coulda ain't count nigga like a scrimmage. I put it on even though it's in me. Won't get me never putting on an image. I saw these hoes eat it up like Dennis. I'm automatic with it, not a semi. I can get flavor out, I got plenty. I wear that heat on me like I'm Jimmy. Since I've been counting up, I've been envy. Coulda ain't count nigga like a scrimmage.
Shout out to Mr. LV. Shout out to 24 Way Entertainment, Houston, Texas. Stand up. I'm gonna be bringing my sister Mick up in here, Mickey, man. We gonna be talking about my nephew Drake, who y'all see up in the middle, amongst all of the wrongfully convicted.
Wanna see your Pull your jeans up, I don't wanna see your hair. I don't wanna see tail. Pull your jeans up, I don't wanna see your ass. Pull your jeans up.
Pull your pants up like Hudley. You're not swagged up, you look bummy. Your girl wanna grab on my duckle. I'm a grown man, gotta hustle. Nobody really wanna see your underwear. Y'all niggas on bay, that's a dirty smell. I'm smoking on gas with a bear smell. I don't wanna see your ass, you're stripping. Your girlfriend told me pull my pants down. Cause the man at home looking suspect. Pull your jeans up, girl, don't make it tough. Lady, bitch, he never had you. Cause you looking dumb. Like where you get that from?
Pull your jeans up, I don't wanna see your hair. Pull your jeans up, I don't wanna see your hair. I don't wanna see your hair. Pull your jeans up, I don't wanna see your hair. Pull your jeans up. Ain't you grown? Ain't you a man? Looking like a clown? Pull your jeans up, I don't wanna see your hair. Pull your jeans up, ain't you a man? Put your chest out, let your notes hang. Pull your jeans up, it's a trash shame. Running round and do with your fam. Don't look good, then so stop. Pull your jeans up, I don't wanna see.
Pull them up, nigga.
Pull your jeans up, I don't wanna see your.
That's right.
I don't wanna see your. Pull your jeans up, I don't wanna see your.
That's right.
Man, couldn't get your head right though. Fagging off and on and shit.
Munchie. I tried.
You were unable to reconcile. Girl, I don't think that we can coexist. You be having me pissed. All this drama I
Don't need.
Baby, I'm about to leave. You gon' be wanting
And me back. Hey.
Girl, say nigga, I miss you. But why are you still calling? Girl, you know you're not right. I was out of sight, out of mind. Bitch, don't pay me no, never mind. Why you on my line? I ain't got no time. It's a thin line between hey love.
Hey, this is my shit. I'm telling you, boy. Vocab music promote me and we getting it down.
Me and you together is just tug of war. I be going
Back to back, overboard.
Yeah, I was OT with a
Mother low. We don't even talk no more. Hey.
Fuck it. I be on it, yo. But some things never change. Guess I'm the one to blame. Came up, fell off, I was so ashamed. Life's such a dirty game.
Hey. I tried.
We were unable to reconcile. Girl, I don't think that we can coexist. You be having me pissed.
It's a whole fact.
Drama I don't need.
Hey, I'm sorry, ladies. Y'all know I'm a little rough around the edges. I'm sorry.
Baby, I'm about to leave. 3, 2, 1, take off. All these women on my line, but I don't take calls. I'm focused on doing all the shit it takes to ball. You on the drama, worry about my baby mom. I be up early, way before the crack of dawn. I was at your bitch house, I like her ambience. I was smacking on her booty, leaving fingerprints. Tore a hole through her yoga pants with tiger print. I be sipping 80 proof, getting bent. Unaccounted for money getting spent. Still paying rent, I don't own shit. Still kicking bitches out like go to your own shit. I'm over here eating grits and lobster. Baby, you just wasn't what I thought you was. Baby, you're an imposter.
Ooh.
I can't do it no more, but I tried.
God damn it.
We're unable to reconcile.
Oh, wait.
Girl, I don't think that we can coexist. You be having
My big sister backstage. my big sister Mickey. It's me. I see you, Miss Missy. It's me.
You wanted me back, hey. You don't say, nigga, I miss you.
Whoa.
Why are you still
That's a whole fact, man. Hey, I'm gone. Don't call me. I was about to cuss. Sister Beth, Chief Elder, Sister Bethy, please forgive me. You know I was about to be naughty. I'm sorry. We on high vibrations today. High vibrations, Sister Bethy. Before you get at me right now. Straight up. Let's get busy here. Let's see what we got going on. Yeah. All right, family. All right, family. Y'all see the... Hey, man, what's up, man? How you feeling, God? Man, what's the deal? Well, we is all well.
Special guest in the building, man.
Most definitely. Most definitely. We got a special guest, and this is my sister Mickey. In fact, I want to bring her on, but I'm going to make sure I'm on camera with my sister so she is not alone. Hey, party people, do you see me? I'm sweating and all of that because I sweats for the family. I sweats for the family. And this here is my sister Mickey, everybody. Say hi to Mickey. Hey, Mick.
Hello, how are you?
Well, I'm doing great, sis. I'm doing great. I'm gonna, I just wanted you to be able to say hi to everybody and everybody say hi to you. I don't know if you can see the chat, but you'll be able to see them talking to you as well. And different comments I might throw up on the screen as well. So right now I'm gonna get into these commercials real quick, sis.
Okay.
All right, love you.
Love you.
All right, here we go. What'd you say, son?
Why that's so light skinned?
What? What'd you say?
You don't water my shot down like that?
What are you talking about, man? I don't even hear what you speaking to, God. Ain't nobody even about to even fool with you, man. Ain't nobody even fool with you right now.
My bad.
Hey, man, you gonna, hey, John Davis, man. Hey, shout out to John Davis, just popped in, man. I see 404 Culture. Hey, man, 6'4", I see you, my brother. Hey, you came with that shit last night, man. You had us up until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, man. It was bananas, but we was building. Shout out to the High Flying, All Seeing Hawk School. Man, we was getting it in. Mount City Mellows up in this bitch. You know what I'm talking about? I'm sorry, I'm rough around the edges. I've come from the streets of some bullshit, I tell you. Hey, Matthew Douglas is in the building as well. Hey, man, let's get these advertisements jumping off, man. Let's get these adverts going on, man, before I have to take y'all to Pound Town and shit, man. Y'all ain't ready to go to Pound Town. Shout out to Lieber Son. Lieber Son Studios, the first American Gods, coming soon, featuring the Jaguar, the full-length animated film, coming soon by Lieber Son Studios, our brother, our tribe. Y'all be on the lookout for the first American Gods coming from Lieber Son Studios. Like I said, our brother, our tribe. You know what I'm saying? We promote our family, you know what I'm saying, and their business endeavors. Let's get on. Y'all know the order in which we do this. Shout out to J-Rock.
Are you a connoisseur? Are you an expert judge in matters of taste? Are you an expert judge in matters of the finer things in life? From apparel, bourbon, scotch.
Y'all better quit bullshitting. Them hoodies gonna come in handy.
Are you a knower what's the best of the best? Do you embody a lifestyle of upper echelon in a society of leaders, winners, and bosses? Well, if you are, then you know a connoisseur is an honor reserved for a chosen few. To be a connoisseur of the finer things, is like the highest honor life. Connoisseur, the finer things.
Shout out to J-Rock.
It's a lifestyle.
Shout out to J-Rock and Carve, connoisseurs of the finer things. Yo, like I said, it's getting cold for y'all, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna need to be getting up on this stuff, man, and quit playing, you know what I'm saying? Let's get it on there. Shout out to Cold Figure TV.
Hotel family, it's your brother King Yahshua, the Minister of Defense and co-founder of Nation Liberation, the Big Game Hunter. Here with the book, Big Game Hunter, New York Times bestseller, Mama, I Finally Made It. Written by my little bro, Matthew Daniel, that's King and Pooh. What does it tell? It talks about a lot of people make claims of police corruption.
Hey, man, y'all get y'all likes on, man. Get y'all share on so we can get this shit cracking.
Prove their claims. Although they may be correct, the lack of physical evidence and an inability to present the information in a coherent narrative leaves them, the accused cops, enough wiggle room to hide behind the terms like slander, defamation of character, and conspiracy theory. Well, dear reader, those days are over. This work, Big Game Hunting, is clear proof of corruption within the Texas City Police Department. Matthew Daniels lays out his case using eyewitness testimony, newspaper articles, emails, court records, arrest records, and testimony from the Texas City Police Department police officers themselves, which proved beyond a shadow of doubt that there was corruption within the Texas City Police Department that was not only sanctioned by the administration but covered up as well. Matthew Daniels eloquently documents the war that was waged along with his brother Joshua Daniels against the Texas City Police Department, and he details how the two of them went big game hunting and mounted the heads of several prominent people on the wall. Reader, this work is explosive. Matthew Daniels shows that the same Texas City police officers who were charged with arresting the criminals were the worst criminals around. This definitely is a must read. Big Game Hunting. Mama, I finally made it.
Hey. You know. New York Times bestseller list. Shout out to Cold Figure TV. Cold Figure doing this thing over there, man. You know what I'm talking about. We're going to get one more advert in here real quick, and then I'll say the rest. I'll take y'all to Pound Town in just a minute. I'll wait till there's about 100 people up in here. Hold up. Is that Marvelous? Shout out to Marvelous in the house, man. That's the sis right there. Yeah, we doing this for Boogaloo. We doing this for our nephew. That's a whole fact. You know what I'm talking about? All right, let me get this last little advert real quick before we get into the nitty gritty. You know what I'm talking about it. Let's see, where's I'm at here. I'm not even ready to go. Here we go. Shout out to CT Finesse, man.
Break to the trap, guys, I'm protected while I feed speech. My phone threw me my first package and he said, make what you can. Turned the 28 to 56, came back and hit his hand. You always pay the plug, that showed you love, that shit make you a man. Put on the plug, you niggas dumb, you still ain't close, let me understand. Knock off the phone way at a text, so I went right back and cop the A. Got it going like it's a race, Jell you run some dosey cake. Hotline blinking, had them thinking I've been out here moving weight. You start flexing and finessing, pussy boys supposed to hate. Flicky on me when we meet up, ain't no lacking, concentrate, can't throw me off thinking we cool. I know how goofy niggas play. The closest to you try to do, you try to knock you out the way. Send him the guy, he think it's safe. Send him the guy, he relocate. I used to break down 28 just to keep my money straight. My real trappers, they relate. Tell the nut, smoke out the shake. How much you got, I'm on the way. Don't take too long, no, I won't wait. I coach them up, draw up the plays. I'm getting paid and getting laid. I went from G's to P's. Bitch, I went from G's to P's. Right to the trap, guys, I'm protected.
Hey, man, these little niggas be having a nigga straight jumping and bouncing all kind of shit, man, for real. Shout out to CT Finesse, man. Man, CSG Payne, man, Lil Vonnie be up in the chat and shit, you know what I'm saying? All the brothers, Dre Cobb's music, man, Rain, Alexander, man, be dropping this music, man, and laying it on the family, man. So, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody. I see y'all. Y'all don't get to see old Graybeard and all the time, you know what I'm saying? But when we have special guests, you know how I do. I got to make sure I'm on this bitch, niggas, and that's real. Shout out. Who else is out there? I think I just seen look at sisters on in there. I see you, sis. Muffy. I see you, sis. Yeah, we is in here doing this for we doing this for Boogaloo, and not only Boogaloo, you know, all of the brothers and sisters who are out here in this system, man, for real, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, we see a slew of brothers who have since been released, you know what I'm talking about? You even see your boy from the Green Mile. We all know his friendly ass was innocent. They even had Martin Luther King, man. You know what I'm saying? We got all these brothers, and we know they all were exonerated at some point in time. Right now we come and we build on being hated and incarcerated. That's exactly what we dealing with. We talked a couple weeks ago about all the crooked police, how they setting our people up. You know, we talked about the policeman in Kansas City who got federally indicted, you know, for all of his crimes that spanned 25 years or so, where he was just kind of, you know, on the rape. He was on some he was on that take that. Yeah, well, I'm refrained from the R word. We don't want the algorithm to be rhythming and shit. But yeah, when you get to dealing with these smaller towns than these metropolises, man, brothers get swept under the rug, and you don't even hear their screams. They don't even get a chance to plead or anything. No kind of fair representation. It's always some old kangaroo court where they railroading us. So yeah, we're gonna build on a couple of the headlines that Chief has. You know what I'm saying? Building on that. Chief, you there, brother? Come on, man. Get on your technology. Microphone check 1 2, motherfucking 1 2 1 2.
Mic check.
Oh, you sound great, brother. Well, you must be in the optimal spot.
Yeah, I can't move my head now.
Tasco, you laughing at me?
Hey, man, peace to all American Aborigines, man. Peace to
That's
you.
right.
To the Honorable Empress, Miss Mickey.
Yeah, let me get us on
here. We're gonna get into the story tonight. You guys, shine some light on this, on her son's case. But we know that we all have these type of stories, and we're going to be able to talk about that tonight as well. But we're going to also talk about a story. They call it Cash for Kids. So we're going to get into that story.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? When we talk about the school to prison pipeline, it gets deep, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's always been a plan. So, just imagine if they're catching these guys, imagine the ones they're not catching. So it gets deep, y'all. So stay tuned.
That's right. Would you want to get into one of these articles real fast, or you want Mickey to go ahead and introduce herself and actually? In fact, let's do that. Mick, let's go ahead. You see, we unorthodox. We gets it in. Hey, but they keep us in line, especially Sister Bethy, our elder. She be on it for real. She makes sure we in line. Talking about, is you gonna do the show or what? Get the show cracking. Shout out to Chief Sister Bethy, man. They keep us in line, though. Go ahead, Mick. We're gonna give you the floor so you can talk about Boogaloo here real quick. That's my nephew right there, Lil Dre. Okay, hit the microphone button at the bottom. There you go. Yeah.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Shout out to my sister Mickey. Mick.
Well, thank you. So we got on here to talk about my son, Andre Roney II. He's in El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas, in El Dorado, Kansas. And he's in there unlawfully. It's like a kidnapping or some sort because he should not be there. So that's what I want to talk about.
That's right. That's right. In fact, I'm gonna let you. Hey, Chief.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and build.
I want to start from the beginning.
Okay.
Give some background on who your son is. You know, in Topeka, Kansas area. What's the background of it? Because we did a pre-interview, so I know a few things, but I don't want to. I guess, we just want to start it from the beginning to give everybody a background on why your son is incarcerated, what happened, and just go from there.
Okay, so from the beginning, my son met a friend that he thought was a friend. He started hanging around him. The friend got into an alteration, and unfortunately, 7 hours into him being arrested because they knew he was guilty, he in turn gave my son's name up, and my son had nothing to do with it. But the state of Kansas took that for everything it was worth, let him go, and arrested my son, and he's been there ever since.
You got to give him a second. He be on his phone, and it be a little delay.
Okay.
Smoke said, Mick in the building, you damn Skippy. Smoke. Yeah. Hey, man, I thought you was in a great spot, man. You got to get right, man. You over here, man, dragging the show, man. Golly, man, come on. Hey, Sister Beth, you see, man, you about to have her getting on us. All right, okay, so he had to bounce out and come back in. Well, Mick, we're going to go ahead and talk me and you.
Okay.
But I was there, you know what I'm saying? I was in a fog. The stuff went so quick that, you know what I'm saying, that I couldn't believe what was happening, for real, to be honest with you.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
You was there every day. Yes.
Yeah. Well, why don't you start from the beginning? What actually happened? And just start from the beginning. Take a deep breath, get you a glass of wine, you know what I'm saying? Chill on out, you're amongst family, shake the heebie-jeebies, all and just take your time, sis.
So the beginning of court or the beginning of the case?
The beginning of the case, because see, everybody, we're talking to a whole new crowd in the community of people who are not familiar with what's going on at all. So we have to take them from the very beginning and take them along to where we're at today.
Okay, so my son became friends with somebody he thought was a friend. He met him, thought he was a cool dude to hang around. The friend got into an altercation, one night, and he went to jail for it, for a road rage incident. Well, he was in there about 9 hours. He said that he needed they knew he was okay. Let me back up. I'm sorry.
Okay, you're fine. I know it's a different deal, but you're all right, sis.
It is. Okay. But okay, so all right, so my son was, I will say, the defendant, Daniel.
Yeah. Put his ass on Front Street. We need to know exactly who he
Daniel
is. Yeah. Put his ass on Front Street.
All right, Daniel Askew lived in Topeka, Kansas. He was on a motorcycle following this car. The person that was in the car with the young man that ended up being murdered was saying that Daniel Askew was the only person that they seen on this motorcycle getting out the car, threatening both of them in the car, saying that he knew where she worked at, was threatening her and everything. Well, she went and turned that into the police. They arrested him, and upon arresting him, they said they knew he was guilty because he told her he would come after her. Well, he banged at the same bank that she worked at. Okay, well, he stayed in there 8 hours after they arrested him. After 8 hours, he said he wanted to get in touch with mental facilities and that he wanted to work with detectives. So at that time, he gave my son's name.
Okay, Mick, we're gonna walk together. I got your hand right now, sis. I promise you. All right. So now tell me this: he was on a motorcycle, correct? He did. He was on a motorcycle, and he got off of his motorcycle and approached the victim who passed away, and a young lady that was in the car with the victim, correct?
Yes, and threatened both of them.
And the witness in the car recognized the guy who accosted him, and ultimately did this stuff, because she worked at a bank and he banked at the same bank. Got you.
He was a customer at the bank. Yes.
Got you. Okay, but he went. They locked him up, being that she knew who he was. They locked him up. He claimed mental or something, and they got him into a mental facilities. At some point, he ended up calling out Boogaloo or something. I'm gonna let you get to it. Go ahead, sis.
Yes. So he ended up saying, "Well, it wasn't me. It was Andre that did this crime." So when he said that, they let him go, and they came. They waited about 2 weeks, and they arrested my son. He was caught with 8 guns at his house. They never tested him, never seen if any of those guns was the murder weapon, anything, because they were satisfied with him telling them that my son did this murder.
Okay, sis. Now mind you, we already talked. We already know this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Mind you, Dre was actually convicted without no murder weapon. Just for everybody to have context.
So no murder weapon, no evidence, no eyewitness. He only had an ear witness. That means that a lady that was over 60 years old was laying in her bed, and sometime during the night she said, "I think I heard a truck go by my house." And so she was an ear witness to the case, and that was the only evidence they had. They found 8 guns at Daniel Askew's house, and they didn't check any of them to see if they were the murder weapon, because he said that it wasn't him.
Okay. All right. Chief, I'm gonna let you go. Your microphone check 1 2 1 2. I thought you was in a great spot, man. You over here faking the funk with your system, man.
Yeah, you jinxed me. Well, but now, you had said something about him not having a gun, and I asked earlier, did he own a gun? Did he own a gun? And so, did your son own guns?
No.
Okay. Now the guy that was there had the road rage. So this sounds so crazy to me. This guy has the road rage incident. He gets into it with people. A situation happened. The woman that's the eyewitness.
Hold up, Chief. Let me stop this real quick. She's being all right, man. I mean, she's being kind of, man. Let me take this. This was a white boy that killed another white boy.
I got you.
Okay, just for context, these were some white boys.
Okay.
So as soon as he said that it wasn't him, they took his word for granted, and they came and arrested my son, and he's been there ever since.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Mound City Mellows asking some legitimate questions. Thanks. Shout out to Lou Air Grassroots. I'm gonna keep that link, and I'm gonna definitely link. Me and sister, we're gonna go through all of that stuff. But right now, before he had a lawyer before, and he's right now he's going through an appeal, and we're gonna be getting him a lawyer as well. Sister's got that stuff nailed down. She's been there ever since in this corner, of course, like a mother would do. So shout out to my sister handling her business. Marvelous, Muffy, everybody, Dewey, everybody. You know what I'm saying? They just kind of scapegoated my nephew, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's just crazy. So we've been talking about all these subjects with these crooked police and this judicial
Crooked
system.
judges.
Yeah, these
Crooked
judges
police.
So, hey, we're gonna continue with that as well. Go ahead, Chief. You gonna finish up, man. I'm gonna go ahead and get my mind right real quick. Hold up, check the mic first before I walk away. Man, I'm telling you, what's wrong with this man technology? No, man, I'll be fooling with him. You know what I'm saying? All right, let me ask some questions here. Check this out. Yeah, Boogaloo, man. Man, he come from good stock. You know what I'm talking about? So ain't nobody about to be waiting on no public defender. I want to give a little context to everybody listening too. You know what I'm saying? He's guilty only by his name. What does that mean? A lot of us have family members where we have last names, you know what I'm saying? And being that you have the same last name as somebody who's not doing necessarily the right things in the streets and things, you know what I'm saying? You get, kind of put in that box as if you're the same caliber of person, right? And he has a pretty famous dad, you know what I'm saying, who my brother, you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm saying, and this man, he don't fool around, you know what I'm saying, and they know it, and they've been trying to get this man for a long time, and I was right there every step of the way, and they never was able to get this brother, man. You know what I'm saying? They got him on some old knick-knack here and there shit, you know what I'm saying? But, they didn't really get him like they really want to be getting us. They be wanting to get us right, you know what I'm saying? And they wasn't able to get him right. But here come his brother, his son, my nephew, look like him, got the same name, man. It was just, the same thing. And just being real, man. It's a notorious name, you know what I'm saying? Niggas is real motherfuckers, man. Let's keep it a motherfucking buck. You know what I'm saying? Niggas is real people, you know what I'm saying? And got it how we live, you know what I'm saying? And provided for our families and other people's families and stuff, you know what I'm saying? So that's for real.
Unfortunately,
family for life, that's right.
They didn't look at him as an individual. They looked at him by his name, and that's not right.
You right.
He's not me. He's not his uncle. He's not his dad. He's his own person. So, but they didn't look at any of that. They looked at the name, and that's where they went from.
Mickey, it even go even deeper than that. His second cousin. Come on now, but we'll get into that as if we have to. What I want you to do, Mick, is continue on with the story as far as what happened as he fingered from the mental house or wherever he was, fingered Dre. Dre wasn't nowhere around though, right?
Well, also we gotta talk about the dude Daniel.
Yeah, this is who we're talking about. Yeah, that's who we're talking about.
His name and his family and their prominence in the city. As well.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get Chief. I'm gonna leave all of that, but go ahead, Mickey. You start from there with him fingering Boogaloo, and Boogaloo wasn't even there. Here we go.
Right. So Daniel Askew wasn't not from Topeka. He started in Oklahoma, in Texas, and unfortunately, he has a friend that's doing time now, life for a crime that he committed. So we brought this attention to the attorney once everything went in order, and nobody brought it up again. You know, we brought everything up, the name, the person, the crime. They never brought it up again. So I know that these attorneys have their own agenda. I know these judges have their own agenda. But unfortunately, my son wasn't a part of it. So I just feel like he got cheated out of everything. I got cheated out of everything. Like
We all did.
I don't want my son's life to be played with over nothing. Like, if he committed a crime, prosecute him for the crime. But if he didn't commit the crime, don't just go off of him because of the color of his skin, because we can't help that. We can't change it.
That's right.
If we wanted to.
And he can't help his family.
He can't help his family. He can't help who his family is. He's going to love them regardless. So after this, Daniel told them that he was not guilty, Andre was. They waited a couple weeks. You know, I never got no police came to my door, not a warrant arrest, not nothing. Now, that was strange because that year we had 11 police reports to our house because my house got broken in. Andre's truck got stolen 3 times. I have all these police reports from things that happened. There was a home invasion with me, Andre, my daughter, and my grandson was in the house. We had a home invasion. So the police knew where we lived at. They didn't send a warrant. They didn't send police over. Nothing to say that he was guilty. But then 2 weeks later, you come and try to say that he is wanted when he was on his way to his cousin's house to better his life. So it's really strange. And then that was just the beginning of the whole circus before the trial started.
Go ahead, G. Give him a second to wrestle with his telecommunications.
So I just want to say, so the trial, his first lawyer, he really believed in my son. But the thing was, so with him, he came in on the day of sentencing and he told us that he had been on morphine all week and that he was sorry, but he had a bum knee. So he really didn't know what had been going on all week. This was at sentencing.
What?
Yeah.
And they knew this. There's a record of that?
Oh, there's a record of that. He said it right in court in front of the judge, the Lord, and everybody. So, and at the same time, his son was also going through a murder trial. Let me just say.
Yeah, hey, hold on, Mick. Yo, shout out to Dewey, man. Evil Low, Mean Bug Records, man. Top City representative. Hey, yeah, Marvelous. Yo, check this out. This right here is my Aboriginal, my indigenous community. You know what I'm saying? We Aboriginal of this here continent known as United States, but we know it as Turtle Island, Time Mary, or whatever you might want to call it. You know what I'm saying? So these brothers and sisters in this chat, believe you me, they're very, very, very smart individuals, and this is why we're doing this here. My brothers and sisters here, we gets it in. We tribe over here. So yeah, they here to help, sis. Everybody, y'all look at that, look in the description so y'all can check out that GoFundMe, man. You know, his appeals coming up, you know what I'm saying, if people can help, you know what I'm saying, everything will be, you know what I'm saying, wanted and needed and appreciated, you know what I'm saying. Chief Holiday, check your technology, nigga.
Yeah, I was talking on mute. No, I mean, before we get to the trial, she said it was 2 trials. So
2 trials, yes.
right. And they tried him for first-degree murder. Am I correct?
Well, the jury instructions was for any murder, like first-degree murder, second-degree murder, second unintentional murder, but they charged him with felony murder.
Now check this out. One more thing. Excuse me, Chief. Don't mute though. These brothers and sisters in here, we be in the paperwork. We be in the deep paperwork, real old paperwork. So Mickey, if you don't mind, if any and all documents that you have that's digital, put them. You know what I'm saying? We'll get together tomorrow and I'll put it in the Google Drive, and these brothers and sisters can go through this stuff and see what they can do. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, we got the best chat in the wizard. Straight up, we tried. That's facts.
I'll actually send everything to you tomorrow. Because yes, so he wasn't. The jury instructions was for any murder, but they charged him with felony murder. But the jury instructions were for second-degree murder, unintentional first-degree murder, third-degree murder. They could have been for anything. So. But when he got charged, it was for felony murder, which they never had instructions on.
Now,
the jury asked the judge, David Dublin, was it a lesser charge because they didn't want to take this man's whole life? And he told them, no, it's not for his crime.
Now, a lot of this was fueled because of the not only the race, but kind of speak on the family and how you had spoke on your job. Kind of get into that. How this affects you, how this affected you, how it affected your family, not just your son, how it affects you as well. Going into this first trial before we get into that.
Okay, so from the first trial, so I started working. The day that I started working, I was supposed to go into orientation. They had me go into a room. So I stayed in the room about 45 minutes, and then I came out and I said, well, aren't I supposed to be training? They told me, well, we just want you in this room because the guy's sister works here and she doesn't want to look at you because you look too much like your son. So
now we're talking about the victim's family. No, we're talking about the victim's family.
The victim's family.
And he wasn't even there.
No, he was passed. And this is his sister, the same sister that actually went and threatened all the witnesses that they had, that if they didn't come testify, that they would be in jail. So this is the same sister that posted pictures of my son all over our job every day that I was coming to work, which eventually made me move out of state because my daughter worked there as well, and I didn't want her to see all of this stuff every day that they were negatively posting about my son, because nobody knew about the case but her and I. But she made sure the whole job knew about it. They tried to fire me and everything, and I eventually ended up moving out of state because of it.
Yeah, Mick, man. But when she posted all over your job, what did she post along with this picture? Chief, go ahead and follow up after this.
She'd say murder. She'd say I'd be walking down the hall and she'd say, oh, poor Mickey, she's working again for her murderous son so she can get him out of jail. And like she would post murder all over the building with my son's name on it. And my daughter was 16 years old. She was working there as well, and I just didn't want her a part of it. They actually tried to fire me because she didn't want to see my face because I looked too much like my son. And, you know, unfortunately, he knew if he fired me that it would be an issue because I did nothing wrong. I just started working there, and I didn't know that Rachel Stokes worked there as well. because
Drop
she
their
was
names.
suspicious.
Drop their
Yeah,
names, because this
Rachel
is a public
Stokes.
record.
Rachel Stokes. I didn't know that she worked at the healthcare resort of Topeka. And so this is where we came into conflict at why I had to move out of state. We got death threats. We got so many threats. I'm in the healthcare profession, and so I work with families. Unfortunately, I got off the elevator at court with a lady that I knew very well because I took care of her father. When she got off the elevator, she said, "Why are you here?" I said, "Oh my gosh, why are you here?" Just so happens we was there for the same reason. The victim was her nephew, and my son was on trial for this. So then I lost my second job in the other state because it all connected.
Wow.
So, and I was the only one that was able to take care of him because no one else could handle him. So, but when this trial happened and she seen that I was there on the other side, like everything ended.
So
it was.
So when the trial happened, the media was involved as well. So kind of walk us through that process of the trial.
I'm sorry, when the trial happened, what?
Yeah, the demeanor of you're telling us the demeanor of the people in the town,
or the
which
media.
Obviously, yeah, in a small town like Topeka, you know what I'm saying? If you know, there was some media coverage on this for the trial, right?
So
and you had told us, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So for the media coverage, so my son calls us, whether he's in the same room or out of state or in jail, whatever, he calls us like, "It's Sunday. Are you up for church?" So on this particular day,
take your time, sis. Hey, yo, man, y'all remember when it was when I was new booty on this here damn shit, man? I was in this stutter stepping, tip tapping, and all of that. Go ahead,
right, but
you good, sis.
But I have to say, bro, not just new booty, but
no, I'm just like I'm new booty. I was new booty. I get it. So, girl, take a deep breath.
But not only that, I've never had a chance to tell my side. I've never had a chance to say how I feel. So
really,
this is very new. So the one chance that my son turned around and looked at us in court, he turned around to tell my daughter, "Hey, don't worry about anything. Just pray," because he's been there as man of the house. He's been there as a provider. He's been there as a resource for my daughter who's in med school right now because of her brother. He turned around to tell her, "Don't worry, just pray with mom." And he smiled. That's the only media coverage that they had of him over this trial, of him smiling like he was so evil. But that's what he turned around to say. "Hey, don't worry, just pray with mom." That's the only media coverage that he got during this whole trial.
So they made his smile as something positive.
Oh no, they made it very negative, very evil.
Okay. So now we got the media and the judge as well was the first judge we're talking about. No, was it the same judge the second trial by any chance?
It was the same judge every trial, David Doubleman. It was
how could that even be?
That don't even make sense.
Right. So it was the same judge for both trials.
Hold on, Mick. Hold on one second.
Hold on, let's stay on the first trial first.
Go ahead, Mick. You good. Drake Cobbs like, "I'm over here heated, man. We got the family heated over here, sis." That's a fact.
So he was the David Devaham was the judge for both trials. He wouldn't let you sneeze. He wouldn't let you wipe your nose. He would kick you out of court. So before the first trial, I overheard the district attorney telling the family, "We will get a conviction." Well, I thought it was innocent until proven guilty. How would you promise a conviction if you don't know if this man is guilty or not. So they already have their mind made up of what they were going to do and what they were going to say and what punishment they were going to give him.
Hey, you gotta understand, man. Man, once you in there, can't nobody hear your screams, you know what I'm saying? That little town, man, they make their own rules, man. They decided that shit over around the Gulf or something, man.
Right,
Go
and
ahead,
it's no
Chief.
use of the scream. It's no use to scream because unfortunately it happens to way too many in the state of Kansas. All over the world, really, not just in Kansas.
To the point where these brothers and sisters, man, are all around this nation and even the world. Cause it's a little early, but hey, cats be falling in and they be watching us from all around the world, all around this nation and everything. And this is not a good thing, you know what I'm saying, at all. And the thing about it is, when you're in these small towns and these small, they can pretty much do what they want. They make their own rules, you know what I'm saying. So you as a one individual or one family or a collection of people within a family, you just have no say. You have no kind of anything, and it's just like demoralizing. I'm gonna go ahead and bounce back. Go ahead, Chief, man, take it from here.
Well, yeah, man, it gets crazy. So this first trial, now the eyewitness that was in the car with the victim did not ID your son, who was driving what kind of vehicle was your son driving?
A neon blue truck.
Okay. So he was never identified on the scene by any eyewitnesses. Is that correct?
That's correct. And she went to middle school with him. So she absolutely knew who he was. She never mentioned him. She said she didn't see anybody else except for Daniel Askew until she talked with the Topeka Police Department. And then everything changed.
Family in the chat, y'all do some research on these names. If y'all need me to kick these names back up, do some research and stuff like that. I'll start sharing screen and we'll start breaking this shit down right here while we speaking as well. Go ahead, Chief. Handle your business, boy.
So back to the trial, right? This first trial. Judge was very. Now, was he like this to everybody in the courtroom or only to your family and the?
Only to my family. My sister scratched a lottery ticket. He kicked her out of the courtroom for the rest of the day. I nodded my head in agreement. He told me if I nodded it again, I would be kicked out for the rest of the court proceedings. So he was only like that to my family.
Okay. So trial happened. Now, another question I had: the lawyer, was this a public pretender, or did you guys have a paid lawyer?
No, I paid for this lawyer $20,000. I paid for this lawyer on my own.
That's a whole fact. And I just want to say, man, I just want to say, man, you know what I'm saying? We have a lot of sisters that been through shit, man. This is my sister. She been through shit. You know what I'm saying? All of our sisters been through a degree of shit. And man, I can only name two on my fingers that I can say, man. Let me cam up for you can see my face, man. Only two that I can say, man, it's real. Jeez, man, this is my big sister, man. She's a real motherfucking G. I'm telling you, get it how you live. You know what I'm saying? All of that, man, had to get down through there and get it. You know what I'm saying? So no, wasn't nobody faking the funk with me when it comes to Boogaloo. You know what I'm saying?
No.
At all.
This is why the victim's family had so much to say, because they seen me working day and night getting this money for my son. So this is why the victim's family would post pictures at my job, because they knew how hard I was working to get this money for my son. So I just
Just take your
it
time.
I just,
You lived this.
you know, I'm angry. I'm angry, Cut. I'm mad. I can't say I'm not because they cheated him. They cheated him. They cheated me. They cheated his son. They cheated my mother who passed away while he was there. They cheated everybody for somebody that if they would have did a little investigations, they would know that it was not him. Yeah, I am angry.
So anything else you want to say about the first trial? So we get to the.
So the first trial, let me just say that the first trial, we thought that everything was going great. Like they had no evidence, they had no eyewitnesses, they had no anything. Well, at sentencing, my son's lawyer came in and they said, do you have anything else that you want to show us? He said, well, I just want to tell you, Judge, that I've been on morphine all week because I got a bum knee. He said, I'm going to have knee surgery on Monday, and I didn't get any more evidence ready.
Hold on. Let's go back before sentencing. Like when the verdict came down. Like the first one.
Okay.
Like the jury was a hung jury, correct?
It was a hung jury. They could not decide. So that's why we had a second trial.
Okay, so you guys, it was a hung jury.
Yes.
Okay, so did he come out on appeal, or did he come home after the hung jury? Or
no, and let me just say, after the hung jury, before the hung jury, the jury asked the judge, is there a lesser charge that we can convict him of? Because we don't feel like we want to take this man's life because we don't feel like he's guilty of that. The judge told them, no, you could only convict him of murder.
Okay, so just keep in mind, you guys, the reason why this is important, why she's saying this is because if somebody walked in their house and seen their spouse in bed with somebody else and kill them, with crime of passion, it wouldn't be premeditated murder. They could get a lesser charge like manslaughter, things of that nature. Same thing with road rage. Road rage incident with somebody else, and they're saying it's somebody else that wasn't in the road rage incident. I'm just trying to frame it up. Killed somebody else, and they're charging them. They didn't want to do a lesser crime. This is what they're saying. You got it.
Right.
With no evidence. And the evidence they have of people who were friends of Daniel Askew, from my understanding, right?
Yes.
What was the evidence? Who were the actual? Because there wasn't eyewitnesses, you guys. So how do they have witnesses that were eyewitnesses? You said something about a hearsay. What about these other witnesses? Can you tell us about them?
Okay, so the other witnesses were at a party later on that night, and they came in and testified, we really don't know what was going on because we were all high and drunk. We really don't want to testify, but they came in and testified that they thought they seen Andre looking up a news report from what happened with Daniel Askew. So that was what the witnesses came and testified to. But also, Daniel Askew invited my son to a party that he knew nobody. All of these were friends of Daniel Askew's, and they didn't know Andre. So when he got there,
is this a party that same night, or just a party weeks later?
Yes, later on that night.
Wait a minute. So this incident happened, and they went to a party?
Later on that night, yes.
Okay.
I guess it was a house party or was friends getting together at the house. I don't know, but yes.
So at some point, Boogaloo met up with this guy at the party.
Yes.
And the guy was making him aware, and they was looking up what the guy was saying.
Well,
happened.
That's what the witnesses thought. That's
okay.
what
Got you.
the witnesses thought. Yes. Or they were looking up the news to see what had went on earlier in the day. Yes. They didn't say it was for that specific incident, but yes.
Yeah, man, this shit is bananas. This shit is bananas, man. I just know this. When you're dealing with these states, man, the capital, you got to understand, like, you know, we talking about top Eka now. Y'all brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying? We talk about Hiawatha, we talk about Osage, we talk about Osawatomie, Oskaloosa, and all of that type of stuff, right? When we talking about the indigenous heritage, I even took y'all to a baby mound, you know what I'm saying? Alabama, who called my baby mound the Nappy Dugout. Shout out to Alabama, the elder. But, you know, when you in these small states, or, you know what I'm saying, or these states that, you know, are like they are, you know, the capitals of these places reign supreme. So where in that particular state can you get you a lawyer that does not look up to the capital state and the capital city and its lawyers and hierarchy? You know what I'm talking about? So it's like everybody is working together, from your paid attorneys to your public defenders to your prosecutors, your judges, and they all go to golf. They chill. They've been knowing each other for 50, 40, 50, 60 years, and they judging brothers' lives up over around the golf, man. And that's just how it feels to me. You know what I'm saying? And this is how it feels like they did my nephew. And when we get in these courthouses as men, we get in these courthouses and it just be like that light, that wood, them people get to talking and we get numb and zoned out, don't know what the fuck is going on. You know, and they be taking our people away from us, man. And you know, it's painful, to say the least. Chief, get your telephone communication together, man. I ain't gonna keep on telling you about that shit, man. God damn.
No, I'm good, man. Just having a good conversation. It's a good conversation, man. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. So hung jury, hung trial. Second trial, same damn judge. I don't understand that. Now, did you have the same lawyer?
No, we didn't have the same lawyer. We had a public defender.
Who can come up with $40,000 up and down, man? Come on, man.
Yeah. I'm saying though, if you're, and then they say they will give you a public pretender, though, right? But
yeah,
and it's almost the same, honestly, to be real with you guys.
That's my point. Go ahead, Chief.
It's almost the same, but they even work even closer because their office is right next door, or probably in the same office as the prosecutor's office. They're the same people.
They
Sometimes
checks.
They be the prosecutor's office, or they be the public pretender's office, and they go back and be the prosecutors. They go back and forth, so they all the same people. And in this whole judge thing, as you guys are going to see a sample of this that's in these times. But imagine when they talk about slavery by another name. You know what I'm saying? Right. How long this has happened and how they have used this to usurp power, along with murder, along with everything they've done to put us in a position to where it's almost like, you know, it's like socially. Like we be trying to get to the bottom of why we socially don't do certain things is because of all the terrorism and all the things like this that be against us, you guys. So we gotta call it like it is. You know what I'm saying? But also we have to have a community that is just as determined as they are.
Right.
Yeah. I wish I could say some shit, but I can't. So read between the lines. Y'all understand what I'm saying? We have to be just as determined as they are.
Right.
Hey man, I wanna Mick, if you don't mind, I'm gonna let you take a couple deep breaths and we're gonna continue with from the end of the first trial, am I correct?
That's fine.
Okay, what I'm gonna do right here is I'm going to share something. I'm gonna share something. Who was that? Who did that? Was that 6-4 or somebody shared that yesterday? Cause it is definitely connects. All right, check this out. Cause we find ourselves in these positions and we don't know why. And I'm going to tell you why. This right here is the Democratic Handbook 1898. It's actually from the State Democratic Executive Committee of North Carolina, 1898. I'm going to take us down. What was that? That was page 39. 39. And I'm going to read this with my remedial ass. Don't be laughing at me when I get to stutter stepping like y'all motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm in front of the class and shit. Alright, it's 38 actually. 38. Alright, I want y'all to hear what the Democratic Party was talking about. And y'all see how this is gonna relate. Shout out to Wisdom Show. I see you guys. You know what I'm saying? Alright, let me get my paperwork right. Do I got my glasses right? Make sure y'all ain't looking at me. Yeah, y'all can't be looking at me while I read though. Y'all can't be looking at me while I read. Forget that shit. Alright. I want y'all to know, y'all don't put yourselves in the mind of 1898. What would you think is happening in 1898? What was happening in 1898 is something that you would not even expect. So I'm going to read this stuff. Hold up. Is this? Hold up. This ain't the one. Hold up. Was it 4? Let me make sure. Hold up. Okay, here it is. It's 39. Here we go. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead. It's a small little stuff, but I'm gonna read this. Here we go. I'm gonna go in for the plunge. Here we go. To rule over white men. It is no fault of the Negro that he is here, and he is not to be punished for being here. But this is a white man's country, and white men must control and govern it. They must govern it not only because they are white men, but because they can do it better than the Negro. The Negro has, whenever tried, demonstrated his unfitness and inability to rule. It is better for the Negro as well as the white man that the white man should take and administer the laws. It is a mercy to the Negro himself to save him from his own ruin. It has been in the past, and it today, the special mission of the Democratic Party to rescue the white people of the East from the curse of the Negro domination. Okay, what are they saying? They saying, hey, we can't keep getting ruled over these niggas, but we can't keep getting ruled by these niggas. Okay, well, hold up. That's different for what you think. This is the Democratic Party. They talking about, hey, man, we can't be up under niggas. But you think in your mind that, we was always slaves. No, we ran this shit. See the real history, man. Plymouth Rock didn't, land, we ain't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us, Malcolm said. Anyway, but say the white Republican and populist leaders, niggas, who have profited by the Negro vote, there is no danger of Negro domination in North Carolina. At the present, we admit there is no danger of Negro domination throughout the entire state, for notwithstanding that in the state election, the Negro cast about 120,000 votes and the white Republicans only cast 30,000 votes. The Republican Party does not dare to put a Negro on their state ticket because they know the white Republicans of the West would not vote the ticket. The Republican leaders relied upon the white Republicans of the West to vote, of the West to vote to put the Negro over the white men and women of the East. See? But not over themselves. Four out of every five of the vote cast for Republican state ticket are cast by the Negro, and yet the leaders do not dare to put a Negro on the state ticket for the white men of the West. For the white men of the West to vote for. Senator Pritchard appoints and consists the appointment of Negro postmasters in the East, but he does not dare do it in the West. It is because there are no Negroes there. For there are, I'm gonna skip past this. I'm gonna get on this right here, man. We're gonna get past here. Here it is. We do these Western white men the justice to say that we do not believe they vote for the Negro domination in the East. If they really knew what they were doing, they came to the rescue of their white brethren in the East in 1876, and we believe they will do it again when they learn the facts. They have heard the Republican populist leaders say there is no danger of the Negro domination, and they have believed them, hence have continued to follow them. But white men of the West before you follow them no longer. Come to the East and see for yourself. Okay, they saying, hey man, you know what I'm saying, white men of the East, you think it's cool fucking with these niggas? Go to the East and see how these niggas is running these shits. Okay, anyway, it is useless for you leaders to tell the people of Greenville that there is no danger of Negro domination, for it is already, this is the good part right here, for it is there already. You had just as well tell the American soldier who had been pierced through and through by Spanish bullets that there is no danger of war, as to tell the people of Greenville that there is no danger of Negro domination. Now, they were living in Negro domination. We ran shit. Now, I'm gonna pose a question. Okay, there's a reason for this. Believe that. I ain't reading this shit for nothing. Believe that. And we read this last night, almost all the way through. Anyway, they had just as well tell the fever-stricken patient who lies parched with thirst and dying with black vomit that there is no danger of yellow fever. They see it, know it, and feel it every day of their lives, and have done so since May 1895. What I'm trying to tell you, we was running shit. We wasn't no goddamn slaves. Anyway, here we go. Now, this is where we get good. These two paragraphs right here. But this one right here in particular. It is useless to tell the people of Wilmington that there is no danger of Negro domination when they see the Negro policemen every day parading the streets in uniform, swinging the billy. If you don't know what the billy is, the billy was the club that bust you over your head if you ain't do what was said. That's a whole fact. Anyway, swinging the billy, ready to let it fall upon the head of a white and black alike. It is useless to tell the people of Newborn. Now, these are different counties now, different places and counties. It is useless to tell the people of Newburgh and the people of Craven County that there is no danger of Negro rule when they have seen Negro magistrates issue his warrants for arrest of a white woman, and put it in the hands of Negro constables, have her arrested, brought here before him, and then when her attorney asked to have her case sent for trial before some other justice of the peace, sent it before the Negro magistrate with a Negro lawyer, they're the prosecutor. All this they have seen and may see again any day. Now, I'm gonna stop right there. Why am I reading this? I'm saying, yo, while they said we didn't ever had nothing, we wasn't never shit, we was running shit for real. We was arresting their ass as well as our ass when we cut it up. We had a real civilization. Now, my thing is this right here. This is why we see this kangaroo court shit going on as much as we do. Because these people, these judges, they know this book. They know this book and they know the other books of history of us dominating and running the whole East Coast. You know what I'm saying? Before all of the in fact, that was even after the Trail of Tears. So you know what I'm saying? So I pose the question, are these people doing us wrong like this in these courthouses based on the things that they've seen? Is this old style vengeance? And how would we be if we went back to policing ourselves or judging ourselves, prosecuting ourselves, defending ourselves, just our people on our people? Because this is a real reality that we have got to get to in some lifetime so our grandchildren can enjoy that right there. That was right there. So I land my plan right there. I landed my plane. You got it, Chief. I'm sorry with my soliloquy and reading fucked ups and shit. You know I ain't, man. Hope y'all got the point though, for real. We were so much stronger then, man. And this is the Democratic Party now handbook against niggas. And they also had a mandate that they said they would have niggas voting Democrat for 100 years, and they still true to that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna digress from that. Hey, Chief, get back on it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm sorry, Muffin. I'm sorry, I'm over here. She said, you just said a mouthful, bro.
That's crazy.
You did. That's what's going on in Topeka, Kansas, and all over the world.
Yeah.
People are making their own rules because of how they personally feel. And it's not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. It's not supposed to be you're guilty already because I know your family and I'm promising them a guilty verdict.
I'm over here bugging out. I'm clicking too much shit. I'm sorry. That's me. Let me move this shit out the way. Over here clicking too much.
Yeah, man. So
6'4",
you hear that
yo.
information right there. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. 6'4", man. Yeah, you know I'm dropping that. You know, man. You dropped that last night, man. That right there is a jewel. That Democratic Party handbook is a must read for everybody on this. Within the sound of my voice. So I'm about to make that available so everybody can cop that. That is a must read. You'll see why they had the hot sauce. You'll see why Bill was playing that saxophone for your ass, nigga.
Right. But once again, though, we talk about these numbers. What happened after 1898? Ellis Island. Millions and millions and millions of immigrants were sent here to usurp Americans and place themselves in these magistrate positions, place themselves in these positions of administrations. And once again, all the things that we can document that has happened, when we talk about reparations, we should be talking about restitution and for crimes that are that have happened, that are continuing to happen to this day. You know what I'm saying? Anything else you want to say? Of course, the second trial was terrible. You want to tell us about the second trial, which was after the hung jury? They didn't let him out.
So after
you don't
the
have
second
a same
trial,
lawyer now. You have a. Okay, go ahead.
So after the first trial, like I said, I paid this money by myself. I didn't really have it for the second trial, so they gave my son a public defender, which was Joe Herder. Unfortunately, Joe Herder couldn't focus on my son's trial because he was too worried about his dad and his friends from 30 years ago. So he talked to me the whole time about, you know, something that happened with one of his dad's friends, which didn't have anything to do with his father. And he focused on that. So from that, he asked the judge to let him off of my son's case because it was a conflict of interest. The judge told him no because he never actually represented my son's dad. You know, he was talking about his dad's friends that he represented. So after that, he just stopped trying. He did the bare minimum of everything. And so that was when they came back in less than 2 hours after having a hung jury for 9.5 hours. They came back in an hour and a half with the verdict.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Now, did your son testify in the first or second trial?
So his lawyer asked him not to testify because he thought it was best that he didn't. So my son took his advice and he didn't testify, even though he wanted to. The lawyer said that it was best that he didn't. So he took his advice, and unfortunately, it didn't turn out too well.
And so the second lawyer had the same advice.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And because they were worried about his father and his father's friends from years before.
Actually, they were worried about, I don't know if they were worried about that. Honestly, actually, the one thing they were worried about is that, like me, my son doesn't like public speaking. And so they thought he had a nervous tick to him that would make people think he was laughing. So they advised him not to testify.
Yeah, I used to get mad at him, man. I'd be like, man, why you laughing at me, boy? I'm about to, nigga, I ain't playing, nigga. Hey, he just be like, with a little smile on his face, and I'd be like, man, what are you doing? He's like, I ain't doing nothing. I'm like, man, all right, man, let me get away from this nigga, man.
He was nervous. He thought it was going to. Well,
I'm fucking with my nephew.
Reason, they asked him not to testify, and he took their advice, which made him look more guilty in the eyes of the court. But we didn't really know this until afterwards. But it made him look more guilty than what they already had their mind made up that he was.
So did he have anybody that was testifying on his behalf?
I testified on his behalf.
Yeah, well, see that. Just no disrespect, but of course, everybody should expect his mother, no matter what, to testify on his behalf, right? And I know a lot of people that
I understand that, but it wasn't anybody else there with him and Daniel. So they asked me to testify on his character, and I did.
But he wasn't there when the shooting happened, correct?
No one was there when the shooting happened. I wasn't there. No one else could have testified.
Right. No, I'm just saying any of these air quote friends. Like, okay, here's the thing, right? So your son was hanging out with people outside of y'all community, correct?
Right.
All right. So that means that you don't know these people, right?
Right.
They don't come. You don't know their mamas. Y'all follow me?
No.
You don't
Absolutely
know their daddies.
Not.
Right. No. Now, right, you know what I'm saying? Even if you might know them because of going to school and certain things, they're not in the same communities. So
no, they're not.
The dangers of going into the other people's community, these are one of the dangers of, because once again, they're going to protect their community.
Right. Like my son went to the house party later on that night. He didn't know anybody there except for Daniel Askew. So those were all Daniel Askew's friends, which now they're the sister, Rachel, went and threatened all of them and said, unless you testify and say what happened to my brother, then you guys are going to go to jail. So in turn, they're scared because, you know, people smoke today, people smoke weed, people drink, and they told them they were doing both. So they told them they really didn't want to testify. So I know that they were pressed to testify because they didn't really want to be there. They told them they were confused. They were drunk and high. It was a party. They didn't know my son. That was the first time meeting him. And they made them testify anyway. So they were reluctant witnesses. They were, in the second trial, they were downright aggressive. Like, they didn't want to be there. They said they didn't even remember. It was so long ago, but they were still pressed to testify.
Yeah, man, I think you definitely have a great appeal. But I mean, now, of course, if you're going straight into that same judge, another thing, I think change of venue should have been in order. I mean, just from the first time, like, was that ever mentioned?
It was never introduced. It was never introduced. It was never mentioned. The lesser charge from the first trial, they never introduced. So, no, they never mentioned any of this stuff.
So you say your son was never taking any pleas. He maintains his innocence to this day.
He maintains his innocence. He's never testified. He's never got on the stand. He's been saying his innocence since the first day. And this is how it turned out. Like, no one's ever talked to him except for his attorney. They just had their mind made up of what sentence they were going to give him.
Wow. So now let's get to the sentencing. He loses the second trial after an hour and a half of deliberation.
Yes.
The public defender. Got you.
Yes. Joseph Herder.
Okay. And of course, that's terrible. Sentencing. Get the sentencing. I know it was kind of tough earlier. So you want me to just say it?
Yes.
Okay. So at sentencing, you got 25 years, correct?
Yes.
And he has been away for 6 years now. That's including pretrial, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this young man has been away 6 years now. He had a 1-year-old son when he went in. Anything else you want to say?
I
have the platform anytime. You definitely have the floor right now to express yourself. How are you going to express yourself?
I just kind of, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my phone together.
Don't worry about it.
I feel cheated, you know. Nobody listened to my son. Nobody heard him. Nobody listened to the evidence. You know, they were sure that this was my son that was guilty because a white man said he was. I'm not going to trip over my words in this podcast. Because a white man said he was guilty of this crime, then they made him guilty. This man never was checked. They found 8 guns at his house. They never checked one of them to see if it was the murder weapon. They never found evidence.
He was a white boy.
Right. They never found evidence, eyewitness, or anything on my son, and they still convicted him of 25 years.
Everybody else was white.
Everyone else was. And just
Boogaloo was, everybody was white. Man, they all just,
so So he was let out to go back, find a very good job, a prominent job in Topeka, and go back to working, while my son lost everything, including my mother, as she passed away. He didn't even get to see her before she passed. So, it's a sour situation for me that I know I will fight, because I know he's not guilty. I will fight until my last breath, because I know that he is not guilty. I know that, there should have been more to it. There should have been more on the judge's part. There should have been more on these detectives' parts, but they knew what they were going to do before we walked in that courtroom.
Wow.
Hey, salute. Hey, Smoke, I'm about to get ready to drop the link in just a moment. Mick.
Oh, I don't want to forget though.
Go ahead. Oh, no, okay, we'll wait on that.
Real quick,
Go ahead. You got something you say? Go ahead. You got to say. Go ahead. You got something to say?
One of these officers had some misconduct in the same.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Tell them about that. Yeah, because we were talking about that and we kind of tied it together. Let's talk about it. Let's get it.
Well, a month or two ago, there was a detective that was fired from Topeka Police Department, which there's been so many cases. There's been cases of where they shot a young man in the back when he was running away from them. There's been cases of people dying in their incarceration. But in this instance, it happened to be my son, and it's a shame at how little or to none they cared about anything what was going on. They would talk to me and tell me, well, this 1, 2, and 3 is going on, but they get in a courtroom and say A, B, and C is going on, which is totally away from what they talked about in the hall of the courtroom. Well, this certain police officer, he got fired for withholding evidence for a woman that did time for over 10 years. And he was just recently fired for it. And unfortunately, this is going on way too much. Like, it has to stop. Kansas and other states cannot take justice into their own hands because of the way you feel. It's supposed to be because justice is being served, not because of the way you personally feel, because you're ruining lives because of the way you personally feel. And that's how I feel.
That's right. Mick, if you don't mind, won't you bring us up to speed where we're at right now? Did he already have one appeal and he's on his second appeal, if I'm correct?
So he had an appeal from a public defender's appeal office, I guess what you want to say. And she argued all the wrong things. And so I ended up having to obtain a paid lawyer. And that's what he has now. So we're going through his last appeal right now.
With a paid lawyer, okay.
With a paid lawyer.
What I'm doing right now is, hold up, that's the wrong thing. Let me get it correct. Get my clerical work together. I'm over here slacking in my acting. Here I am, right here. Let me get it together, man. What's up?
Also, man, can you get in queue the Cash for Kids story?
Yeah, I got it. I'll get it together.
Into that.
Most definitely.
Now we talk about Kansas and their court system. We definitely understand the demographics of Kansas, and a lot of us would be like, man, that ain't a place that you would want to go. There's a lot of us accept the unfair treatment that we get, and a lot of it is based off of prejudices and racism. But the law isn't supposed to be prejudiced or racist. That's the thing. And
That's right.
If you could go back and overturn one case, you got to go back and overlook all these cases that come in this thing. So y'all keep that in the back of y'all mind. Same thing with this judge. The years and things that they were doing this. How many judges they caught the judges in Chicago doing it? Remember that story we did, right? Judges do it all this misconduct. This is happening definitely happening in the South. Eddie Murphy made a movie about it. It's called Life. I love the movie and I hate it at the same time because I don't like prison movies, y'all. I don't watch prison movies and slave movies. So no locked doors. So yeah, I just, man, you know, it's sad, man, but we gotta take this thing on in all levels. So yeah, the appeal process. What's going on with that? Is there a lawyer yet?
So we just started his appeal process with his new lawyer. Hopefully it's not in the same court. So if you wanted to talk about his case, it's going to the Supreme Court next to get a hearing on it. Unfortunately, David Ham, that was the lawyer on his last two trials. He was just not willing to hear anything that was said by our side. Like, it was even a juror in the first trial that said he pulled the judge aside in the middle of court in front of everybody, and he said, "Hey, I can't be biased. I work for the county jail. I went off the jury." The judge wouldn't let him. He wouldn't let that juror off that said he couldn't be biased. He wouldn't let the lawyer off. He just wanted it done and over with. So, unfortunately, it's way too much of this going on. David Devenham, he doesn't really. I've had a lot of people go through his court. Well, a couple people that he just wants it done and over with. He doesn't care about the facts. He wants it over with. Unfortunately, if you're a black man, and that's just the way I feel about him. Or Topeka Police Department, I believe they go any way that they're swayed. Like, I don't believe that they had any evidence. They wasn't willing to evidence check. They found guns at Daniel Askew's house. Why not check those guns for the murder weapon? Because you were going to make my son guilty. You were going to make Andre guilty of everything that you heard from Daniel. So you never double checked his story, the guns that you found at his house, his car, anything, his motorcycle, because he said this was a fact.
Family, I'm also sharing in Lil Dre's GoFundMe if y'all, you know what I'm saying, can find it in your heart. You know, I know it's trying times to help my sister and our family, you know what I'm saying, with this, you know, upcoming appeal. You know, we catching our second win and trying to rally behind my sister and try to do what we can, you know what I'm saying? So if y'all can find it in your heart and hit my email or hit chiefholiday@gmail.com, chiefholiday@gmail.com, or kuttack@gmail.com with any information or anything that, you know what I'm saying, any kind of resources that we can use, you know what I'm saying? And you know, that's real. I see Shy Apples and a couple people in the chat asked, why didn't we ask for a change of venue? Mick. I asked that question, but I think, can I answer it for you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me answer it like, let's answer it like, let me find it. I answer it like this. Yeah, that's the best way. Here we go. Fair use. Hey, man, we're going to use this footage, man, but fair use. This is educational purposes. Y'all read the description. Don't be fucking with niggas, goddamn it. Damn. Shit, fair use. Man, we're going to use this because this is real. Here we go, family.
It's time to hold a police officer accountable for what he did. That's the call from a group of lawmakers and local faith leaders in KCK. And they're talking about former KCK detective and police captain Roger Golubski. He's been the focus of more than a dozen KCTV5 investigations. Here's investigative reporter Angie Racono.
Silence is criminal.
That's right. There were cries for justice.
We demand justice today.
And calls for common sense.
We stepped forward and asked the KBI to thoroughly and expeditiously investigate Roger Golubski.
KCK and faith leaders came together to openly release a letter to the KBI demanding an investigation into Roger Golubski. He's a former KCK detective who allegedly preyed on the people he swore to protect. Allegations against Golubski have been whispered on the streets of KCK for years. They became public when Lamont McIntyre's legal team went to court. McIntyre's team proved he was innocent and even told the court they figured out the real killer. But the most jaw-dropping information was laid out in court documents as drug dealers and poor black women gave affidavits accusing Golubski of being nothing more than a thug with a badge.
Golubski was so powerful that I didn't think some of us would have felt comfortable saying no or turning down his request for sexual favors. When Golubski or any other officers came to the bottoms, we knew we had a choice of providing sexual services or getting arrested. If you did not provide what he wanted, oral sex, then he took you to jail. That was simply understood.
More and more people saying the same thing, it starts being more credible.
Those allegations are backed by a former FBI agent and a retired KCK police officer who say Golubski's tactics were well known in the department and on the streets. But he was powerful and he was untouchable. One of the most gut-wrenching affidavits comes from Lamont McIntyre's own mother.
He's got power. I don't got anything. I ain't got nothing.
Rosie McIntyre claims to be one of the victims.
This shit made me want to cry because this is...
She says when she refused to play his games, somehow 3 of her relatives ended up in a police lineup for a double murder. Her son Lamont McIntyre was later convicted and sent to prison for 23 years and a criminal case which lacked motive and physical evidence. The KBI continues to investigate. The dirty cop did dirty things. KCTV5 has revealed all of this numerous times. We've done more than a dozen reports. Allegations involving Golubski have even made national news. The case was featured in the New York Times, where a possible revenge motive was laid out. But it's tough to see any accountability for this former detective. It's unclear if any investigator has even directly questioned Golubski. Golubski and his legal team won't return any messages to KCTV5, so we recently stopped by his house. No one came to the door. We noticed his car sitting in the driveway, which brings us back to today.
It's time that you do your job the way we see fit.
And renewed calls for justice. The open letter points out, despite the preponderance of information that has been brought forward, Golubski has not been held accountable. Today, the KBI sent the following statement. That investigation continues, but to date we have found no evidence of any violation of Kansas law that is within this statute of limitations. However, during the course of our investigation, information related to possible federal violations was shared with federal authorities for their consideration and possible action. Roger Golubski worked at the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department for more than 35 years as a detective and eventually a police captain. It's unclear how many cases he touched. We will keep you posted on this latest push for accountability.
All right, I bring that up to say this. This is 40 minutes away from Topeka, Kansas. Where do you change the venue to? There? Hey, this cop, being that hit this man's mother, did not take his sexual advances. He put 4 of her family members up on a lineup for a double murder where her son goes in as a baby, comes out as a grown-ass man, having nightmares at the barbershop, telling you he having nightmares about the goddamn shit.
And Kansas City is the big city where we're from. Topeka is the suburb.
That's a fact. So that's just to
You know
answer
what
the
was
question.
interesting?
Go
I don't
ahead,
know if it
Chief.
went over anybody's head, but he said that one of the ladies said that it was him and other officers would come to the bottoms. You know what I'm saying? So this was well-known tactics. And another thing, they said he was untouchable.
He ain't in jail. He is untouchable. Well, no. I apologize. That was an old episode. Last month they indicted his ass, and he's in the federal penitentiary. He in CCA. He in the profit building.
Great.
But man, he was raping, man. He was raping women, man. Where you take it to? Where you take it to? You gotta stay in the state. Where you take it to?
I mean, but I don't know though. But the people there aren't really, or any other county outside of that county. You know what I'm saying? If it's gonna be any other type of trial, it definitely shouldn't be in that county. Even if it's in that county, it can't be in that county. Because there's gonna be people that's attached to it in any type of way. Like everybody's attached, middle school, all that type of shit. Now, people had agendas, of course, in Andre's case, all across the board.
So this is why I got a lawyer in Kansas City. My lawyer was from Kansas City because I didn't want to get a lawyer in Topeka, a paid lawyer in Topeka, Kansas. I got a lawyer outside of the city, but because he was outside of the city, they didn't let him in on their private talks and their backroom tactics the way they did.
He didn't go to golf with him.
Well, no, he didn't get to go to golf
for him. Huh?
Because this paid lawyer actually believed in my son that he was innocent. So they didn't let him in on anything. They didn't let him in on their private talks like they did the second lawyer, Joe Herder.
Right, but if he finds out that they withheld any information, you understand what I'm saying? See, that's the thing right there. When you're having a lawyer that's gonna get investigators, gonna talk to witnesses, you understand what I'm saying? Do all the things that a public pretender is not gonna do.
Right, and this is what his new lawyer is doing because he couldn't believe in a murder case that they hadn't
Calm down,
hired
Shy.
a private investigator, that they haven't hired somebody to go and investigate with the other witnesses. Like they didn't talk to any of them during the first or second trial. Andre's lawyer didn't talk to any of those witnesses one time during the second or first trial.
So where's the first lawyer at? Is he still around?
Yes.
Yeah, I like to talk to his ass.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like we got to start holding everybody accountable. Real shit.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Everybody needs to be held accountable. The judge needs to be held accountable. I want to see y'all conviction rate, right? Because if it be like, well, it's more people of color are convicted in a county or in a jail that's more pale people, then you got to make that make sense. Then we got to start looking at the disparities in the felonies and the cases and stuff like that. The time that's given out, niggas get way more time. You know what I'm saying? And once again, as you guys about to find out, for this Cash for Kids scheme, the prisoner pipeline, because this is the whole thing. Anything that's attached to the fucking prisoner pipeline, everybody should go to jail. Everybody.
Shame.
Shame. Going to jail. How about that?
Shame.
What the fuck is y'all talking about? Motherfucker be acting like we supposed to just be taking this shit as parents. Nah, Money Grip. Once again, the police need to get checked.
Exactly.
And that's a damn shame.
Who the fuck y'all judging, nigga?
That's right.
And the system, the whole system needs to be replaced because once again, if you got a public pretender's office and you got a so-called internal affairs that don't do their job, you have all these other people. The people need to take control again, and they make it seem like the people don't have no say-so in our affairs,
right?
And our children. What are you saying?
I mean, so that's how I felt. I felt like I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do anything to help. because they wouldn't talk to me as a parent.
Just like that lady. But
Right.
we ain't about to wait until he grown, man. All old and shit.
No, because it's unlawful for you to do. It's unlawful for you to do the things that you do and think they're okay because you're the justice system, but you're not doing things according to the law. You're doing things according to the way that you feel personally. That's not right.
And now y'all just for full disclosure, you guys see they don't give a damn who you are. They're doing it to Trump.
Yeah.
He just got billions of dollars to fight him.
Hey man, understand what we're telling y'all, man.
Imagine what I was supposed to do.
Hey man, hold up. There's a point that y'all missing. I'm talking about everybody, you know what I'm saying? Chief, you too, man. Check it out, dog. Hey man, you could be traveling through Kansas, dog, and get your brains blown out by a white boy.
Shame. Shame. Shame says that you did something to him. You might not get
no
let go
recourse.
because of his testimony only. Because that's all they had on my son was a white man's testimony that said that he did it. No other evidence. No other eyewitnesses.
That's
no other
why.
nothing.
That's why I read that from the Democratic Party. Make y'all think about these people, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Hey, because they said, hey, won't be no rulership over. We won't respect none of that shit. You know what I'm talking about? And we dealing with that today, and that's so relevant to what we was talking about until like 4:30 in the morning last night. So, yo, man, and here it is, my nephew.
I'm sorry, but on my son's case, they had an ear witness. That is a witness that was laying in her bed, laying down, and she got up early in the moonlight hours. She woke up. She didn't arise from her bed, but she thought she heard a truck going by her house. That was the only evidence they had against my son was an ear witness.
Please share this with any family that can help us with this situation. If you guys can do anything, I will be continuously putting the GoFundMe and y'all got our email address. That's Kuttack@gmail. That's chiefholiday@gmail.com. You know what I'm saying? Any resources, anything y'all can do, you know what I'm saying? It'd be much appreciated because, like I said, we're prepping ourselves for a second win, so we can go ahead and fight again.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And I won't stop.
Well, I think it's interesting, you guys. One of these killers, or all of them, you guys, the dude that ran in the church in South Carolina got donations of money. I don't know his exact amount, but I know one of these guys that just ran up in, I want to say, was it Buffalo? One of these places just got over $1 million in donations of people funding these guys. I want to say the New Valley, or the guy in the Buffalo there's people that are funding them. Clearly they did the killing. Clearly there's not a question. Here's the manifesto why I did it. I'm doing it live. You understand?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And these people treat those people with more respect than our babies. Hey, y'all got to see this story right here, man. I really, like I said, I don't like telling these type of stories, but we do them because we want to do something about it. This shit is crazy. Dre's story is crazy, man, and we're going to be on these motherfuckers' head.
Hey, Mick. Hey, check this out, Chief. Hold up. Me, you, and Mick. Check this out. Mick. They look at me as the voice of reason. Can you believe that? No, man. Hey, man, fuck that shit, man. We got to start getting mad, though, for real. We got to start getting mad again, man. That's a whole fact, man. Hey man, I'm gonna stop holding y'all back from y'all rage and shit, man. I only do that because
Nah,
I
man,
be
we don't need
feeling
to do
like
all
y'all
that on
about
the
to
internet.
bust a blood
No,
vessel in your forehead or something.
but can
But
I
what we
say
don't
this?
have to do. Yes, ma'am.
But can I say this? We have to start getting mad because we're so trained to be so guarding our emotions, looking right in public, not getting mad in public because we don't want them to say that we're angry. But I am angry. Like my son was stolen from me. I am angry. So why would we have to not talk about our feelings because of how you treated us when we didn't feel like we had another option to go to tell anybody how we was treated?
That's right. Hey, tell me this, Mick. I just got a comment from my brother Ghetto Child Clinic. Shout out to Ghetto Child. He said, what about starting a petition on change.org? What do you think that would do?
Terrible.
He said terrible. Terrible.
I think I can start a petition on change.org. Hopefully it would help. I've never been on there before, but I can look into it.
Hey, look, they got petitions on, whether or not you should have a certain type of colored goldfish in America.
No.
So you could put a petition on any goddamn thing on that shit for real.
It's more urgent than change.org because this is a life. Like, this is a life that they stole.
Okay.
This is a life that I feel like the state of Kansas kidnapped from me. My mother has passed away. He didn't get to see her. That was her closest grandchild. She didn't get to see him. He's missed out on his sister going to med school. He's missing out on his son. Like, I feel like they robbed him from me. So I don't think change.org is going to help us because it needs to be immediate. Like, his appeal is 2 months away. Like, it is immediate. It is right now. It has to be changed. It has to happen now.
Hold up, Mick. Hey, hey, who is that? Imam? Is that Imam? Let me show that. Mick, can you see the screen when we doing this by chance?
Yes.
She said, that's right. Time to stand 10 toes down about your baby, sis.
That's right, Tibet. That's right.
Yeah,
Time
you
to
my
stand
baby
up.
sis today.
Because I've been too quiet, I've been how they want us to be laid back, proper, not talking a lot, trying to see what the outcome is.
No,
now
girl.
I'm angry.
Yeah, I
I've done
understand.
that. I did things how they wanted me to do. Now I'm speaking out about the way I feel. I feel robbed of my child.
That's a
I
fact.
feel like he's been kidnapped unlawfully.
That's a fact.
So by the state of Kansas, by Kansas Corrections of Department of Corrections. So now what am I supposed to do?
That's a fact.
Now,
Hey, but hold up, Chief.
Yeah,
hey, check this out though, Mick. Hey, I was only bringing that comment up because they called you my little sister. They see all this. Shout out to my.
That's right.
That's my big sister. She's very, very beautiful.
That's
That's my big sister.
And fortunately, they've been standing with me, so they know what I'm going through because this has been such a big loss for our whole family, not for one person. They just don't know for every person they have in jail illegally, and that's what I call it, illegally. You ruin 30 to 40 lives. Like, you just don't know what you're doing. Like, they cannot keep on doing this. We have to stand up for our kids, for our nephews, for our nieces, for our cousins, for our neighbors, for our friends, and our community. You have to.
That's right. Hey,
because ain't nobody else gonna do it. Who else is gonna do it?
Hey, man.
Who else cares about somebody that looks just like me, except for me?
Yo, don't even cash app me, man. Hit that GoFundMe, man. Okay, and when y'all cash app me, all these cash apps is going straight to my nephew's GoFundMe, man. 'Cause like I said, we catching our second win so we can fight again. You know what I'm saying? And that's a fact. You know what I mean?
That's right.
So that's what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? This shit crazy. Oh yeah, you want to pull this up? I'm over here slacking, man. Hey man, come on,
man. This is very important, man.
Yeah, it is very, very important. You know what I'm saying? And all of this relates. You know what I'm saying? We even talked about that piece of shit cop and all of them pieces of shit that's saying, hey, there's no crime here, just a bunch of niggers who are up in an uproar. Man, get your motherfucking ass out of here, man. Yeah, I try to. What would you, man? I'll show y'all my. Hey, I'm gonna show y'all some footage of my interactions with white folks. Y'all crack up. Y'all be like, damn, he handled that well. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
Not me. You wouldn't believe that I would handle it correctly. But anyway, all right, we're going on that Cast for Kids real quick, brother. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And I'm on it right now. Mick, you know what I'm saying? We appreciate you and you welcome to stay. In fact, I'm gonna open up the panel. There's gonna be a couple of brothers that's gonna come in with some questions and things of that nature and stuff like that and options. So you know what I'm saying?
And I'll be on here till the end of the show.
Nah, you probably won't, for real. For real, you won't. Hey, cause I ain't even gonna lie. I walks right away. All I say is 5,000 G. I hope they understand what it means. 5,000 G. I'm out.
We understand how it goes.
Nah, you won't be here, sis. It be shit. Damn.
Hey, we hope everybody doing well out there in Florida too, man, and that's affected by the hurricane. Man. Y'all doing good, man. Y'all take it easy, man. There's nowhere you need to be that bad. Relax.
Yo, and if you need some money right now, you need to be taking your ass down there on that cleanup crew right now. That's a nice hustle right about now, and that's a fact. You know what I'm talking
snakes and
about?
alligators, though. Go ahead.
So yeah, yeah, it wouldn't be. Now I fucks with snakes. Now come on, Mick, ain't that right? We fucks with snakes now. We fucks with snakes now. I fucks with snakes now. Hey, I ain't got a name, man.
Snakes, shit. No.
Man, yeah, we fucks with snakes. Snakes and dogs.
No.
Snakes, dogs, piranhas, alligators, all that shit. Monitors, shit that kills.
Pythons.
All right, snakes.
Niggas be blowed out. Niggas sitting back watching a motherfucking alligator eat a whole bunch of rats and shit. Piranhas eating a whole bunch of guppies and shit. We be like, yeah, that's some tight shit, dog. That's some tight shit.
I told y'all, man, I'm getting a pet gorilla. Everybody
Hey, dude, drop evil Locust in the building. That's my brother, man. He know all too well, man. Shit, he was in the first group I ever was with, man. We was little kids. I'm telling you, Mick, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? So hey, we was little kids. You know what I'm saying? That's my brother right there,
guys, man. Everybody tapped in, man. We appreciate you guys. Real talk.
No doubt, man. Let me get this cash.
Share this on all your social media platforms, man. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram.
Oh shit! What the fuck is this?
Let's go. DJ Kuttack Talk Mix Show, man.
You killing them.
Meet in the building.
That's right. I see you.
Well in there. I know you're in there running shit though. Shout out to Andre, man.
That's right. You already know it.
That's right.
Already know, man. Let me. Nah, I ain't even. Man, I'm over here fucking with this shit. I ain't even never seen that view before. Here we go. This is a better view. Yeah.
Terrible.
Hey man, quit fucking around, man. You know I'm over here inept.
Peace Report, I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We turn now to the latest news in the so-called Kids for Cash scandal in Pennsylvania, in which judges took money in exchange for sending thousands of juvenile
I
offenders
just muted y'all.
to
Y'all
for-profit
unmute
youth
when y'all
jails.
want to talk.
In 2011, former Luzerne County Judge Mark Chivarella was convicted of accepting bribes.
Death style in this bitch.
Shame.
Oh, not shame, nigga. Let me bring that back. Hold on, man. Hold up.
Here on Democracy.
Hey, that was the name of our first group. It was called Death Style. You know what I'm saying? It was me, Dayla, and it was me, Dayla, and Dewey. Me, LaShawn, Dewey,
Yeah, I don't
and
know if this one
Dayla.
gonna go through, but we'll see, y'all.
Hey, what you talking about? Nah, they don't be tripping.
They
They don't be tripping. Nah.
Hey, well, fair use anyway, man.
It's all in the description, man. They
We're
cool,
gonna
man.
cite the undrip and the A drip.
Here, let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this on top of that. Just
Here
we go. Bam. How's that? We'll cover that motherfucking. Excuse me. I was about to be like, cover that honky up. Oh shit! Did I say that? Oh shit! What the fuck is wrong with Cuddy, man? God damn it! He's racist. I don't run no racist homes.
Now, democracynow.org. The
Death styles in this
I'm Amy
bitch.
Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We turn now to the latest news in the so-called Kids for Cash scandal in Pennsylvania, in which judges took money in exchange for sending thousands of juvenile offenders to for-profit youth jails. In 2011, former Luzerne County Judge Mark Chivarella was convicted of accepting bribes for putting juveniles into detention centers operated by the companies PA Childcare and a sister company, Western Pennsylvania Childcare. Chivarella and another judge, Michael Conahan, are said to have received $2.6 million for their efforts.
Yeah, show his
Some of the
punk
young
ass
people
face.
sentenced under their watch were jailed over the objections of their probation officers. In 2009, Democracy Now! Spoke with one of the young people who spent almost a year in one of the juvenile detention centers after being sentenced by Judge Chivarella as a first-time offender. This is Jamie Quinn.
Since 2000, I was about 14 years old, and I got into an argument with one of my friends, and all that happened.
Ooh, shit. That sound like a white girl. Ooh, that shit scares the fuck out of me when I be like, they do their own people like that. God damn it, boy. We had no chance. Here we go.
Happened was just a basic fight. She slapped me in the face, and I did the same thing back. There was no marks, no witnesses.
I know, Dewey.
Nothing. It was just her word against my word. My only charges were simple assault and harassment, and I didn't even know that charges were pressed against me until I had to go down to the intake and probation and fill out a whole bunch of paperwork.
I asked Jamie Quinn in 2009 about the action Luzerne County Judge Mark Chivarella took in her case after taking bribes to do so. This was her response.
It just makes me really question other authority figures and people that we're supposed to look up to and trust. I mean, Chivarella has been a judge for a long time from what I know, and a well-respected one is what I thought, and I obviously not. It just really makes me question and not trust other people. I mean, if someone like Judge Chivarella can do this, then it makes me believe that anyone can betray the law, and I don't know.
Well, now the private juvenile detention companies at the heart of the Kids for Cash scandal in Pennsylvania have settled a civil lawsuit for $2.5 million. The state's also passed much-needed reforms aimed at improving its juvenile justice system and ensuring that such abuses aren't repeated. For more, let's go to Philadelphia to Marcia Levick, chief counsel of the Juvenile Law Center, which helped expose the corrupt judges and represented the family's class action suit. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Marcia. Just lay out this latest settlement, which follows an earlier one a few years ago, and just the horror of this. These two judges who were found guilty of bribing are in prison now?
The two judges are in prison. The latest settlement is a fairly straightforward settlement, as you described it, $2.5 million that will provide further compensation to the juveniles. I really think that this is an opportunity obviously to close another chapter on what happened in Luzerne County. And I would add, I think really listening to the story leading up to this about the private for-profit centers elsewhere, it's really important, I think, for us as a country, I think for your listeners, to know that while we can talk about what happens in private centers, some of which frankly are not for profit, the same kinds of abuses can occur in state-run facilities as well.
What do you see, Marshall Levick, as the wider implications of this settlement that was reached?
I think that the wider implications are for us to continue to shine a spotlight on how we as a country treat children who are convicted of crimes. We treat them harshly. I think that this notion of whether or not private centers are providing the same services as public centers, we need to ask ourselves, what kind of services do we want to be providing for children? In Pennsylvania, I think that by exposing what happened with the judges scandal, we've also had an opportunity to achieve great reforms. We have really changed statutory policies in Pennsylvania with respect to children's right to counsel, with their ability to obtain appointed counsel on their own, presuming that they, in fact, don't have financial resources to do that. We have eliminated, for the most part, shackling in Pennsylvania courtrooms. We have provided and required that judges give a statement of reasons. So when judges in Pennsylvania commit children to public or private run centers, they need to have an explanation for why they're doing that. And I think the kinds of stories that we're hearing about what might be happening in Florida or California, for example, we don't have the same kinds of protections. We don't have the same kind of transparency in place.
In 2000,
and she talking about in big cities. You feel what I'm saying? We talking about a small ass town. You know what I'm talking about? So they talking about big cities and big city problems, man. You got to know it's even worse or so. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, everybody share this live. You know what I'm saying? Everybody share this live. Even the rebroadcast. Share the rebroadcast.
Please,
you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, and anybody can do anything, man. Yo, hit chiefholiday at gmail.com. Hit Kuttack at gmail.com. With any resources or anything that we can do that you can help out with. You know what I'm saying? Because we are a powerful, powerful community. That's a fact. Who the first Americans, Chief? Who's the first Americans, Chief? Who the first Americans, Chief?
We are.
That's right.
We are.
Now let's look at this old hippie ass white bitch. Oh shoot! I'm sorry. I said that. I'm sorry.
2011, Sandy Fonzo confronted former Judge Chivarella outside the courtroom after his sentencing. Fonzo's son, Edward Kenzakowski, was sentenced by Chivarella to a youth jail and then a 4-month boot camp. Edward committed suicide in June of 2010. Confronting Chivarella, Sandy Fonzo blamed the judge for her son's death.
My kid's not here. He's dead because of him. He ruined my life. I'd like him to go to hell and rot there forever.
Ma'am, come on.
No, you know what he told everybody in court? They need to be held accountable for their actions. You need to be. Do you remember me? Do you remember me? Do you remember my son? An all-star wrestler? He's good. He shot himself in the heart. You scumbag.
That was Sandy Fonzo, whose son committed suicide after being put away by Judge Mark Chivarella. She was yelling at him right.
Ooh, shit, they could do it to their own. We don't stand a chance, god damn.
Outside the courtroom after he was convicted. Marshall Levick, we just have a minute. Do you feel that justice has been done in this case?
Oh, I think we're still in process. There are a couple of defendants whom we are still litigating against. I think that we have achieved remarkable progress. I think that the settlements, I think that the convictions of the 2 judges and their current incarceration are all putting pieces of the puzzle together.
Yeah, get their ass in the joint. Get their punk ass in the joint.
This morning illustrates.
Lock they punk asses up.
This is a national story. It's still a national problem. And I think that these conversations, hopefully, are wake-up calls about the kinds of reforms that we need to continue to be thinking about for our kids.
What's happened to those prisons for kids in Pennsylvania, the ones that were involved with bribing the judges who are now in jail?
they continue to operate. And the litigation was not about conditions within these facilities. They continue to provide services. This was really about
they still out there
really
functioning.
primarily the action of the judges, their behavior in the courtroom, and how they were so willing to remove children from their homes with really very little due process and very little regard for their rights or interests.
Marcia Levick, we want to thank you very much for being with us, co-founder, chief counsel of the Juvenile Law Center based in Philadelphia.
Hey, man, that scary shit, man. Look, man, hey, man, I gotta be honest, man. Hey, a lot of people's ideas of scary movies, man, and shit like that, and my idea of scary movies be some 2, 3, 4 different things, man, because my idea of a motherfucking scary movie is like Making of a Murderer. This was a whole white family. They just made murderers. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, oh, shit. God damn, they can do that. I don't like, nigga, we don't stand a goddamn chance. Especially if we don't stand together, man. So we got to do something, man.
Gotta stand together, or else you don't stand for anything.
That's right, and that's why we doing this. I see you, Como Chi. I see you, Como Chi, up in the building. Como Chi came up in the building. Cold 5 is in the building. You know, but that's what this is about. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, yeah, hey, yo, on the for real, Mick. We gonna go on and show these. We gonna, hey, man, hey, man. We talking about Topeka, Kansas, the Central. Yeah, man. We'll give them a dose. Let's give them a dose, Mick. Check this out.
Man, put $1 on the game tonight, man.
Put that dollar you got right there, I got it.
But it's fake.
It's fake.
Welcome to Professor Cuddy's afternoon detention. Like I said before, I am the cool side of the pillow. We're gonna be able to rock to some of this good old
Sorry, sir.
What? Yeah, we're gonna get busy today.
Put that about to play.
That nigga said what?
And it's gonna cool your savage soul. Yeah.
Hey!
Next time they tell you to do it, you need to do it.
I ain't even do nothing.
My little nephew, that little nigga crazy too.
Oh my God, this
That nigga's
I
banana.
don't care. I don't care. Get in there.
That nigga is the bananas. Shout out to CSG Payne.
And enjoy this good music. What you know about that, Nobody wanna. All right, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Thank you. I got a tape. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, I got Eric touching on it, man. I think I know how to use this thing. Wait a minute.
Too funny.
Me and my little nigga, we grew up in the mud. Age of 14, I was hustling. You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the Central, let me show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, you know the sounds.
Good guns click, clacking, laying you down.
Now when we in the Central, I'm gonna keep it a buck. See you lacking and they you up. Them little Fillmore new, not the news of trust. From Lane to the V, them little news of
Top City.
There's some guns in my waist. I'ma catch a body, I know niggas and snakes. Crosses on my face, pain can't be erased. I miss my nigga Holly, hope he saved me some space. I miss my nigga Melly, got him locked in the cage. Crackers have a nigga like a mouse in a maze. Demons in my dreams, pain can't be erased. I tried to live right, but they ain't always the case.
Me and my little nigga, we grew up in the mud.
That's right.
14, I was hustling. You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick
if you would.
Welcome to the Central, let me show you around.
Show you around.
Head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground.
Toes to the
Eyes and
ground.
ears open, you know the sound.
You know the sound. Down.
I probably sold dope in every spot that they had. Sherry was my mama, but the block was my dad. I know them niggas go, bitch, we was all that we had. Me and my AK look like I saw them in half. 8 baby mamas, I was home a lot. Raising 3 kings, but I showed them a lot. Man, I love my daughters, but I owe them a lot. And then she call me nephew, probably sold her a ride. Welcome to the Central, shout out
Swami and Moon.
This is not a place where it was safe to assume. Unless in this assumption there's some guns in the room. All them little niggas
got some mud on their shoes.
Me and my little nigga, we grew up in the mud. Age of 14, I was hustling. You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the Central, let me show you around.
Let me show you around.
On a swivel, 10 toes to the ground.
Toes to the ground.
You know the sound.
You know the sound. Hey man, hey, it's Kansas, but there's niggas everywhere. Y'all, hey, you see me get my acting chops on, my acting chops. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to CSG Payne, my nephew, man. That nigga's doing his thing too. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead now. Hey, Chief Holiday, are you there? Microphone check.
Yes, sir.
1 2 1 2 1 2. Hey,
Shout out to CSG Payne.
Man, shout out to CSG. Hey man, Lou Air Grassroots, man, you just not getting here, or is that just me seeing you first time? Damn. Shout out to the God, man. Shit, he's manifesting all things. Sagittarius Jones, half man, half motherfucking stallion. And let it be known, a stallion is a male horse. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the Italian stallion. I mean, I ain't saying nothing without saying nothing. I don't know nothing about nothing. I don't know nothing about nothing either. So, hey, fuck it. Here we go. Go ahead, man. You got it, brother. Where we going with this, man? Hey, let me know. I'm going to pull the trigger because there's a couple cats, man, anxious and itching to get in here, acting like they're itching to get in here. As soon as we get to sharing the link, niggas be like, man, shit, I had to cook some
They
food.
in and ask me questions, man. I don't think I have any more questions. Maybe just one more.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does Dre's confessing his innocence, right? But does he, because dude said it was him, does he say it was dude? Does he, you know what I'm saying? Does he turn around and be like, well, nah. Yeah, you know what I mean? Why I'm asking that question? Yeah, you muted.
I'm sorry, I do that, sis. I do that, sis, so it don't feedback. You got it.
That's cool. That's cool. So he keeps his innocence that it was not him. He didn't say it was anybody else. He just said it was not him. So they never put him on the stand. He's never confessed. He's never testified. They never listened to his story. Like, he's never said anything on his case. And so these are conclusions they came to from Daniel and from everyone else. He's never said anything but I'm innocent. Like, I didn't do it. The last thing he said when they said that he was guilty, the only thing he said, he turned around and he said, I hope you find the person that did this to your family, because it wasn't me. I didn't do it. That's the last thing he said before he walked out of the courtroom. So He stands by his innocence. He said he didn't do it. He stands by it. He's never confessed. He never laid it on anybody else. All he said is that he was innocent. And unfortunately, it didn't turn out that way. They couldn't hear it when he said that. You know, they couldn't offer him a lesser charge, which they could have did, which the jury asked for them to do. There was a man in jail, in the county jail, that was the same color as my son. He was out. He had gotten out on bond from being on probation. He had gotten out on bond. And he was out on bond when he committed a robbery. Well, this was a person that said that they heard my son from across the room confess to doing the crime. So they was unbondable because they was out on bond as they did a crime. But as soon as they testified on my son and said they heard what he said from across the room, then he was let out the next day. So it's like a game of checkers, but I'm ready to play chess because I'm not giving up on my son. I'm going to fight from wherever I'm at for how long I have to fight until my last breath.
That's
right.
right.
I know he should be here with his son. He should be here with me. He should be here with his family. He should be here at his grandma's funeral. He should be here cheering his sister on for being a junior in med school. He should be here. And I feel cheated.
Shout out to JD, baby. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Doing her thing. Niecy Pooh. You know what I'm saying? Dewey up in there. You know what I'm saying? I see everybody, Marvelous and everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's bananas what the family dealing with, man. So this is a blessing. You know what I'm saying? So
this is a blessing. This is a blessing to be on here, being able to share for the first time what really went on. And you know, because you were there every day, but everybody doesn't know. And it's a shame because everybody doesn't know how they were allowed to act and react on this trial, on both trials.
when you're in there, it's just like, man, you almost can't believe. You're numb. Like, this can't even be going on for real. This can't even, it's unbelievable. You be almost like shell shocked, like, what?
And you were there, so you know we had no power. Like, if you sneezed, you got kicked out the courtroom. If you rubbed your nose, you got kicked out the courtroom. Like, there was no leniency for our side of the court. And
that's a fact.
It didn't make any sense. Like, we had to stand by and watch the other side try to throw things at my son, try to say things to my son, but there was a whole sheriff's department for us, but nothing for them. Like, there was a whole 5 or 6 guards to hold us back if something happened, but we wasn't trying to go that way. We were trying to go the lawful way, but they weren't. But nobody was there to hold them back, just our family. Like, what were we gonna do? And you know, unfortunately, things just turned out really bad, and they were able to do anything, say anything. There were times when we thought we had to be out there to save my son from getting things thrown at him, from family members trying to fight him, but we felt powerless. And that's what we were in Topeka, Kansas, powerless. We all are.
I think we powerless under this whole system. Oh snap. Dewey, that's little Dewey up in there. Shout out to little Dewey Dewdrop, man. Little Dewey.
Baby.
Little low. Hey
My
man,
nephew.
shout out to Smoke, man. Smoke done jumped in here. Let me put the link in the chat for anybody want to jump on and ask questions, add commentary, and get to know my sister in this here situation and the situation what we talking about with these laws. Also, we can also go back and touch into that Democratic handbook too. You know what I'm saying? Because that's good reference source material. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
because unfortunately, please add my nephew, because there's not a lot of people that stand by your side when you get in a position like this. You know, everybody disappears that
That's right.
was your friend on the street. But fortunately, my nephew, Dewey, stays by my son's side. And that is a blessing in itself, you know, because everybody leaves. Once you're in there 2 months, 3 months, nobody has anything else to say, but he stayed. And so I really appreciate everybody that's standing by his side. I appreciate everybody that's doing anything to help him. I appreciate anybody that's doing anything or even listen to me at a time that I need listened to. I appreciate them.
Man, Drake Cobb say, man, I'm ready to smack the next pale skin I see. Stand down, Drake Cobb. See, here I am, the peacemaker again. Stand down, stand down. We gonna organize our fight
Hey man,
strategically.
this system though, man. See how we gotta beat it. You know, all different angles. You know what I mean? Now, do we think that this affects children? Do they have a?
Of course. I mean,
Most
from
definitely.
DCF on up.
So when we talk about hip hop, right? The '91 meeting, and they were talking about creating more music that would gear towards push people towards prison. That vibration, right? Lowering the vibration, the megahertz, and things like that, or whatever. All this is all a part of the same plan. You guys got to know this is the same. Not a conspiracy. It has been uncovered. It has. This has happened. We have a hindsight to say, 94 crime bill. This has happened to us. This is happening to us right now. Yeah, not just young men and women, but Americans.
Systematically dating back well before the 1800s, or at the
We didn't have
turn of the
prisons
century.
until these people came here. In Philadelphia, to be exact, Pennsylvania, the Quakers bringing in their whole, because once again they were sending their prisoners over here, and these were the people that predominantly populated the prisons, but they still predominantly populated prisons in Kansas. Am I correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. But once you start going to these courthouses and you start looking at the conviction rates and the time that's given out, right, as well as people that got probation and all these things, man. You know what I'm saying? You start seeing that the people of color, even in these places that are not even that large of a percentage, are over disproportionately get more time.
Yes.
Salute Epic Studies, man. I see you. Salute, God. I see you out there too. I see you.
Peace to the guys, man. Shout out to everybody tapped in, man. This is a real serious thing, man. This happened to a lot of us. We all have had this happen to our people in our family.
Right.
One of us. So, yeah, a lot of us have been going through this for a long time. This is a generational thing as well, you guys. I'm sorry, sis, you about to say something?
I just want to say I appreciate everybody, you know what I'm saying, allowing my sister to tell our story more or less, because, you know what I'm saying, man, I was one of the first people to hold him, man. You know what I'm talking about? It hurt him and JD, you know what I'm saying, for real. You know what I'm saying? So, this is real, man. So I appreciate y'all for even allowing me to share this, you know what I'm saying, and allowing my sister to really, you know what I'm saying, express stuff that she's never even been able to do. And I didn't even never even think that wasn't even done for her. So I appreciate y'all for even being here to help us do this. You know what I'm saying? Smoke, you in the building, man. Go on ahead with. I know you ready with the fine tooth comb. Come on with it, baby. Come on with it, Smoke. That's my guy. Shout out to Smoke.
Microphone check. 1 2
1 2 1 2. Ask a motherfucker what he really gonna do. Nothing. He's straight bluffing, softer than stovetop stuffing, sweeter than a banana nut muffin. I'm sorry, Ab don't want to see Cuddy though. Oh shit. Oh, don't get me falling out the sack on you motherfuckers. I am a hip hop nigga.
I would ask a sensible question. Where these law niggas at, right? Because we have law arguments in this community at least 4 times a week. Nigga, we can be talking about fried chicken.
That's why I bring it.
In a law debate or breakout. Where is these law niggas with all these damn remedies, right? Me, per se, I have no faith in the executive, the judicial, or the legislative, right? Any parts of this governing, operating system, I think is all designed to do exactly what it's doing, and that's to keep niggas under the knee of a very oppressive system. Now, my remedy is gory, and I may not want to expound upon that at this time, but Smoke had his way, all niggas would be Michael Myers, and all foreigners will be headed for the fucking hills. That's just if it was up to me. Fortunately, you niggas better be glad it ain't up to me. So you may be able to maintain a shred of civility momentarily until Smoke can have it his way. But I'll let y'all meditate on that and land.
That's right. Smoke come with the voice of reason. You know, these cats be coming straight with these sources and these little things. They said, look at this article, look at this picture, look at this. And Smoke be like, okay, let's go ahead and break this down. So shout out to Smoke, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Mick, let me tell you another secret. My sister is very beautiful, but really, you can go ahead and hit the camera. You don't even, and you can live your everyday now. You can live your everyday.
No, I want to stay.
No, I'm saying there's a camera thing where you can turn your camera off and it'll have your symbol on at any time you want to, because that's what I be doing, you know, because we live this life, you know what I'm saying, and I be over here getting my mind together, and everybody don't even know how I get my mind motherfucking together. Shit. Okay. That's right. Man, it's crazy, man. But just imagine if we still had black police officers walking with the magistrates out there sending warrants for the white folk and shit like that. Hey, man, I'm telling you, man. And this is who wrote that manifest is who we vote for all the time. You know, we actually do ourselves a disservice, don't even know it. But I digress. Let me go ahead and put this in the chat one more time. Boom. Oh, no, I'm put that in the chat. There we go. There we go. I put that in there just in case anybody want to come on in here, speak on anything, you know what I'm saying? In the meantime, y'all know what time it is. Hey, Shy Apples. You know what I'm saying? You know what time it is. You don't know what time it is? You don't know where we going? Don't nobody know where we going? Don't nobody know where we're going? I think y'all do know where we're going. Shout out to Dre Alizé, this little sister, blowing up, doing her ting-ting.
Period. Okay, so real quick, do you mind if I leave my pet dragon Lola outside just in case anything go down?
I'm sorry, your pet what?
My pet dragon, her name is Lola.
Your what?
Lola, my dragon, you know, fire breathing, big old wings. She fine as fuck.
She's got a dragon?
Yeah, she don't bite.
Okay, she cool then. Just park that loose in the front.
Okay, fair.
So what kind of animals was you looking for today? Because we got it all here at Pound Town.
What you got?
I mean, I got a lion, you know what I'm saying? He love it. I got my lion. I got eagles. That motherfucker flies here.
We be out here.
I also got gorilla, you know what I'm saying? He be beating on his chest, be beating the punani up. Listen.
You smoke?
Yeah. Go ahead, flame up, baby. My type of business woman.
Absolutely.
I got an eagle.
Okay, so what does this eagle
And
do?
he just stay fly and just shit on niggas all day long. So I mean, it's just really whatever you want. I got it all for you, baby. I got the lions, the tigers, the bears, all that jazz and stuff and shit that you need.
Let's check this out.
Cheers to finding you a boy sway at Pound Town. Let's go.
Been in the house so long, ready to move my body. Keep singing this song, feel like Lucci on me. Might swipe right again, better luck on round 3. I said never again. Chapter 2, he had me tripping, slipping. Listen, look, I need to go out. Cut those ties, no strings attached. Just ready for Pound Town. No relations, I get seasick. I don't want to sell your votes. I'm ready to go to Pound Town. Pack my bags, Pound Town. Pack my snacks.
Free my nephew.
To go. Ready to go to Pound Town. Pack my bags. Ready to go to Pound Town. Pack my snacks. Ready to go to Pound Town. I'm ready to go. I know you ain't loving me, touching me is fucking me, tying me close, eyeing me right into the beat, making me scream. The baby sleep, waking the knees. You be going so deep, you be going so deep, so deep. Keep hitting it, keep hitting it, keep hitting it, keep hitting it, keep hitting it. Ready to go to Pound Town, pack my bags. Ready to go to Pound Town, pack my snacks. Ready to go to Pound Town. I'm ready to go. Ready to go to Pound Town, pack my bags. Ready to go to Pound Town, pack my snacks. Ready to go to Pound Town. I'm ready to go. I'm doing 80 and a 50 for a ticket. I'm doing 80 and a 50 for a ticket.
Got pulled over. I'm on my way to Pound Town. This is crazy, Lord. Come on now. Come through, Lord. Come through,
You know
Lord.
how fast you were going?
I was going 80 and a 50. Fuck a ticket.
Yeah. Where you rushing to?
Y'all, I'm on my way to Pound Town.
Where you going? I can't hear that mumbling shit.
What she say?
I'm on my way to Pound Town. You know, pound, I can't be late, so. Pound Town. Y'all know. What you say? We're going to Pound Town. Y'all been to Pound Town? No, y'all been to Pound Town.
You know what? Be safe. Drive slow.
Okay. Pack my bags. Ah!
Kids these days.
I'm doing 80 and a 50 fuck a ticket. I'm doing 80 and a 50 fuck a ticket. Alice is on the way. Promise that I won't be late. Alice is on the way. Promise that I won't be late. I won't be late.
Shout out to Joray Alizé. Let me get this cracking real quick, man. Shout out to my brother Evil Low, aka East City. You know what I'm saying? Of course, this is Dre's cousin. Of course, this is family. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna take this opportunity to pub my brother Dude, Evil Loke. You know what I'm saying? My brother Dewey, Death Squad in this motherfucker. Yeah, man. Let's see. Let's get this cracking real quick. Here we go. Subscribe to the Real City.
Hey, cut. There's no sound, brother.
Ain't no sound on that. I don't know why that ain't working. You can't see that. You can't hear that.
We can see it. Can't hear it.
I don't know why it ain't working. Let me see. Well, let me go on in and stop it. Let me reload it, cause that's crazy. Let me get my guy back. You know what I'm talking about? We gotta get him back, cause he was spitting for real. All right, boom. Let's bring my guy back. Boom, 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 boom.
My Fairfield South of Leo niggas rockin' too.
You can't hear that.
My niggas when I'm rockin' through. Valley Hunter Watch Gang.
Y'all can't hear that?
Y'all can hear it.
All right, well, let me give my guy his due then, damn it. I'm bringing it back. And I'm giving him his full screen. Yeah, let me get his full screen. There we go.
Valley Hunter Watch Gang. Who you talking to? I can't chase that bitch, I'm outside getting money, man.
Big City, the streets, aka below, man.
I swear to God, I never chase one bitch, I'm getting money, man. I swear to God, I'm outside getting money, man. All these bitches chase the motherfucking
Once again,
money,
it's that
man.
fat nigga, that rap nigga, that black nigga is back. That mug nigga, that thug nigga, that mob nigga stay strapped. Best stand at attention when the mob's in session before I snap like chat nigga and block your blessings. I'm a motherfucking hustler, nigga, that's on me. Like a car without no gas, nigga, that's on E. Most of these niggas talking to the police, that's just facts. I feel like the Pied Piper, all I see is rats. I'm an OG, bitch, check my stats. All we do is get money in my part of the map. So fuck what you say, nigga, I ain't for play. If I put you to work, you best bring it back like the DJ. Fuck the government, nigga, and everything that they say. Standing in front of the penitentiary, nigga screaming, nigga, free Dre. Ever since I was a kid, I was with this shit, it ain't nothing to me. I bet your mama told you don't fuck with Dewey. That nigga crazy. Lean mug, nigga.
That's right.
That's right.
Mug gang, nigga. Top city, nigga.
That's right.
All day. People low, nigga.
I swear to God, I'm outside.
That's right. That's right.
City, the streets,
all these bitches chase the motherfucking money, man.
City, niggas.
Shout out to Evil Low, man. East City, the streets, you know what I'm saying? Hey, subscribe to the Real City, man. Shout out to my brother, man. You know what I'm talking about? Off top. Out there in front of the joint talking about free Dre. Understand? Yeah. Hey, you know, elephants move trees. Hey, man, that's a baby elephant, man. You know what I'm talking about? We gotta go get our baby, man. He moved trees, man. You know what I'm saying? We gotta go get him. But anyway, man, shout out to everybody. I appreciate y'all taking the time out to receive this, and anything y'all can do, please, man. You know we here. And not only that, like I appreciate y'all being here. You know, for us, if there's anything that's going on in your lives and things like that we need to bring to the attention to the community, you know what I'm saying? Y'all let it be known. Y'all know cats start falling in here about 11, 12 o'clock. You know, cats get to watching the rebroadcast before you know it. You look up at this video got about 1,500 people that done watched it in a couple hours. So, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, we just gonna I just appreciate everybody, you know what I'm saying, and those people that watch this broadcast. If you have any kind of problems, issues, and things of that nature that we need to put on the forefront, or that's on the top of your heart and your mind that we can help you with, please do not hesitate, just like we doing now, and that's a fact.
Yeah, man.
I love you, Mick.
We cannot expect their media, which is against us anyway, to tell our story. So we gotta always have platforms open up for these stories, for these things, for people to just express themselves, to get their story out, you know, let people shine some light on on what they got going on, man. So, and hopefully, you know, we could do more things, shine light on things that are positive, but even on the negative side, though, you know, not just, okay, we talked about it. No, what we going to do after we get off of here? That's what's important to me. Right. What happens after this? I know what you're going to be doing, you know what I'm saying? So, when it's a community thing, man, I think, once again, the community has to get involved.
The community has to get involved.
We have to get involved.
That's right.
They can't turn a blind eye and say, well, I don't know him, I don't talk to him, because understand, it will creep its way to you soon. It doesn't matter who it is. We all look the same. So it will creep its way into your neighborhood soon. If it's not my child, it will be yours or your nephew or your cousin or your neighbor. And it won't be nice then. It won't be, oh, okay, that just happened then, you know. So we have to do something about it now before it is somebody else's child or son or neighbor or cousin.
Goddamn, Miss Smoke said something. Where is the goddamn black lawyers, man? Where is the motherfuckers that's up, man? Where is these brothers and sisters that we need? We need them right now. We need this right now.
They seen worse. They seen worse for our people in the system.
They have seen worse.
Well,
but just because they seen worse, should we settle because they seen worse?
No.
I'm just talking about the ones that we're asking about, these so-called black ones. Nah, they be trying to be the best at that system.
Right.
To excel in that system against their people. They took the oath to do what they're doing. Period. This is what it is. I don't give a fuck nobody say.
I ain't talking about no black bar associate. I'm talking about these niggas that always talking about remedies.
Oh, you talking about the ones that be coming over in here talking about that? Oh, I got you.
This is a different conversation. We have a different type of conversation.
Man, we don't want them old argumentative ass, nothing ass niggas ain't gonna do nothing.
You hear me?
Because definitely, I'm, you know, with all the misconduct, I'm sure, they were withholding evidence because I know for a fact that they do it, and the lawyers be complicit, and especially the public pretenders. So getting a new lawyer that not only come in and go through his files, the public pretenders files, but also the guy files before that who was on morphine. What the fuck? What is that? What are you talking about? Well, then it should have been a continuation. It's so many grounds for appeal. It's just not funny at this point.
Right.
And hey, quiet as kept. I know Sister Bethy is sitting back there and wait. You know, since she be emailing me in the morning talking about, hey, then you know what I'm saying? So shout out to Sister Bethy. I know she gonna be there, and everybody else. You know what I'm saying? I really do appreciate y'all, man. But as far as yeah, man, you can't go nowhere. You can't go, man. Hey, think about this. Hold up. Okay, we was talking about the black lawyers, and we talking about well, they gonna be kind of worse. Is that what you said, Chief? I'll take it from there as a yes.
No. Well, I was saying that Smoke wasn't talking about that. He was talking about people that come on the platforms and talk about the different remedies as far as I think we have it. That would be more civil as opposed criminal.
Well, I was talking about lawyers in general. I wasn't talking about cats that just come.
I think that's two different conversations. Yeah, he don't like myself. You know, these esquires definitely are, but you have to use them to the best of your ability. Yeah, but you gotta protect them.
So look, we got family out here. Look, Lou Era Grassroots, he got something right here. Oh yeah, yeah, man, we gets it in over here. Me Mug TV, man, that's due. You know what I'm saying? We gets it in over here, man. And, hey, man, this is like, yeah, we having fun, man. But we go through a lot of history as well. You know, it's a lot of education within the network. It's a series of roughly about 8 channels. Right now, we're broadcasting on 3 of them right now. Garfield Rule, I see you, brother. But Lou Era Grassroots, shout out to you. He said the Legal Solution Group, Aboriginal lawyer right here in Missouri. So let me get that together there. Do we need him? We need that right there. Hey, let me get that out the damn chat. I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm gonna get that right now. That's shout out to Lou Era Grassroots with that.
Because let me just say, I looked for black lawyers in Topeka, Kansas, and I didn't find one at the time in 2016. I didn't find one in 2018.
Well, you know why? Let me show you why. I think Dewey just answered the question. He said, I seen Bigfoot more times than I seen a black lawyer in Topeka.
Exactly.
Hell no. Exactly. I think you know, it's about getting somebody that's effective. You know, first off, that understanding, and as you found that this lawyer right here believes in his innocence, correct? Based off of
his first trial lawyer, and his attorney now. Like I said, we just started with the appeals process, but his attorney now, we don't know what's going to happen yet. But he is very positive, and yes, he does believe in my son's innocence. So I hope everything will go right.
Cool.
We on the case right now. Lou Era Grassroots like, hey man, put this on up, Cuddy. Put it on up. Hey, shout out to Tasco, the CEO, always holding us down like a motherfucker and shit. Putting up with the Cuddy and shit, you know what I'm saying? Y'all, and you know Chief Holiday. Shit. Anyway, terrible. Anyway. She says, if anyone knows of similar situations that turned out with a positive court decision, please email onlybuilders chiefholiday2022@gmail.com, as well as chiefholiday@gmail.com and Kuttack@gmail.com. Any one of them that you can, please hit us up, and please include the case number. See, that's Tasco. She's on it. Tasco, the CEO, be on it. You know what I'm saying? But let's peep out my man right here. Hey, man. He got a nice website, so nice that I can't even see the font of what the fuck he even saying. I need my other glasses. Hold up. Let me change these glasses to the other ones, man. I need the other ones. What is he talking? You know what? No, we got him, and I'm not even going to attempt to read this. But shout out to the brother here. I'm going to give him some shine. Let's give him some shine, though. Hold up. Give him some shine, nigga. Yeah, get a nigga some shine. Oh, I can see that better now. All right, that's Jermaine Wooten Esquire, a St. Louis native and a St. Louis University School alumni with a proven track record of exceeding client expectations. Hey, man, see, this is what Lou Era Grassroots. God damn. Man, Lou Air Grassroots, man.
You hear me?
Man, he on it, man. He says here, quote, I firmly believe in empowering and serving my community with the highest degree of integrity, and I built my firm upon this belief, says Wooten. Now, see, he's in Missouri and he's in St. Louis. See, now what we do is, Lou Eric Grassroots, is that your man's personally? If that's your man, he said my dude cold and honest too. Oh snap! Hey Lou, see what he can do. Of course, if he's in St. Louis, he probably don't have no jurisdiction to be fooling around in Kansas. You know what I'm saying? And if he do, he gonna be having the stingers for real. And we ain't trying to get stung to try to get this done because we can't be stung because we ain't got nothing to sting. You know what I'm talking about? So it's like, if he can refer us to people, resources closer that can, anything, man, at this point, you know what I'm saying? Get in touch with your mans, man. That's what's up. And I'm going to get in touch with him, too. Shoot him an email in the morning as well. You know what I'm saying? But thank you very much, Lou, man. I appreciate it, brother. Well, we got about, it says about 54 people up in here. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, people, man, it's one of them days, man. We in the middle of the week. We in the middle of the week. People working and stuff. They're going to get out and be watching this stuff and sharing it. And our emails going to be pinging like a motherfucker for real. And me, I don't mind it because I don't check my shit for real. But I'm going to be checking my shit now, you know what I'm saying? Because this is very, very important. So, go ahead, man. Smoke.
212.
Yeah, you sound great.
Yeah, but this Chromebook is hard receiving a signal, right? I keep on getting kicked out, so y'all gonna have to bear with me tonight. When I get my phone fixed, that's usually what I stream with. But this Chromebook is ridiculous.
But man, you sound better than you ever sound.
Yeah, it sounds good while it lasts, but as soon as that motherfucker lose signal, it's over with.
Terrible.
Carry on.
That's right. Shout out Lou. Shout out Smoke, man. And Lou said 100. He gonna get in touch with his people, man. I appreciate it, man. And anybody within the sound of my voice, man, you see what it is. And in the description, you'll find the GoFundMe for, you know what I'm saying, that we trying to put together for his upcoming appeal and his fees for the appeal lawyer and stuff like that. And, that's where we're at, family. You know what I'm saying? We trying to gear up. Like I said, we taking our second win to try to be able to fight again.
Yeah, okay. That sound good. But if that don't work, we're gonna get on some Michael Scofield shit then. How about that?
That's right. Man, because we can't keep on losing our people like this, man. We can't keep on losing in the future too. We can't let them keep doing it to our futures, man. So, hey, I just want to say shout out to Jermaine Wooten, our Esquire, from the Goat and Kuttack show.
It's the GOAT. Cut, we killing them.
That boy got that nation look on him, though.
Yeah, he do look
that
like
nation look on him.
Yeah, he look like
He got that nation look. Hey, I'm gonna call this guy. Y'all think I'm playing? I'm calling him Lou Era.
Yeah, Lou. Hey, everybody, y'all see his name, Jermaine Wooten Esquire. Give his law firm a call. See what kind of pro bono
It
work.
might be in more places in St. Louis. And then if he doesn't know anybody, like you say, like I would. He probably, if I'm betting, he would be licensed in more than just Missouri, since he's so close to Illinois and Kansas. So I just want to put that out there. First off. Second off, he could be like, oh, well, we got an office or we got a connection in Kansas City. See what I'm saying? Or even Topeka. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, we got a network, man. Shout out to Lou Era Grassroots, man. Shout out to another name that came in earlier. Salute. Appreciate all the help, man, that everybody's coming up with.
That's right. That's right.
Everything is welcome. Real talk.
Hey, man, for real, he better not have no cell phone number. You know we got a goddamn. You know we got a phone number. We'll call his ass right now. He better not put no cell phone number on there. That just say phone, P for phone. Hey, hold up, is that one of these? Probably a cell phone number. We'll call him live. Hey, Jermaine, you're a guest on the Golden Kuttack show. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's kind of late for if it was
he's gonna be like, what in the motherfucker you calling me for?
Right. What's happening?
Hey, man, we need you.
The Legal Solution Group.
We need you. We need you. We need you.
Advertisements.
Hey, man, that was a good one right there, man. Shout out to Jermaine Wooten once again, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, anybody in the St. Louis area need a good lawyer, you know what I'm saying? Hey, go reach out to Jermaine Wooten, man, for real, for real. Or if you like that bean pie with the pecans on the top, he might could hook you up with that one too. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jermaine. Hey, cause I like the bean pies with the pecans on the top. I know y'all ain't up on that one.
Nah, I don't know about that one. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
That's the special pie.
Yeah.
All right, man. What we on? What we on? Since you here with us, we about to get on some. Let's see here, man. We about to get on some craziness, man. Shout, in the name of in the name of Boogaloo, we about to get on some craziness. Now, we y'all, oh nah, man. Hey, nah. In the name, man, hold up, man. In the name of Boogaloo. I gotta do it right, man. I gotta do it right. Because I mean, I could be funny. I can bring up videos of funny and things of that nature. But man, I think this is the best way to get my guy. I think hey, man, and for Boogaloo, I don't even care about a copyright strike on no channels tonight. I'm sorry, that's just hey, man, who cares? Who cares? Who cares, YouTubers? We're gonna party tonight, man. I'm gonna do something, man. Here we go, man.
And special guest from Flatbush, Brooklyn, New York.
That ain't what I want to see, so don't trip.
Brooklyn, New York.
Yeah,
The one and only Busta Rhymes makes some noise.
I'm just trying to show, It's for Boogaloo. He probably don't even like these old niggas.
So listen,
but we do, and I want to raise the frequency. So let me find what I'm looking for.
And then we do the show. But like I said, once the first song plays,
The show don't stop.
Here we go. Here we go. I'm finding it right
That's how we gonna
now.
do it. We're gonna party first, and then we're gonna bring the MCs out and shit. But before I play any songs, we're gonna set like this.
Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. What the hell happened here, son? There we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Y'all gotta bear with the Cuddy, man. I don't know why you two doing this. They like, nah, man, we don't want you to play this, son. But you got to let the Cuddy play this. Got to. Here we go. Yeah, hold up, nigga. I'm gonna get it right, man. I'm over here. Hey, Mick, don't be laughing at me over there. Don't be laughing at the Cuddy, man. You boy over here bugging out. This for you, Boogaloo. We gonna party, man. We gonna party and we gonna get into it. We gonna dig our heels in and get busy.
So your cut.
Oh.
So this wasn't verses. This was more like I mean, cause was Nas on here, Wu-Tang, and somebody else on this?
Yeah, the whole thing. I'm just playing Busta Rhymes so we can get on up, man. Hold up, don't be, man. Quit fucking with Bust. What's wrong with you?
No. I was looking at the all the names on this. This wasn't a verses because you had Wu-Tang. It wasn't Wu-Tang versus whose other group again?
This ain't no verses. This is them rocking. They on tour.
I got you.
It's the New York State of Mind Tour 2022 in Houston, Texas, baby. I had to wake the God up so he could stop fucking with Busta Bus. God damn. Here we go. They ain't ready, Bus. They ain't ready, Bus.
Yeah, they ain't ready.
We gonna raise this vibration. Hopefully my nephew can feel this here. You know what I'm talking about? This for you, Boogaloo. Hey. You know. Hey. Boogaloo. Hey. Nigga, I got my hands up like the Good Times pick. Oh. Huh? Watch him show out. Hey. Turn that nigga down. Turn that nigga down. Turn him down. Turn him down. Oh, they clouded. Hey, yo. Hey, turn him up. Turn that nigga up. Turn that nigga up. Turn that nigga up. They ain't fucking with Cut.
Cut, you killing him.
What? Yes. 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 Hey, what? Huh? This nigga fucking with it.
Niggas know better because they're enough. Us niggas is not gonna be found. I hear my people off at the phone that
Hey. Good, right? Yes. Oh. Yes. That nigga Buzz go. Tell me this don't get your motherfucking blood motherfucking pumping, baby. Right now. Tasco, you better quit playing, sis. You out here tricky shit. We're laughing at Tasco. She on the grooving.
Silence.
Silence, Tasco. Tasco, silence. This for you, Boogaloo. We love you.
Ladies, it's only right. That nigga treats you good. It's only right. He make you smile. Feed you. Clothe you. Talk that shit, Swift.
Tasco, you are a party pooper. You right. God damn it. Hey, my arms is up like the Good Times photograph again, nigga.
Baby, if you give it to me.
Hey.
Give it to me.
Hey. Hey. My nigga. Hey, yo, Chief, man, Spliff is on deck too, man. You know what I'm saying? We can, he ready to work for real. You know what I'm saying? He got a couple beats before, so I got some 16s I can get from Spliff for sure.
My whole struggle can't even express the words. I was a kid, understand as a man. I can tell that you're different from home. How they approach you? That ill shit matter, we don't stand every day. When we touch with cheese in a passionate way. Not the way we touch it, no little we had it. Watch the God, you'll never waste in my life. Sing the song, so you, baby, if you give it to me. Baby, if you give it to me. Sing my shit loud like you drunk in the shower.
Like Grateful says, high vibrations, family. My nephew needs that shit right now.
Mommy, listen. I see you laugh for me, baby, and how it moves to you. I've been longing for the moment to talk. I never I stay embracing your patience, shedding your tears. I ask you, my mama, please continue to bear with me. On the road, waking up to the streets that we would never get old. We gon' see buses, 50 cents soda, Novas, Hondas, Lexus, over. Man, yeah, still. Word ball, never do none of this. Industry cats, girl. Relax, show and hold up, walking shoulder to shoulder. Look at this game, hoping I see. Sing a song to him. Baby, if you give it to me. I need you, baby, if you give it to me. Everybody sing, baby, if you give it to me.
We love you, Dre. We love you, Mickey. We love you, Dewey. We love you, Little Dewey. We love you, Elder Twins. May you guide us well.
Always try with you. Give you my love and cry. I will climb up mountain till our love will touch the sky. Baby, come and get real close to me.
Bro, we got it. We trying to do it, bro. Free Dre.
Niggas think they can sing better than Bus Rhymes. You fucking crazy.
High vibrations. He gon' need it. We gon' need it. We got a fight ahead of us. Any resources. We need it, family.
I've been rocking with Bus Rhymes since day one. Thank you. How many of y'all been supporting Flip Mode since day one?
That's my nigga right there.
So you remember when you went to the club? Hold on, son. You need some water. I do, baby. No light skin. My niggas sweating like a fucking movie out here. No light skin, nigga. Niggas don't know like me checking out this motherfucker. Hey! So you remember when you went to the club? That energy with that DJ took that record, put it on the turntable, and he cut that bitch.
Hey! Hey! Free Dre.
For those that wasn't there, doesn't matter, because I was there.
I just knew Buster Bus would get us right, family. Something about Buster Russ and Spliff Star, man. Just get us back. And we'll be able to put that in the ether, and my nephew can pull that through his long hair, down to his cerebellum, into his soul, and know that we are out here and we got him. Free Dre in the chat, please. Free Dre in the chat. And put some bow and arrows, fire emojis, and all of that. Free Dre in the chat.
Sounds appropriate. Looks even more appropriate. Without question, it definitely feels even more appropriate that I show you how to keep the dance rolling when you're doing that.
Feel that chat up. Feel that chat up. So my sister can feel that support.
every day. You know when you really want to pop it? You would never find me. When I got to get through the cocky. I gotta come and I gotta send it, and I gotta go and I gotta get it, and I gotta blow it, and I gotta shoot it, and I gotta take it, and I gotta do it, and I gotta everybody knows I'm a nigga, no, so they're gonna do what this and I've been saying. So I'm bringing it up, so I'm gonna give you more, and I wanna give you less. So in the street, you can read it in the press, do you really wanna know what's that? So the baby, you're never doing up in a race, and you know we're gonna try to keep up with the pace, so we're struggle that I got on the side, and we're gonna do what they can do, what the place got.
Free my goddamn nephew! Free Dre in the chat!
I can't hear you, Houston! I got a question. Are you motherfuckers tired? I said, are you tired? Guess what? Me neither. Bounce!
Yeah. 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 Bounce on my motherfucking nephew. Free Dre! Stop. Free my nephew, man. Take this energy, man. Send it to the ether so he can receive this. He gonna feel this. He gonna feel this. He us. He tried.
You wanna do that shit again, don't you? I said, do you wanna do that shit again? You wanna do that shit again? Somebody say, hell yeah!
Free Dre. Look at Boogie Little. Oh my God. Fuck that, we taking it back. Free him. Them niggas is retarded.
feeling now, just make me shit in the trunk when you bring your nigga motherfucker out of big about how shit the way we come, I do.
This for you, Boogaloo. I love you and I miss you so much. Whoo! I'm back with you, family. Boogaloo, I know he felt that. I know he feels that, you know what I'm saying? Because we spiritual people, you know what I'm saying? And we know what it is for real. You know what I'm saying? So I know my nephew feel that. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate everybody. You know what I'm saying? Let me put myself on the screen for y'all can see. Ooh, oh, I did some magic, didn't I? Magical mistake like a motherfucker. Here we go. Here it is. Here it is. Bam. Didn't you say, God damn, that was a dope jam? I'm an old nigga for real. Free Dre, all in the chat. I appreciate everybody, man. That's real. Free my nephew, man. Come on, man.
That's right.
Damn it. All right, man. Here we go. Now let's go ahead and see if we can battle with this nigga's telecommunicational systems. Smoke. You with me, Smoke? Let me go ahead and do this. Let me do this while these brothers Smoke might be there.
I'm active in the background. I hear you, though.
I know. I see you in the background lurking, just in case somebody come with some documents, photos, or historical news clippings and all kind of pissy newspaper. I mean, like, man, this nigga done pulled out a pissy newspaper clipping. What the fuck is going on here? Hey, man, somebody knew it wasn't real because they pissed on him, man. Shit, all right, man, you reading the pissy paper. Man, there's a pissy times and shit. Chief Holiday. Pay attention, folks. Chief on the streets. Pay attention, folks. Chief on the streets. Tasco, get out that man's motherfucking ear. Como Chi over here laughing at the cutty. Shout out to Como Chi. Where we going, brother? Where we going with this, Joe?
Man, wherever y'all want to go, man. Like, you know me, I don't know. I wasn't feeling Buster, but, you know, he's the boogie. Hey,
man,
yo,
hey,
so
you a hater.
I'm not a hater, man. Before he said that, I was just like, you know, Buster was cool.
Hey, man, Tasco, you didn't have to ruin the mood.
So is that Joey's favorite artist, though?
Who? No, that was me, man. I was trying to raise the vibration, man. I had seen that a little bit of it early, and I knew that shit would just get us, get my shit back right. I know it'd get other people's back right, and you know what happened? Hey, the people got back right. So y'all sit back. Now, well, no, don't sit back. Keep your mic open and everything, and hey, yeah. What we on? I got some crazy shit. I got some crazy shit. You know, Tariq said what? Or we can go ahead and see how, you know what I'm saying, we can go ahead and look at the mole people of Las Vegas, you know, see how they live life up under the
let's
the
do the
streets.
Tariq one.
We're gonna do the Tariq. We're gonna do the the mole people.
I definitely think we can play that Barstool joint, bro.
What you say?
Now that the Democracy Now! Didn't shut us off, I definitely want to come back to that Haiti one.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
That joint that we could do that one. That's crazy. But
when you want to do that one?
Shit.
I mean, because this Tariq one's very new. This Tariq one's new. Hey, check it out. Tariq Nasheed. The title is, do people understand what a real pull-up is? That's a good one, brother. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great conversation to have. But we're just gonna talk about this. So pull-up is the new marching. So I just want everybody I ain't like that, man. I just want everybody, like, I hate to be that guy, but like going
that's right,
shit and protesting. which is cool, but there's other things that have to happen with that. I'm not saying nobody don't protest or whatever, put up signs and go to people's church, but sometimes it has to be an end game, a beginning, a middle, and an end game to these marches, pull-ups. Because my pull-up does not mean y'all pull up. So I'm just saying that. So we just be clear, when we talking about pull-ups, they're talking about marching, begging.
Man, well, ain't
We're
nothing
not
wrong
talking
with
about the same
marching.
pull-up.
Ain't nothing wrong with ain't nothing wrong with marching.
The pull-up will not be announced or televised.
Hey man, really, there's nothing wrong with marching.
Saying, man, what's up? Yeah,
man,
we're gonna pull up to a town near y'all though, man. Real talk, man. It's gonna be lit. Hey, y'all think this show lit? Let's make sure y'all see the live
ain't
show,
nothing
bro.
wrong with
Like,
marching. Ain't nothing wrong with marching. Them people back then that used to be doing all the marching, they didn't have to worry about a motherfucking A1C count, blood pressure, none of that.
Most of the time people march
So
for the
we
wrong
probably
things,
need to do a lot more marching outside. Sit
I'm
our
saying
ass for
that
real.
most people march for the wrong things. So the reason why these conversations are being had, like I said, it's interesting that we do more fighting amongst ourselves than against the actual system or either other people that are economically, socially, politically fighting against us. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I think it's really weird that we are focused more, and there's even more. They caught old boy Freddie Lee. They caught his bitch ass in Las Vegas, y'all. Like, hey,
hold
I
up, who in the hell
night.
you talking about?
Oh yeah, breaking news. Then if y'all didn't know, they've caught Freddie
who
Lee.
is Freddie Lee, man? You got to come on with that. Who is
Freddie
that?
Lee is the
That
father
sound like a
of the
honky
killer
tonk
of
man,
PNB.
white dude.
Freddie Lee is the father of the dude that ran into Roscoe's Chicken and Waffle.
Oh shit! I got you. I'm back with you, man. I forgot that old funny looking nigga's name was Freddie Lee. I forgot. You right. The whole family was like, "Yeah, let's go kill this nigga at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles." What kind
this
of?
Is not the city to
this
run
is
to.
Crazy.
I'm just letting y'all know, man. They got cameras everywhere. This is not the city to run to. Unless you just, you want to just, go into casino. Facial recognition. Go on the corner. It's cameras everywhere. Just like, don't run to Las Vegas. Especially if you're coming from LA.
That's a fact. Okay.
This is the first place they waiting on you. Like, trust me. It happens there all the time. Niggas run to LA. Run to Vegas. I'll be like, yo, or vice versa. We do something here and run to LA. That's what they're gonna look for you. They're waiting on you.
Man, shout out to Tariq Nasheed, man. We're gonna see what the hell they talking about a little bit here, you know what I'm saying? Yo, fair use, you know what I'm saying? Just in case he's a hater, you know what I'm saying?
You killed him.
Yeah, man.
Killing them.
You know
Free Drake.
Free Drake,
yeah, man. We positive, man. It's a positive thing, man. You know what I'm talking about?
Fair use, fair use. Let's see. And this right here, whatever this pull-up is, hey, but hold up, man. Hey, man, you said this is a march, man. Hold up, man. This is a little bit different, though.
Okay. Well, remember when they pulled up on Power 106, right? Now, when they pulled up on Power 106, y'all remember?
I didn't see that shit.
Oh, you didn't see it? Well, Pan-Africanism strike backs pulled up on them and started talking shit. You didn't see that either?
I think we did. Yeah,
did we play that too?
No, I don't think we played it, but I think we did.
That?
I think we talked
he
about
ran
it.
up on the organizer of it, the lady, a piece of her. And like I said, man, secure the tribe and stuff that's going on. So there's a lot of internal stuff going on. I see it, jealousies and stuff. I'll tell y'all my take on it after we get back to that or whatever. It's terrible, y'all. I don't want to spoil it. Well, yeah, I haven't seen it pull up right here, whatever.
I haven't seen it. No, it's just a couple minutes old. It's not even old.
We gotta learn how to. We got to get codified For real, for real.
Hey, but hold up. I'm thinking this is a little bit different because if they, if somebody inside of that house where those police are protecting whoever's in there or whatnot, if they transgressed or did something and people pulled up, then that's different from marching from Mississippi and Selma and all that shit, man. This is right here is a motherfucker say, hey man, we got a problem and if the police wasn't here, we'd be in your house. You know what I'm saying? That's what this is about. But you know, I mean, that's what
now,
I'm
what's the
thinking.
background of this right here? What's this pull up?
I don't even know.
What's the title of it?
I told you what the oh man, I don't even know how to get back to it. There you go, man. Once I get no, I'm fucking with you. Hold on, man. We're gonna get the title, man. We gotta get the title. We gotta get official. Here it is. Tariq Nasheed. Do people understand what a pull up is?
Okay.
Do you? Because you got to talking about a march, Nick. Let's get it.
I absolutely know what a pull up is.
I thought so. Does Tariq? Well, we're going to find out right now.
What's up, man? How y'all doing? How's everybody doing? Waiting on everybody to come on through. I hope everybody's having a productive day so far. What's going on with y'all, family? I see y'all in here. It's a lot of people in here already. Y'all pile on in here, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Adonis? I see you, player. Everybody, I need y'all to retweet this to let everybody know that we're live. What's up, D Tubman? What's up, Sage? Retweet this to let everybody know that we are live right now. What's up, JL? I see you. What's up, family? Glad to have y'all in here on this lovely, lovely afternoon. A lot of folks like the broadcast I did last night. A lot of people really enjoyed it. The one where I talked about the dangers of following or being led by ratchets. We got some pretty good straightening going on here.
The dangers of being led by ratchets.
Just go ahead and elaborate on some more things.
Oh man, Tariq goes.
Well, we got a lot of folks in here already. What's up, y'all? I see y'all in here. I see y'all in here, guys. We in here heavy. We're in here heavy. So anyway, I'm glad that we got some straightening.
Hey, hold up. Hey, Mick, are you there?
Still here.
Tell me something. Have you ever heard of Tariq Nasheed by chance?
I have not.
Oh, sis. Okay, I'll put you on the map. I'll put you on the map. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this brother, man. He's all right. And it's a good entry level to what we be talking about as well. Although he is misguided like a motherfucker, but you'll learn that. We'll definitely we'll help you out. Anyway, I digress.
Okay.
Much needed, man. It's much needed. Sometimes, man, we need to start cleaning house and we need to start drawing lines where lines need to be drawn when things just get really out of hand, especially when people are focused on serious business. It's serious business right now, man. This is an election year. We're trying to keep the focus on us, foundational Black Americans, getting tangibles. And if we're moving in one accord, we're supposed to stay on one accord if that's what the focus is. When folks make one little move and then start bickering about little plantation nothings, then that's a problem that we need to eradicate and get up out of here. We don't have time for that. We got to be focused. But let's be clear, sometimes when you're trying to be focused, you have to kind of sweep away the entities that are not focused. You have to sweep away some of the entities that are there to sabotage. You got to do some house cleaning sometimes. Sometimes house cleaning is needed. And see what I don't like, and I got a bone to pick with some people who's in here. I see some faces in here. Shout out to the homie Wayne. See you, Wayne. Let me get some bones to pick with some of the people in here now. See, let me say this. A lot of times when some of the foolery is going down, some people, y'all be sitting in these rooms and being entertained by a lot of the foolery. nobody's really checking the people engaging in it or reeling any of it back. You see what I'm saying? With those Secure the Tribe folks. See, some of y'all have been in them rooms with them cats, and I don't really go in those rooms. I just don't be in those rooms. But from what I've been seeing, and shout out to D for saving a lot of the clips, and then people get those clips and spread them around. You know, we see and hear a lot of reckless stuff, and then I look and see who's sitting up being entertained by that and not saying nothing. I'm looking at that too. You see? Because if somebody comes in here, in this room, and they say something slick about people that I rock with, I check them. If somebody comes in here and try to say something about our brother Marcel, your ass is going to get checked. That's not allowed. Somebody say anything about Wani, I check them, even if I'm cool with them. I say, hey, that's not cool. I fuck with Wani too heavy for anybody to say something slick about her. So other people, if somebody's saying something slick about somebody that I really rock with, I'm not going to sit there quiet about it or caca-ing and kikiing with them. See, I'm looking at that too. I want to get all the straightening going on.
Tariq, my fucks with that, bro. I fucks with
We
you
need
on
to get
that.
all this shit.
Salute.
He checked the motherfuckers, ain't he?
Nah, but
Shout
I'm
out
just saying
to
though,
Tariq.
he's talking about being coded. Cause listen, y'all remember when the change.org was talking about putting them on the list and all this other shit? Y'all know I don't fuck with Yvette Carnell and them.
We
So
all
I'm gonna stand with them
violent.
when they write. No, I'm not gonna do that. What we doing? We gotta know when it's okay to put our petty differences aside when we know it's a bigger thing. And he's telling them, like, bro, what is you doing?
That's right.
Shout out to Tariq, man. There's a thing called loyalty.
Folks and Mammy
Y'all might not know nothing about that.
They were doing some real foul stuff, and I'm looking at the people that's just sitting around cock-cocking and kikiing too. What's your deal? What's going on with you? You see? We got to stop all the fake bullshit popping off. Even if we have disagreements with each other, I respect realness. Let me keep it a buck here. I'm not Yvette Carnell. Everybody, I don't do this where nobody's supposed to have their own thoughts. And if you don't think like I think, get the hell out of here. Swallow and follow. Y'all remember that? When the A-Dunce people were running around talking that swallow and follow bullshit? Nah. No, even if we disagree, I respect your consistency. Well, I'm going to give you an example. A lot of folks have problems with our brother Sir Major. A lot of folks, because Sir Major might disagree with this person, that person, people that I like, which is fine. I understand that. Some people say, oh, we don't rock with Sir Major. Some people might have a problem with him. But let me tell you about Sir Major, what Sir Major has over a lot of these other fuck niggas who be in and out of these rooms. Sir Major don't be in here faking the funk. If he don't like you, he just say the shit. He ain't cock-cocking and kikiing and then go in a room and say something slick and then go in another room and start copping pleas. At least that nigga's consistent. I respect consistency. You understand? No matter what your opinion is of cats, like, I respect the consistency. If he fucks with you, he gonna fuck with you all across the board. He don't like you, he's gonna go out the way to say how much he don't like your ass. Nothing but respect. That's how you supposed to roll. You dig? I don't do all that fake stuff. I'm not in these rooms cock-cocking and kikiing with niggas and then dissing them behind the scenes. I don't do that. I don't do that at all. I don't all that behind the back stuff. No, if I rock with you, I rock with you. If I don't rock with you, I'm going to clown you every time I see you. You see? I'm all about consistency. Draw that line in the sand and be consistent about that line. Don't be in these rooms behind the scenes saying all types of foul stuff and then denigrating people's families, and then you get in the room with them and you giggling and, hey, brother, no, don't do that. No, we're not doing that. Some of those tribe people, they were talking greasy about Marcel. A lot of people behind the scenes. And again, I really don't follow them like that. I've been hearing stuff, and again, I don't trip on it because I'm a thorough nigga. What little bitty niggas say behind the scenes, that shit doesn't affect me. But if they get a little too bold with it, then you're going to have to do some straightening. But the thing is, don't sit
Gotta
in these
get some
rooms
straightening going on.
with these folks talking greasy and you're silent and you snickering with them. And then when y'all see I'm about to lay the hammer down, niggas want to start putting on kufis and kente cloths and reading Maya Angelou poems. Like, no, brother. Let's not go there, Tyreek, brother. We got to do better than that for the community, my brother. Don't get the motherfucking plebiscite babbling when I'm about to do some goddamn straightening.
Shout out
because
to
y'all
Turk.
low-key rocking folks. I'm looking at some of y'all, too, who sit up and let that fuck shit go on and then want to help these people cop pleas. Y'all cut that out, too. When y'all saw I was about to lay the hammer down on the twerking granny, I saw a couple of koofies pop off. Listen, Tariq, as a community brother, still I rise. A butterfly can only spread its wings so high. Shut the fuck up with all that Maya Angelou shit. That's not happening. We're not kumbayaing right now. It's too late for that. Y'all didn't say nothing to them.
Hey, this is when a lecturer goes off.
These little dickheads in these rooms talking greasy. I didn't see y'all pipe up and say anything. Y'all didn't say, hey, y'all shouldn't be saying shit like that. Y'all shouldn't be talking about this dude's family, and y'all shouldn't be saying that. Where were y'all niggas? Now I'm looking at everybody. I'm looking at everybody. Where were y'all checking these folks? I can shout out certain agent people like he was at least checking them. I can shout. That's why I shout that brother out and give him respect. At least he was going in on them. Where were some of these other folks checking these assholes doing all of this little slick shit behind the scenes? Shout out to Afro Elite. He was hollering at him and checking him. See? I'm looking at the people who wasn't checking folks. Shout out to Adonis. Y'all get on Adonis's case. At least Adonis was checking some of them, knowing that they were doing some real foul stuff. Where were you? Where were y'all at, man? All these faces in here. How many people in here now? We got damn near 1,500 people in here.
That's right. We got to start feeling each other's
I'm gonna put
pain.
the spotlight on everybody in here. Some of y'all quiet down there. Where y'all at, man? Because some of these faces be in these rooms quiet as a motherfucking church mouse. And don't be saying nothing when this foolery is going down. What's up with y'all, man? Because we can clean all the house up. We can clean the attics. We can get down there behind the toilets. We can clean the whole house out. Because the goofy stuff is going to have to stop.
Yo, Juice, I seen your email, man. I responded back too, man. You know what I'm saying? Get with me, man.
Especially when these folks are disrespecting people who are trying to help them. Nobody was... There's zero justification.
Shout out to Lex Vortex up in here, man. You know what I'm saying? You still got a wrench. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lex Vortex, man. We got to have some contrarians, but we got to have our contrarians on a motherfucking leash.
That's right.
For any of that disrespect towards me. Nobody can spin it. Nobody can sit up and talk about, well, you have to understand where they coming from. Get your ass out of here. Is no justification for that little slick foul shit that them niggas was doing. Disrespecting me. Zero justification. Zero. None. Hold on, let me get a couple of folks in here. Let me get Capital Floyd in here because people want to get up early. We got a lot to talk about today. Capital Floyd, what's up, brother? Cap, microphone on, bro.
Yo, what up, big homie?
What's up, man? How you doing, fam?
Everything good. Yo, so I'm from New York, and I just wanted to check in because I see a lot of straightening going on. So, you know, I'll be in these rooms. I gotta let you know I'm good, bro.
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying?
My man, I appreciate that.
You ain't saying nothing wrong. I'm out, though.
No doubt. All right, let me get Princess in here real quick. Princess, hop on, beloved.
Yeah, I'm about to start skipping to where he's starting to
Hop on,
check
Princess.
motherfuckers because you know he about to go
Hey,
in.
Tariq. It's a pleasure always to see you online. You're a busy man and you don't have to do this, but I
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate it. I want to say that. And I also want to say I was up until almost 5 o'clock this morning trying to
K
explain to
Bizzle,
a
I see
young
you.
lady that um, you can't just go in public and start talking about people and not expect backlash.
Right.
The issue,
And
the
and thank
talk,
you
the
for bringing that up.
conversation.
Go ahead.
I was going to say the conversation was reckless.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
Can
And
y'all
the
still
thing
hear
is,
when I do this?
a lot. Let me get on this. Thank you, dear. I had to land your plane real quick because I want to touch on some stuff.
Let me know if
The
y'all can still
conversation
hear.
was definitely reckless. And here's the thing:
Okay.
this whole narrative about how the new black media don't support them, and all you do is talk reckless behind the scenes. What kind of support are you talking about, right? If your whole vibe and your whole energy is on some reckless shit, what kind of support are you talking about? You there? Support you how? You want to talk reckless and talk slick, and then we're supposed to break our necks shouting you out? No. It don't work like that. You don't burn bridges and then talk about somebody's not supporting you after you out here trying to burn bridges. You see?
Thanks, Drake Cos. Thanks, Juice.
We got to get some real good straightening going on around here. And people out here trying to pop their collar talking about their pull-ups. Again, I shout out people having rallies, and let's be clear. Let me get real clear about some stuff. These were not pull-ups. All of the secure the tribes, secure the self.
Hey man, I don't know why y'all be fucking with Tasco. Tasco will straight snipe your ass. You say something slick in that goddamn chest, she is a straight sniper.
And that's a damn.
Damn, say goodbye to Lex Vortex. He done got sniped out of the motherfucking. We just hear a vapor of Lex. He'll go live on Tasco tomorrow. Tasco done removed me from the chat over there. They don't want to hear me in Jesus Christ.
Cellulite, all that. These are not pull-ups. These were rallies. Let's be very clear.
That nigga got sniped.
We got to get these definitions right. They're so-called upset with me because I didn't call them pull-ups, because they're not pull-ups. These are rallies. Y'all mama, grandma twerker.
Wait. What do you call them?
Hey, hold up. I don't know. Hold up. There's a couple things. Hold up. Hey, man, shout out to Indigenous 56, man. What's going on? Brother, you retracted your statement, but I can still see it, man. Hold up. You said Lex went in on Phoenix Moon tonight? Man, come on, man. Hey, I'm going to put the link in there. You might have to go ahead and elaborate and bring us up to snuff. See what happened.
Phoenix Moon went in. She was on Sinetta TV tonight.
I know that, but what Indigenous 56 Ace, he was like, he said that he liked how Lex went in on her tonight. Tasco, you might have sniped the nigga too soon. Look, Tasco, you done sniped the nigga too soon. He was standing up for us, and you might have sniped him out of. No, Tasco done sniped the nigga. Straight to snipe that nigga. Hey, Indigenous 56A's, he said, hey, I like how Lex went in on Phoenix Moon's head tonight, LOL. And then he's just kind of seen that Lex got sniped, and he said, let me retract that statement. Now I can still see that shit. Shout out to Indigenous 56A's. Tasco hit that nigga from a motherfucker half the nation away. Got that nigga. One shot, one kill. Hey, but what you was saying, Tariq was saying though, I need to bring that back.
We shot him in his black African ass.
Yeah, he did say kiss my black African ass, didn't he? Hey, man, God bless, brother. Take your ass back on to Kuttack Kente town. Anyway, what did this lady say? What did he say? He called the grandma what?
What happened? No, yeah. I want to know what he said. The twerking
Did he
grandma.
start going in?
No, he's talking about the twerking grandma. But I want to know what he called the group. He said they didn't do a pull up, which I'm saying a pull up is a march. So he's saying that whatever.
Hold up.
And what they were doing was not that; it was something else. I want to know what he said. What did he call it?
He gonna have to get to the point, man, because I ain't even front, man.
Let's go back just a little bit, like 10 seconds.
I did.
That.
Y'all mama, grandma twerking.
Oh shit, I'm going back some more. Hold up. He said,
oh,
what are you talking about?
You thinking about grandma, the twerking grandma, the rapper. He ain't talking about her.
Right. They're so-called upset with me because I didn't call them pull-ups because they're not pull-ups.
Oh, that's what he on.
Cut. Go back a little bit.
I'm going back. I see what he on.
Okay.
And people out here trying to pop their
Mick, when you want to talk, unmute your mic. I'm mute you now, though.
Again, I shout out people having rallies, and let's be clear. Let me get real clear about some stuff.
Oh, he called it a rally.
Pull-ups. All of the secure the tribes, secure the
rally,
all that. These are not pull-ups. These were rallies. Let's be very clear.
Rallies.
Do you know what a
that nigga said a rally?
Definitions right. They're so-called upset with me because
niggas don't have no goddamn rallies.
They're not pull-ups. These are rallies.
I would like to know the difference, brother.
Y'all mama, grandma twerker tries to use these street terms, and she's not a street savvy person or a street smart person. This is a goofy square broad who don't know any rules or regulations of no street shit whatsoever. Talking all of that jive, turkey, sucker, can you dig it talk doesn't make a person street smart. This is a non-street smart person. These were not pull-ups, ladies and gentlemen. These were rallies. It is okay to say that they are rallies. Pull-ups are not to be announced. By definitions, pull-ups are hostile encounters. You don't put your face on a pull-up. You don't announce pull-ups.
That's a fact.
See, a lot of people get the link that we've been
hold up. You gotta bring that back. We gotta bring that back. Hold up.
Facts.
Mick, you got something to build on that one, sis?
I said big facts.
No doubt. I didn't even hear what he said, though, man. I'm about to, hey, man, let me hear what he said. Hold up.
You don't put your face on a pull-up. You don't announce pull-ups.
Oh, shit. Yeah, he's right.
By definition, pull-ups are not to be announced. By definitions, pull-ups are hostile encounters. You don't put your face on a pull-up. You don't announce pull-ups. See, a lot of people get the lingo that we've been using and then try to flip it into something else and then act like you came up with it and we're supposed to give you props. Let's get some clarity going on here, family.
Some straightening.
Last year, we've been talking about pull-ups all the way since last year. Y'all remember pull-up summer? That's something we've been talking about. That's not nothing new. Y'all better understand what a pull-up is. A pull-up is when you show up unexpected and make some noise and something gets done. That's what a pull-up is.
That's right.
Last year, you Google my name and pull-up summer. Pull-ups is when you show up without announcing the shit. That's a strategy to throw your target off guard. Throws them off balance, and then you bend them to your will. That's the definition of a pull-up. Remember last year, there were these spontaneous pull-ups being put together without anybody announcing them. brothers and sisters were showing up to the homes of white supremacists and race soldiers. Remember? Come on, some of you get amnesia. Those are pull-ups. When a white supremacist harms a black person, and then folks start getting on the phone on the low, and then the next day there's 500 brothers and sisters at their front door. That is a pull-up, ladies and gentlemen. That's what was happening last year. That was going on last year. Out there in Jersey, out there in North Carolina, all over the country, there were these pull-ups for real happening to people's homes. And while that was happening, many of us were on the phone with these prosecutors and these sheriffs and these DAs demanding charges to be put on certain people. And they were getting charged. Remember in Jersey, this white supremacist, I think he might have been an off-duty cop, he harmed a sister. Folks, the next day, pulled up to that apartment complex and surrounded the building. They had to put the white man in cuffs and take him to jail to charge him. That is a pull-up, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right.
Do you understand? That's a pull-up. Nobody announced it. It wasn't a centralized thing, and nobody stood out in front trying to take credit for it. It was something that happened, and it happened anonymously, but everybody got together and made it happen. That's a pull-up. What y'all are doing now are rallies. These are not pull-ups. You're just pulling up with each other, holding up signs and shouting each other out. That's fine, but that's not a pull-up. That's a rally. And that's okay.
Peace to the panel. Did it cut off on cut?
Yeah, it cut off on me too. I was
It cut off. It cut off because I got this super fancy ass mic, mouse or whatnot, man, and it's so fancy that I can throw this shit right through the motherfucking wall, man, right now for real.
Hey, but why is the pause? I really don't feel good tonight. I just wanted to come in and just speak my piece on what I said earlier.
Go ahead, brother. You can build. Go ahead. No doubt. I got you.
No. Lex, he went. I mean, a lot of them jumped on her. I mean, Black Jesus jumped on her, but y'all should play that later towards the end though. But yeah, she got it. She kept talking about King James.
Oh, did she get her ass whooped?
I mean,
man, Task, hey, unmute your mic. Tasco, the CEO, sniped the motherfucker before I can get what he done said on the panel.
That's why I didn't realize what he said, so I retracted.
Tasco don't want to hear that motherfucker. Neither do Chief. He's like, man, fuck
I really
that
don't
nigga.
either. But you know what I mean. You know, me and him hadn't got into it a couple of times, but it's all good. But
we're gonna do our own reaction.
Okay. Yeah, no doubt. I'm about to get ready to throw that shit on.
Yeah,
I want to see her. I want to see it.
Yeah.
I want to see her get done. I don't want. Actually, hold on. Let me clarify that. Hold on one second. Hold on. I don't want to see her, the sister, just get tore down.
No, she did.
No,
she
I don't want to see that.
She handled hers, but to me, it was tore down because she couldn't explain how she kin to King James.
She said she went in there talking about she was kin to King James.
You never heard that before?
Absolutely not. I'd have laughed her out of the goddamn. I'd have been like, girl, you can't do it. I'd have been like, your God is ridiculous. Shit, you are tripping.
Nah, but also in that Tariq video you showing now, he actually showed her twerking at some of those events.
Oh, is Tariq talking about Phoenix Moon? And
no. Tariq talking about some lady that's in a chat. I mean,
okay, I got you. Yeah,
he twerking.
Hey man, Tariq is one motherfucker that you do not wanna be in no internet beef or none of that shit. He is just too funny. Hey, oh God.
Yeah, but
Mickey,
you look at that. Yeah, but
man, hold up, man.
Yeah, but
I don't have to. Do I have to show Bucci Bear, man?
Yeah.
Oh man, when he goes in on people, he makes cartoons, he makes puppets, all of that shit, and it be so hilarious. Oh my God, the way he did Roland Martin. Oh my God.
And the reason why he heard, and I don't know the sister. I don't know the sister.
Go ahead.
I don't know the sister, but she in that subscribe to tribe or something. Declare the tribe or whatever. I'm not in that group, but apparently he was, and she was getting on him, so he exposed some of their events that they was doing, and she was out there twerking the most. Not just one video, it was like 4 different clips of different events. But like, I'm set up. I'm gonna set up and get out of here. But y'all have fun, but I don't feel good, so I'm not my normal self.
Oh, okay. You're under the weather. Is that what you mean? You don't feel good?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, I got you, Wood. Hey, man. It's coming to find out AIDS is better than COVID, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's
crazy.
I heard that. God damn.
It's a good thing how you get caught up in that storm.
Are you down there?
Yeah. I was right below it. I got all the wind and rain.
Now tell me this. Hold up. Now now we got boots on the ground. Shout out to Indigenous 56. Hey, boots on the ground on what's going on in Florida with the peoples. You know what I'm saying? Florida. You know what I'm saying? Man, check it out, man.
What's up?
My first question is, when did they tell people to leave Florida? Where you at?
I didn't even know about it until the night before. Like I didn't hear about it until like Tuesday night, Wednesday.
When it just hit yesterday, though, right?
Correct.
Like,
yeah.
Okay, but when you heard about it, was they telling people to get the fuck home?
I'm not on that side. I'm on the.
Okay, got you. I got you. Okay, I got you.
Because if it would have kept straight, it would have hit me, but it veered up towards the middle.
Got you. I got you. Oh yeah, you were lucky. Hey, man.
I was. But
I just be one.
But I wasn't lucky during Andrew.
You wasn't. What happened during Andrew? Can you take us through that experience?
Nah, it was the same experience during Andrew.
Oh, did you board up your house? Did you get the hell on? What did you do?
We didn't. We actually stayed, and I had to go towards the tub and like huddle up because our roof was starting to come out.
Hey man, and we in the middle. Y'all be talking about these tornadoes, man. These tornadoes, man, don't be shit.
But see, the difference between a hurricane and a tornado is that a hurricane has like 7-8 tornadoes in it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, man. The motherfuckers be talking about.
But I lived in Hurricane Alley when I was up there in Iowa. So, like, tornado is bad because you don't know it's coming. A hurricane, you can prepare.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah,
that's the only difference.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this.
Pull up on Tommy though.
He pulled up on Tommy like a motherfucker, didn't he? He did pull up on Tommy.
Yeah,
he did do that. He pulled up on. Who gave you that? Tasco gave you that one.
Yeah, that was.
Tasco gave you that one, Chief. Don't even take it.
I read that. Yo said that in the chat room. Huh?
Oh, did he? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he was sure. He said
hurricane winds.
What's that?
What'd you say, sis?
I said these hurricane winds. I'm from Kansas. I'm in Georgia now. I'm not used to them.
Right.
We're getting the wind from the hurricanes in Georgia.
See, I was
the land of tornadoes.
I was getting 90 miles an hour winds. I was on the island in the middle during that hurricane. They was getting like 150, 60.
Really?
Yeah, and that's how that surge came the way it did and flooded everything. Did you see those cars underwater to the roof? Houses, you could see roofs from houses.
Man, I'm gonna tell you this, man. You lucky to be talking on the phone, cause man, every time you talk, Man, it sound like, you know what I'm saying, they like trying to shock your lips from the motherfucking phone. It's
No,
like
but
pop, pop, pop,
actually, I
pop,
took my
pop, pop, pop.
earpiece out this time. I'm talking straight through the phone because I know my voice not strong.
Oh, you good, you good, you good. You sound a lot better though. Andrew, man, I couldn't imagine them damn them
See,
horror.
Andrew was the second worst. This one was like the fourth that ever hit Florida.
And I'm trying to get me a house in Key West, man, for real.
Man, see, man, that see, but see, yeah, that's real terrible because you gonna get the same surge, but it's only if it hit you dead on. And if you know it's coming for you dead on, you get the you
Either
get
that,
up, man.
or go to Washington
skedaddle.
State.
Correct. You get up out of there. But see, but when you come back, you just hope your your insurance money is up to par.
Man, I ain't going down there fucking with the Santos and shit, man.
But
Fuck
but
that
but but
shit.
it happens like every 5, 10, 15 years. It's not like it's every day or every year.
No, brother. You know that's where I had to beg to differ. Cause even though I don't live down there, I do know hurricane season comes every year.
No, it does, but but that type of it depend on if it hit you dead on for it to be that. It was only worse for who it hit dead on. What I'm saying.
Okay, I got you. You know the actual landing spot, and you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying, it varies.
yeah. Wherever the eyes headed, that's where it's gonna be the worst.
Hey Pig, man, what's going on? Hey Pig, man, what you got to say, God?
I was gonna say peace to the panel. I'm gonna be sending my legal knowledge over to you and Chief. You know, they kind of touched my heart earlier.
I appreciate it.
For sure, I'll get out y'all later.
All right, hey, indigenous.
I had to mute for a second because it made me angry. So
Yeah. Well, you know what I'm saying, we lived it, and the thing about it is, we get to live in, you know what I'm saying, and you just kind of get into your zone and you forget what's really happening, and then when you hear what's really happening, it just wakes you up, and it just makes you, at first, you know what I'm saying, self-chastise yourself, man. God damn it. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Wake the fuck up, nigga. Something got to be done first and foremost. And then just realizing what really was done, man, and for it to even be 6 years, for us to be saying like this, for us to be talking about this, I just don't want it to be to where he's an old man or we be dead before he be up out of there, and that can't happen, man. I just don't want that to happen, man. So I appreciate it.
My power and my resources. I know some people, so you know, I'm gonna get on. I'm gonna ask for some information from you guys. And
I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Who? Rick Ross, why 50 Cent can't do me like Javu? Shout out, brother. I see you up in there. Hawk Yost. Nora's up in here. What she say? NASA controlled Delta weather. Look up Mississippi, NASA.
And the reason why Tyreek calling it a rally, because you know he always pull receipts. Old girl, she got permits to be there, so it's not really a pull up.
Hey man, Tariq, man, he a different animal, man. He a different animal, man. Leave that brother alone, man.
Here counts petty.
Oh man. Hey man, he ain't nothing getting no pettier than a pimp, an ex-pimp.
Run around here popping your collar. We pulling up. Pulling up to do what? You pulling up with other niggas from your chat room and standing around twerking and taking photos and then going back home and nothing is happening. That's not really a pull-up, and that's okay. It's a rally. Just say that. And don't start breaking your arm to congratulate yourself. We outside. So is the fucking squirrel and rodents. They're outside too. What are you doing that a rodent ain't doing, nigga? Are you effective? And are you going to follow up with you being outside? Or are you going to jump your bitch ass up in a Twitter space whining about what nigga didn't give you a participation award. Uh-huh. Come on now. Y'all better know what a pull-up is. These are not pull-ups you're doing, and that's okay. Stop trying to use jargon from the streets that you're not a part of. Y'all not a part of no real street business, and stop pretending you are. It's okay to not be a part of that type of shit. We got to get some clarity going on here. Sometimes
That's right.
people get in these chat rooms and they get in these spaces and they start thinking that they're more important than what they really are.
Whoa, look.
And then they get in these spaces making it seem like they put other people on, like you gave other people shine.
Hold up. Hey, Bonnie, man, who is this crazy white man you got me want me to play, man? What the hell is this? He's a white dude. Oh, man. I don't know what seemed like roll call. Oh, shit. You mean like he calling for action and shit? All right, I got him on deck.
That thing, that January 26th Twitter space, that was the come up to a lot of you guys. That was your come up. But that wasn't nothing that you manufactured. Mel, is Mel's ass in here? I saw Mel trying to talk about
see that too.
How they got it popping off. Nigga, listen. Understand what you're bringing to the table. That January 6th Twitter space, do you know why it popped off? Do you know why it popped off on that particular day? Understand what the real deal is. The reason that popped off like that on that particular day, and why there were so many Nigerians in there, around that time, and shout out to Connie Collins because she pointed that out, around that time, the middle of January, the president of Nigeria lifted the Twitter ban. There was a Twitter ban in Nigeria.
Hold up.
Mid-January,
Hold up. Hey, I'm going to stop this. I'm going to go over here because Vonnie want me to put this up, and I guess dude live. We're going to see what Vonnie talking about. Vonnie, this your first time being able to put a link up and Cuddy go right to it, man. You know what I'm saying? It better be good, baby. It better be good, baby. It better be good, baby. Let's see what it is. Oh, man, this man talking about the Mandela effect. What the fuck? Opiates, vets, people wake the fuck up. What is he talking about? Let's see what he's talking about.
Nothing.
The
man can talk about nothing.
Hold up. Let's see. Oh, I didn't share the screen? Oh, there he is right there. Okay, here it is.
He's a wordsmith. You know what you get out of fucking Edward Snowden? Nothing. The man can talk about nothing forever.
Fair
he can
use.
Take one subject and have an entire lecture of nothing. Robert Wood, you ever talk to Edward Snowden? Fuck no. He's a liar. Doing codes.
What is the hell do
backwards
we
codes,
do?
forwards
Vonnie,
codes, backwards words.
Vonnie,
forwards
your
words.
link sharing
Revolutionaries
privileges
don't fucking stop.
are going away by the motherfucking
Everything
second.
has its meaning in a revolution.
This man is sitting over here with a raccoon skin
they won't
hat.
publicize it correctly. There's a revolution. The King of England is being fought against. Ray.
This motherfucker got a Viking cup. God.
Ray.
God damn.
Ray Evans. Ray Evans. Old man broke horses. My mom went out to meet him, and this is my father. She was like, aren't you related to the... Yeah, he's like, yeah. He's just old cowboy. There's a reason why my grandmother went to my other grandpa.
All right, that's it, Bonnie. Bonnie, your privileges are here now beyond revoked. We cannot let you get us on Hillbilly Time no more, ever again.
I thought we was going to get to the Phoenix joint or something.
Oh, yeah, we can get back on. Yeah, man, I'm getting up off of Tariq, man. Hey, man, but I do, hold up. I do want to see where he's pulling up. He's pulling up pictures of old girl twerking, though. I'm trying to see that real quick. You know what I'm saying? Because ain't nothing wrong with seeing a little thong.
Hey, Cut, dude was talking about waking up, though, man.
Man, wake up his motherfucking. Man, ain't nobody caring about it. He said his mom, met a motherfucker about a horse and shit. And he was like, man, hey, shit, this your family? It's like, what the fuck, man? He got to telling us some real trailer stories, man, for real.
Don't forget he said old cowboy, and the original cowboys is us.
That's a fact, you know what I'm saying? But you know what he talking about ain't us. Factual. Let me see, man. Let's get on over here. You said Phoenix Moon is over there on Sonetta. We got to see the sister how she represented. We gonna get on it right now. You know what I'm talking about?
That's right.
Yep. The United States bully others have finally come back. Oh shit. All right, something gonna happen geopolitically. I'll bring it tomorrow though. I'll bring it tomorrow. Let's go find Sonetta. Let's find Sonetta's ass. Where is he at?
Terrible.
Hey,
man, shout out to all the American Aborigines. Aboriginal woman.
Hold up, man. Shout out to Coolio, man. May he rest in peace, man, for real. And his family, you know, so shout out to Coolio, man. Hope he's in the gangster's paradise for real. You know what I'm saying? For real. Yeah. Man, I don't see this Sonetta shit, nigga. You know,
Sonetta be having a lot of Pan-Africans on his panel, but he done said several times he ain't African.
Yeah, he Dominican.
Sonetta. It don't matter.
Let me see. Oh shit. Okay, nah, that ain't that girl. Okay, here we go. Shout it out. Oh nah, nigga, I ain't about to watch all of this motherfucking shit. I know that. That shit 3 hours long, man. Ain't nobody about to do that at all. In fact, I'll push play and bounce on y'all niggas.
No, we ain't gonna do all that. When you bounce, we gonna stop. Before you bounce, we gonna stop. We just gonna just get a little extra, man.
No, we gonna skip to it. I'm gonna get to it.
New York City Indigenous Peoples Day Parade. Island.
Let's go back.
So we go every year, but this time
hey, I got it.
Been busy, got a lot of stuff coming up, you know, and you're trying to change history and insert yourself in the narrative. You can't do it sitting from your couch, you know what I'm saying? So
why they in here starting mess already? Mr. Metro up in here saying Miss Rabon. Why? Oh man, why are they starting mess already? I guess because Rabon always bothered you, man. You know,
I'm gonna pull up the chat so we can see who was up in here talking crazy.
Yeah. So, talk to me. Don't it supposed to be a powwow or something coming up?
yes. So October 8th and 9th is Indigenous Peoples Weekend in New York City, Randall's Island. So we go every year, but this time we're actually going as our business, Urban Indian Heritage Society. So we're excited about that. We're also
please remind me because I want to get there. I've never been to a powwow. I want to get there and just interview some of the people.
Yes, you'd absolutely love it. If I can make a suggestion, the first powwow you want to go to is Shinnecock. It's bar none, definitely.
A what? To a what?
Shinnecock. On Shinnecock powwow. It's Labor Day weekend every year in September.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the experience, if I can make a suggestion. But definitely Randall's Island, we go every year, but this time again, we'll be going as Urban Indian Heritage Society.
Old
That's
Dirty
going to be
Bastard
October
was
8th and
Shinnecock,
9th.
if y'all don't know. Old Dirty Bastard
Then
was
on October
Shinnecock.
15th, we'll be at the Indigenous Peoples Day Parade, the first annual New York City Indigenous Peoples Day Parade, long overdue for New York. And also from the 12th and the 15th, we'll be in Oklahoma at the American Folklore Society. So we got a lot of busy calendar this month.
Wow. So you really taking this thing serious. This is serious to you, huh?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Why? Tell us why. Tell us why.
Well, again, I'm not good with oppression. I don't like bullies trying to take my cornbread. You know what I'm saying? I was just
right.
I was arrested at 12 years old regarding Michael Griffin and Howard Beach. So I've always been a revolutionary and an activist. It's not going to surprise anybody that knows me in real life. So now we have this petition. I definitely would like to share. And this is one thing we can all agree on, ethnocide, genocide, and policide, how it happens, and the fact that a lot of people, irrespective of whether or not they're American Indian or not, they have been misclassified. So if you find that in 1840, your family is listed as Black on the census, and it changes by 1860, and then another change occurs 1870, this is what we're talking about, because that's a direct contribution of ethnocide and genocide. And it's also been a way that they have not been able to establish U.S. representatives to represent particular groups of people, especially such as ourselves. So this is why they definitely didn't want to call me an Indian, but they also misnomered and misidentified other classes of people, races of people as well. So the petition is at about 3,000 strong, a little over 3,000 the last that I checked. I definitely would like to share it and read it to the people. There's some serious elements in there, and we're kind of pretty much naming all of the people that are involved in the oppression of people of color in the United States. So we definitely make a mention specifically before the American Indian, and this is how we separate what is restitution worthy versus what is reparation worthy. And I definitely wanted to make sure we got into that as well. The petition, I don't know if you've seen it, but I don't know, did you sign the petition? Shout out to Zaza Ali. Shout out to Zaza Ali. She showed support for us. Appreciate you, sister. Thank you very much. So we got a lot of people that have been contributing, specifically because that's something that we all can agree on, irrespective if you're American Indian or not. Even if you are white and you went from white one census to Negro another, this is a crime, and that's the criminal activity. So instead of shadow boxing and kind of, just being mad and not really hitting a direct target, this is how we're able to make things stick like glue.
Okay, now I know we had these discussions a few times in the past. You and Jabari got a bill in, a few bills. I think I spoke twice, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
Yeah, and we talked about Africa and the Africans.
Yes.
Have you had?
Oh, dude! Shout out for the donation the other day, man. I appreciate it, man. I just now seen you, man. I appreciate it, brother.
Have you found out anything as far as African blood and indigenous? Now, I know I have some native blood in me, but I got the majority of it is African.
What did he say? Hold the fuck up. Hold up.
Not one.
Hold up now. We got to bring this back.
But I have some native blood in me, but I got the majority of it is African. Native blood in me.
See, now he must be referring to the Mongol side of him because he's Dominican. Yeah, he must be talking to the Mongol side of him.
People have a problem with the
they have one of the people from. I would like to kick over the 1619 project, right? Emmanuel Combo is one of Emmanuel Rodriguez. He is my descendant. He is from the House of Savoy. So I also know that the etymology indicates that African is from a specific place, not to the continent. This is why when you see the definitions for race in the United States, white people are North African. Their origins are of the original peoples of Africa. Right? So this is what people really don't understand. I didn't write this. Do not be mad at me. White people inserted themselves as the original people of Africa.
Hold up. What she done said wrong right now here, Chief Holiday? What she done said so far that's wrong?
Well, this was the petition I read to you the other day. Libra, shout out to Libra, son.
Shout out to Libra.
I say this, man. It's all about levels. I think getting this information to as many of our people as possible is a great thing. So far, I don't want to have critique, nitpick everything. You understand my point? Like it does. It's what she's saying is right and exact. As far as misclassification, but we understand who they misclassified, and when we're talking about the so-called African Americans, who are the so-called African Americans, who are the so-called American Negroes, so-called all these are American Indian. Once again, these are still classifying the same people. Some people have a different distinction for who the American Indians are. That's a problem, and that would be the only problem I would have at this point right now.
All right. One more question for
and then also, how does Sarnetta know? My thing is, I would have to ask Sarnetta, just for Sarnetta, could you please tell the people, how do you identify yourself as an African? He's gonna say he took a couple or maybe one DNA test. That would be it. He doesn't have any other stories other than that. So that's just facts, y'all. And he knows this. And everybody else that talks this Africa shit don't know what y'all talking about. So
well, if you go into Ancestry.com and things like that to figure out your ancestry, and they tell you from Africa, and we know Africa is not even an ancient term. For real.
I'm still trying to figure out how people talking about they Africans from 5,000 years ago, but they don't know who their granddaddy is.
Ooh. Man, hold up. You're gonna have to bring that. You said that so clean and proper. It went over my motherfucking head. Say that again, Ant.
I said I'm trying to figure out how people taking DNA tests and say the ancestry goes back 5,000 years to Africa, but they don't know who their granddaddy is.
Yeah, and then they say it's black news for black people, and they trying to liberate black people, right? Now, Sarnetta stood with Dr. Khaled Abdul Muhammad, right? So, right? So, Sarnetta, when you're pushing the whole out of Africa hypotheses in the theory of evolution, right? You're pushing their agenda, brother. You're pushing eugenics. You're pushing their agenda. And all these smart guys around you know this is happening. They understand these social constructs. People that come here right now today, you meet somebody from Nigeria, he's not going to identify himself as an African. Might not even identify himself as a Nigerian, because we understand, everybody should understand colonization and things that happen and things that change. So if they're not considering themselves that, they'll be like they from Ethiopia, Togo. Y'all get the point, right?
Right. We know.
They don't even become African Americans. They become Nigerian Americans. They become Ethiopian Americans. They don't become African Americans. It's really interesting how we the only African Americans in this paradigm, because these people have a vested interest to take us off this land, socially, politically, economically, as well as mortally. Hence, Planned Parenthood, eugenics, babies going to prison. If you're in prison, he's not having babies. He's not being productive. He's not learning. If he comes out, he's going to be hardened.
Chemical warfare.
I mean, it's just so much going on, bro. School
hated
warfare,
and incarcerated. You know, it goes on, man. But here's Sonetta. Hey, look at Sonetta's face when he was talking about that DNA shit. You know that nigga was kicking that shit out the side of his ass. Hey, man, get the hell out of here.
So you know, I'm not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? So
I would.
No, I'm talking about far as you know, and then even far as like I said, we have the declaration, we have certain things or whatever. We don't feel that we need a petition for something that's already lawful. What we do need, though, are social documentations and stuff like that. And I believe all these things like that or whatever to get the word out about this and its levels. And once people come to certain understandings, like just imagine the people that are not on this and they're hearing the information. You understand what I'm saying? Whatever their confusion is, because you know Sonetta are definitely attaching the American Indian to Native American, and they're going to say it. I'm sure the Aboriginal or Aborigine and our Tanchan is never going to come out of nobody's mouth unless one of us go up on this panel or call in. That's never going to happen. They're not. They would even ignore it in the chat room for a reason. So that means that the words matter, right? If words matter, and we're talking about words that empower us, we're talking about words that we need to be empowered with. So yeah, I encourage everybody to read this petition. That's on change.org, by the way.
That's right.
So yeah, I'm not knocking anybody. But the blueprint has already been set by the guys. Peace to Leave Son, man. Peace to the guys, man. Peace to all American guys.
That's right. Here we go. Yeah, man, I'm about to get ready to skip around and see if we can find some hot spots, man, especially some
I ain't gonna lie. It's a lot of little nuggets gonna be dropping because I'm real analytical, you guys. I look at everything. I hear everything.
Yeah, we're gonna let it go. We're gonna let it go.
I'll be on it.
Hey, Mick, you know what I'm saying? Feel free to turn your camera off, gravitate, and ultimately be like, leave the studio. Shout out to my sister sis. Okay,
yeah,
hey,
we about to get into some learning right here,
we getting in. This is where we start building overnight. Right now, so here we go. So here we go. Shout out to
you don't even have
Phoenix
to
Moon.
stop it, man. We can talk over it if we don't. We got it.
We got it. This is what the consensus of saying. This is why they have a problem with what you are saying, because to not have
I'm not saying anything. We got to clean that up.
No, you said you don't have African blood. That's what you said.
Yeah, I don't.
To not have African blood in you, looking at your features, sister, the lips, the cheekbones, the eyes, the nose. I mean, that right there says African to me. Now,
you gotta go look at an African fool. You gotta go look at a goddamn African fool. Man, come on, man. This is bullshit for real.
I'm not disqualifying your Aboriginal, your Indianness. I'm not doing none of that.
Correct.
I say I agree.
What did you say?
He said Aboriginal. Shout out to Sonetta.
What did he say? Hold up. Did he say that? Let's give him his pride.
Let me finish. I'm not disqualifying your Aboriginal, your Indian.
Oh.
I'm not disqualifying your Aboriginal, your Indianness.
I'm gonna get that clip. You don't think I'm not? I am. So thank you very much. At the 8-minute 47-second mark. At the 8-minute 47-second mark, I will be getting that, sir. Thank you very, very much, sir. We're gonna snipe you, baby.
I'm not doing none of that. I say I agree with you. You have native in you, but I'm saying you got to see the African and the native, because if you're not African, then goddamn it, you got twins out there. They look just like you.
I literally do have a twin sister, and she does. We do look a lot alike, and we're fraternal.
You serious?
But yeah, I do have a twin. We don't have any African ancestry. I've
Hey,
been doing
I
this
could
for
be
30 years.
I
What
could
I
be
did
real
was
fucked
tell
up,
other
y'all,
people.
but I'm gonna keep it about this. Can we go? I can't, y'all. I'm fucked up, man. I'm fucked up. So let's keep going. Sister?
No, go ahead. Let it ride, Chief. Go ahead.
Sister?
Hey, man, fall
Sister,
out the
though?
goddamn
Hey,
sack.
damn it, Chief. Okay, Sana, let's go.
All right, he's showing restraint. All
I'll have
right.
to tell you later. Okay.
All right. Shout out to Chief. He's showing restraint.
Somebody might say it in the chat room.
Hey,
Shit,
if
bro,
you got it in the chat room, I'm gonna
if
put
it's in
it
the
up.
chat room, I'm saying it, goddammit. How
All
about
right,
that?
if it gets put in the chat room, all right, that's what it is. That's the
I'll
agreement.
do that. How about that? I ain't gonna be the one to say it. Sheesh. Terrible.
Enots, I see you, my guy.
That white people was grown in the lab by a big head scientist named Yakub. I was in the library looking at these genealogical records, right? So I've always been understanding of who I am. And this is, it just so happens that now there's about 40,000 other constituents that feel the exact same way. Everybody has been able to express themselves and be themselves completely, but for the American Indian in my own land, we can't just be. There's a gatekeeper everywhere, right? I'm not pale enough to be Native American enough for people that call themselves Black. And then I'm not Black enough for people that think I should be more Native. You understand what I'm saying? So it's kind of like confusing. But again, a man can wake up today and say, tomorrow I'm going to cut it off. I'm going to be a woman. I'm going to get D cups and everything is fine. His life goes on. No one at work can harass him. None of the neighbors can say anything to him. But here it is. I'm actually American Indian with my mother and my father.
Dude, you right.
Both
We got him.
lines, all the way back 10, 12 generations. There's no broken chain in my family tree. I am American Indian. My cousin was misclassified. He was the chief of the Paw Monkey in the 1900s. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not challenging any of that. I'm not saying you're not. Yes.
Also in the 1900s, but what they did was still misclassify them in other areas, right? So how does that take away from me and my culture if I'm forced to assimilate as one or the other and I just can't be?
Oh, okay. Powerful, sister. Powerful. What do you say to like Hebrew Israelites who say even the natives, American, the Indians, what they call them, are Hebrew? Because they claim that the natives are also Hebrew. I don't know what part of the 12 tribes. Help me out, brothers, in the chat. What would they say the natives are on the 12 tribe chart? Help me out, family. According to the Hebrew Israelites, they say that y'all are Hebrew Israelites. Have you heard of anything like that? Gad. All right. Brother Tory said Gad.
Yeah, I've heard that, but King James is also my granddaddy, so I don't take the dogma. Right? I don't take the dogma. And I also know that the Algonquins had an entity called Jesus that represented the sun. So I don't do the
Phoenix Moon said, what?
so I don't take the dogma.
Hold on. We gotta
according to the Hebrew Israelites, they say that y'all are Hebrew Israelites. Have you heard of anything like that? Gad. All right. Brother Tory said Gad.
Yeah, I've heard that, but King James is also my granddaddy, so I don't take the dogma. Yeah, I've heard that, but King James is also my granddaddy, so I don't take the dogma. I've heard that, but King James is also my granddaddy, so I don't take the dogma. Right? I don't take the dogma. And I also know that the Algonquins had an entity.
We getting some sound bites out here.
So I don't do the dogma. And I'm definitely not letting anybody take my mind off the land when I need the tangible bloodline relatives to establish myself in history.
The Woman King.
It's one thing to know about Jesus's 14 generations, but it's another thing that I can name my own 14 generations, maternal and paternal. That's a little different.
She mixing
I don't, hang out in the cosmos and the astros and stuff like that. I chew the meat and spit out the bones. When they're speaking about polity and civics, I got the messages, the different downloads.
Sound like she had a couple bones.
The way that book is written, but I didn't accept the dogma. I couldn't accept the dogma because it didn't make practical sense here on earth. I don't have to die to reach heaven. I'm supposed to have it here. If the legal definition for
That's
hell
right, Hulk.
is jail, prison, the expulsion chamber, then that means they didn't write it down in the dictionary what the legal definition of heaven is. But from context clue, it's got to be freedom, non-oppression, right? That's got to be what it is. So I don't need to die to experience that, right? I get a little slice of heaven every day.
Talk to us about your spirituality. What was the spirituality of the natives? Like, you know,
Well,
some say I
everybody-
believe in God, Jesus, Moses,
Yeah.
Abraham. What was
Jesus
your
is an
spirituality
entity
practices?
of the Algonquins. Jesus is an entity of the Algonquins. In my particular region, we have Oki, Ahani. We have a couple of different gods, right? The Great Spirit, and that depends on the tribal lineage. I'm a plethora of different tribes, so they all had different types of gods. And I'm relative to the Mississippian culture, the Adena Hopewell culture as well. So they all had different entities and spirituality practices.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So family, y'all should get ready when we're ready to open up. But first, we're going to let the sister come with her presentation. Do you want to show anything, sister, as far as the up and coming festival and stuff like that?
Well, I do have the flyers. If I'm pretty
Yes.
sure, I know some of my people's in the chat. If they can drop the flyer, Indigenous Peoples Day, that's not my event. So definitely check out the organizers, but you should pull up New York City's first parade ever, Indigenous People Day. It's going to be amazing. And this is it from here on out. Everybody else has had their parade. Now the American Indians get to be front and center.
This is going to be their first ever parade?
First ever Indigenous.
And this is
People
going
Day.
down where? Once again, where?
It's going down in Brooklyn, Saturday, October 15th.
Not this Saturday.
No, October 15th.
I got to be there. This is going to be the first. Oh, man, I got to be there for
The
this.
first annual. Yes,
I'm
they
hoping to
worked-
be there
they
for
worked
this one.
long and
Yes.
hard, to get the permits, to have it done, the red tape, and then of course
If it's the
pandemic slowed
first, it's
things
not
down,
an
so
annual,
it's awesome. I'm
sis.
super excited.
Until you do the
Super excited.
second
It's gonna be a
one.
nice time.
Then
I
it's the
can't wait for that.
second
I got to
annual.
be there. So, let's go, sister. Show what you got for us.
Okay, first let
Share
me
your
pull
screen.
up. Yes, let me show you guys the petition if you haven't had a chance to. If you haven't had a chance yet.
Much respect to the Indigenous People Day Parade. I'm going to be there. Yes, I'm going to be there as well. I got to make history. Got to be there. Mm-hmm. Share your screen. And you on mute. You put your joint on mute.
Let me do this screen share. Here we go. This is the petition here. Let's see, tab.
Do you, as you getting that, what problem do you have with Africans?
None.
Oh, dude, cutting up.
Why do you
Africans,
think
I have no
people?
problem with anybody.
Why do you think people look at you and say, "Girl, you ain't no native, you African"? Why do you think that? And I know that bothers you sometimes.
Probably their lack of information and knowledge of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Knowledge of themselves. Especially, it's almost fruitless to have certain conversations with people that cannot relate to actually place themselves in the narrative. If you ask what happened in the year 1610, I could tell you what grandmother
I
was
think that's the
moving, shaking
movie
here,
called
what
Ants.
grandmother owned what, if they
Ants.
grew, right? So there's a different thing that comes with
Not
that.
the grasshopper,
I'm able
the
to assert
ants.
myself in a capacity where people can't steal what is attached to me. Everybody else is allowed to have their pride. But when it comes down to us being, gathering our things back, because they tried to say we didn't have anything.
My granddaughter
And I
be
can
having me
also
watching that.
prove, that in the 1600s, they kind of lumped all of us up together, and it's never stopped for me and my people ever since. Right? I'm American Indian all my life, but when I come out the door, here's the Hebrews. Across the street, you got the God bodies. Here's the Nation of Islam. You have all these people that took away grandma's teachings. They took away my culture in front of me and blamed pilgrims for teaching me wrong. right? They made Marcus Garvey a hero, but Marcus Garvey worked directly with Walter Plecker, who damaged and injured my people and chased my tribes around Virginia for 40, 50 years. How can they explain that? They can't steal my truth to make them feel better about what they think is true about theirs. So it's really nothing wrong with me. It's about the people and their lack of knowledge on themselves and their tangible bloodline history. I don't take it personal anymore. I used to sing. Now I'm doing something about it, trying to have to write myself back in history when I could see my grandmother's signature on treaties that, they said we was from somewhere else. If I believed everybody else's stories, I'd never know my own and be able to make a distinction. So that's really what it is. And if that bothers people, me, respecting what's sacred and what I'm comprised of, to me, when people can wake up and be a man tomorrow, a woman could be a man tomorrow and it's fine. A man could be a woman tomorrow and it's okay. But I can't be what I really am. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Did she just say
here we go. Your presentation is showing.
Yeah, so
What'd you say, Aunt?
Didn't she just say her grandmother's signature was on a treaty?
Yes.
So her grandma about what, maybe 300, 200 years old?
Maybe she just misspoke in the heat of the moment. But nobody's grandmama's that old. Nobody's.
I'm on mute.
This is the petition remedy for misclassified people of North America.
Change.org.
And I'd like to read it. It's not really long. And basically, this is our opportunity to set the record straight about our family histories, the truth about our honored ancestors, and our right to
First Americans first. I like that, though.
Restoration and restitution. Petition organized by Urban Indian Heritage Society for the passage of the American Indian Inclusion Act. The Urban Indian Heritage Society and members there within have created this petition to address the grievances of erasure, policide, and ethnocidal misconduct of the United States government against the misclassified American Indian. The same body of people are hereby demanding reclassification of ethnic birthrights, removal or vacating of federal and state occupied American Indian lands, return of assets, restitution, punitive damages, and institutional reform. Egregious acts were perpetrated against misclassified American Indians by the United States government. The aforementioned American Indian is hereby demanding immediate remedy for their descendants and their assets. These demands are hereby listed: reclassification, discovery, access, and redress to all known tribal records that provide direct distinction of the misclassified American Indian that are in possession of the United States Bureau of Indian Affairs, National Archives, Department of Housing and Urban Development, United States Department of Defense, and the United States Department of Commerce. Create a federally commissioned genealogical committee managed by the Urban Indian Heritage Society to examine genealogical findings of bloodline lineage from misclassified American Indians, to properly connect birthright, investigate American Indian roles, and American Indian artifact asset discovery and recovery. Create an oversight committee that governs the 7 mandatory criteria for tribal membership and appeals for tribal membership denial within all state and federally recognized tribes. Create sanction boards to review all grievances for ongoing misclassification efforts from the United States Department of Interior and the United States Bureau of Indian Affairs or individual tribes noted in the appeal. Create Tribal Band Extension Commission approved by the Urban Indian Heritage Society within the Bureau of Indian Affairs to be overseen by the Department of Justice regulations and protect the band extensions process and implementation for misclassified Indians. Immediate, unique, and distinct federal protections for the Urban Indian Heritage Society Genealogical Committee determined misclassified American Indian now and forever to be classified as the Urban Indian. Federal exception in private law to supersede tribal registration requirements for the Urban Indian, special task force creation for investigation into human trafficking of misclassified American Indians. Federally recognize the creation of the American Indian Political Party and federally fund access to voter registration in all states, all United States voting districts for all United States citizens. Special committee appointed by the UIHS to create report of land removed through exile taxation, internal displacement, eminent domain, or other methods that displace the American Indian. Removal of taxation on federal, state, municipal property sales tax of land, and dissolution of mandate of income tax divestment for the misclassified Indian. And under resolve, we have immediate repeal of H.R. 4238, which was in 2015, where President Obama signed off on a bill sponsored by Grace Ming, a Democrat of New York, actually, in the 114th Congress, in which direct violation of ADRIP, which is American Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, was committed, and speaks to the sanctioned removal of American Indian and Negro and replacing those ethnicities with African American and Native American or Alaskan Native. The American Indian was reclassified to Negro per the 1830 Indian Removal Act. Within H.R. 4238, Negro has now been changed to African American. Special Reform Bill for Social Services, Juvenile and Reformatory Institutions, Jail, Prison, and Correctional System Investigations. Special Reform Bill for Care, Universal Media, Housing and Urban Development, and Education Curriculum for Correction on American Indian History. Independent oversight, the implementation of Indian homeschools, tribal schools, language immersion schools. Implement and fund federally mandated American Indian culture, heritage, contemporary education, and the 7 arts throughout all federally funded American schools from Head Start to 12. Correctly identify via federal funding the American Indian schools which were renamed under misclassification to historical Black colleges and universities. Implement and federally mandate the American Indian Studies course throughout all historically Black colleges and universities in lieu of the African American Studies requirement. Federally funded college courses, vocational and trade school grants for American Indian Studies, formally including American Indian history formally including American Indian history to citizenship tests as a stipulation of United States naturalization process. Immediate moratorium on land, water, air, mineral space, property sales to foreign buyers and corporate entities. Immunity for all misclassified American Indians for possession, personal and commercial use of cultural, ceremonial, holistic crops, i.e. cannabis, tobacco, mushrooms, peyote, ayahuasca, etc. Freedom of practice of spiritual and ceremonial practices for all misclassified American Indians. And restitution, immediate creation of public misclassified American Indian trust for allocation of restitution funds. Utility tolls, transportation toll, and corporate tax to provide ongoing funding allocations to misclassified American Indian trust. Restitution for fraud, racketeering, and conspiracy committed against misclassified American Indians and families, i.e. illegal amendments, cross-outs, Bs and 13s on the census. Creation of special budget committee to create fiscal and monthly allocations to misclassified American Indians. Removal of all debts via the Department of Treasury and reimbursement of all educational fees paid by and for the misclassified American Indian. Restitution for just compensations for misclassified American Indians and their descendants for wrongful imprisonment, lengthy and unfair sentencing, creating broken families, wealth gaps, and lineage erasure, death and dismemberment, illegal health diagnoses, and administration of psychotropic drugs. Federal pardons, exonerations, and expungements for misclassified American Indians in custody for all nonviolent drug crimes, including marijuana charges and convictions. Federal fee waivers for all agricultural grow licensing and permits for misclassified American Indians, direct access for authority over American Indian agricultural sites for sacred and cultural ceremony holistic crops, i.e. cannabis, tobacco, mushrooms, peyote, and ayahuasca. So with these 100,000+ signatures that we are looking for from registered voters and other lovers submitted before the United States congressional body, we hereby do demand a public hearing and specially assigned oversight committees by the UIHS constructed to review and implement the American Indian Inclusion Act and create laws and procedures to remedy the misclassified American Indian that experienced paper genocide, ethnocide, and policide due to the laws set forth by these governing bodies and upheld by departments named in this grievance. At presentation to the United States Congress, a detailed manifesto of grievances recorded from the inception of the United States Corporation to present will be presented. To the United States Congress and executive branch departments we're here within, United States Department of Commerce, United States Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Board of Governors et al., the Federal Reserve, U.S. Department of Energy, United States Department of Interior et al., United States Department of War, U.S. States Bureau of Indian Affairs, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, U.S. Department of Defense, Department of Justice, Department of Corrections et al., Bureau of Prisons, Federal Acquisition Regulation Department, U.S. Department of Transportation, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services et al., Center of Disease Control, U.S. Department of Vital Statistics et al., all 57 United States and the jurisdictions there within, including the United States 4 Commonwealth territories, United States Department of Agriculture, U.S. Federal Drug Administration, U.S. Bureau of Department of Treasury, U.S. Department of Education, Department of Homeland Security et al., the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the Department of Veterans Affairs, Department of Labor, Department of National Intelligence, U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, the Cherokee, the Muskogee Creek Nation, the Choctaw Nation, the Seminole Nation, the Chickasaw Nation et al., the 5 civilized tribes.
All right. Now, what is this all about? You are trying to get the petition to make it clear for the people.
Mm-hmm. Yes. We're looking to have this petition, for one, to raise the awareness that tons of people were misclassified. That's paper genocide. So if there's any confusion that anyone here has in America, it is based off of the criminal activity that the U.S. Census Bureau perpetrated during the 1790 up until, well, the time where we were able to self-identify, which started in the 1990s. So from 1790 to 1990, you had no choice in the matter. But they certainly would not list you as your tribe or your nation or your race so that you were underrepresented and they didn't have to populate U.S. representatives, right? And the last I checked, the Constitution absolutely said no taxation without representation. And this is how they were able to do it. Even with 2 slaves being 3/5 of a person to vote, 2 slaves was a vote that a free person of color did not have.
Mm-hmm. Now, during time in history, and I'm quite sure you know this, that what is the relationship, the secret relationship between the Africans and the natives?
Well, that depends on which natives you're speaking about, because they're, again, when you're speaking to Africans prior to 1815, especially east of the Mississippi, you're speaking about Italians, Portuguese, some of the people of Spain that were kicked out, the ancient Berbers that were from the Barbary course, descendants of the Barbary Wars. So you're speaking to them. I've never said that Africans did not come here in the slave trade, but their slave trade is significantly different than the intra-American slave trade. There's the trans-Pacific slave trade that people don't speak about, the transatlantic slave trade that everybody knows about, the intra-American slave trade that's probably the least spoken about, next to the trans-Pacific. So now in 2014, Ghana apologizes for their role in slavery. I think Benin also just apologized for their role in slavery as well. And it came up again. They'll actually be here in Kansas within a few short days, maybe sometime this week, to have some discussions with the descendants of the people. And that doesn't mean that the descendants are in Kansas. That just happens to be where they're meeting at. So you have Ghanaian royalty and Benin coming here to discuss their role in the slave trade that trickled here to Americas. And that's just for the people that actually made it here. Okay, so that came up again recently since Queen of England has died. I believe it was Don Lemon, where he was The caption says Don Lemon is owned, and the lady's name was Hillary Fordwich, I believe, and she's a royal spokesperson, and she was very candid and very clear about in the beginning, taking things back to the beginning, which in legal terms I know to be ab initio. So in the beginning, England never went in any villages and took anyone. The African kings did this to people that they paid their taxes, broke the law, they're prisoners of war, things of that nature. They're expendable, right? Didn't mean it was right, but they become expendable. So when the English come on the shores, there were already people in cages waiting to be sold. So now the next step is what happened to them when they get to the prospective places that they ended up being. There's documentation in the 1700s, between 1730s and the 1760s, where England is taking out 2- and 3-page ads in the Ipswich Times, in Scottish newspapers, British newspapers, going back and forth with African kings, talking about please stop the propaganda. And they also explain how the people that volunteered to go to Jamaica, they don't want to return back. So when they get to Jamaica, they're living clean, they've had immaculate conditions, and their whole lifestyles change. So I guess it depends on what people are talking about during slavery, like, because I see slavery was legal all over the world, right? It really was. So the instance of suing for slavery doesn't really stand for me. This is why the American Indian, I get restitution because they have to restore to the original owner what's good. Reparation means that they have to make somebody in a better condition because whatever happened to them as a result of, what was done to them, they have to get repair. So that's what the difference. The original owner, it doesn't get any more original than the American Indian. So we can't ask for reparations, right? Restitution is how they would have to make us whole. And then there's criminal activity involved in what happened with the erasure and genocide here. And that doesn't negate the fact that other people from different races, especially from the African diaspora, they have experienced the same things as well. However, the anomaly is being able to detail and explicate exactly in detail what happened to you, right? So now that Africa is saying Ghana and Benin are apologizing for the slave trade, what kind of reparations will African Americans work out with Ghana? It might be that Ghana offers them land. There might be some three-party information or money that gets exchanged too because of the conflict with the British throne and, the Ghanaian Empire and stuff like that. So people will have to dig back into their historical content in order to make sure that they have something that where you can prove that these nations broke the law. That's really what you have to prove. It's not about how you feel. You just have to be able to prove that the law was broken. I'm unable to hear you.
All right, family. I hope y'all got y'all questions ready. As you can see, Phoenix Moon is always on top of her game. She got her information ready. And let me ask you, Phoenix, did you see the movie, the Woman King?
Not yet. I'm gonna watch it tonight. My father.
What are some of the stories you heard? Because it seems
People
like
are
that movie done
bashing it.
upset a lot of men.
Why? They were
Because it's a
naturally
woman
also.
king. They talking about a woman taking control, taking charge, standing up and, getting busy. So it's
That
like
was the system, with the exception of Muslim countries. The matriarch is what determines someone's royal blood. It's the same in Africa as it is here in the Americas.
Go ahead, teach.
And the introduction of the Bible is what broke down those matriarchal clan systems.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So,
all right.
I don't know. I haven't seen the movie, but I did see a lot of grieving brothers. I did. I've seen a lot of tears, but I didn't know what it was coming from. But I also know that people that got attached to different foreign ideologies have taken a patriarchal stance, even though that's not indicative to the culture that they're actually bred from. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So I don't know why Woman King would upset them. Queen Nzinga was pretty badass. She's pretty badass. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That's just what it was. And if it goes back to that, we all may probably be a little less oppressed. We weren't crying these kind of blues when they were in charge. I'll tell you that.
Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna throw the link in the chat. If y'all have any questions for the sister, feel free to ask the question. You can ask the question. Now, if she get tired of your questions, your line of questioning, and she say, "I'm good, let's move on," that's what I'm gonna have to do is move on. So yeah, let's get it, man. Come on in here and ask y'all a question. Don't be afraid of the sister, man. Come on in. We do this for the people. We do it for you. Come on in and ask the question. Melanated Goddess, come on in and ask your question. Brother Tori, come on in and ask your question, Tori. You always hitting that link. Come on in, young brother. We ain't dealing with no Bible or none of the Hebrew stuff today. Come on in and ask a question now. You could talk, sister, until somebody come in. You could teach.
Yeah, I don't know how far people have gotten in their genealogy, but it would be a good time. New York City, if you read what they're looking to do with reparations, they're offering people to go to any one of the nations in Africa. I would probably, with the exception of Nigeria, people don't own land in Nigeria. The government owns every acre in Nigeria. So probably not there, but with the exception of Nigeria, I'm sure they would be welcome. Again, Ghana and Benin are having talks about that particular slave trade, and I think people should finally get some closure out of that and kind of stick to that script. If people are able to compartmentalize what happened to them, definitely based off of their lineage, it puts them in a winning position, and that's really it. Puts them in a winning position.
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody want to come up? Did they have any questions at all?
I don't know. People be scared now.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know either. Thank you, son.
We gotta have these tough conversations. If we don't insert ourselves in civic engagement and in polity, being able to better equipped to understand what was really going on. Don't just let things happen around you if there's something that you can do. And I know that people have not really effectively used their vote. They've used skin color to base what they're going to vote on. But yet these people don't know how many children you have. They don't really know what your struggles are. And then I doubt that there's people that actually pick up the phone and call their representatives. If you want a street sign, I didn't like how, cars just speed down the block, my grandmother's block. It's become like a little through street so that people can avoid the lights on the major boulevard, right? So now they speed through here, but there's a school a couple of blocks away. If you call enough, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. And now Gregory Meeks and them put the speed bumps in the neighborhood. Now cars are forced to slow down. But if you want something done, you have to be active.
Yes, go ahead. There are people that say, you tell the same lies all the time. So why don't you come in and see if she's lying? All you got to do is come in and ask her a question.
And if they can't really stay intellectual, because if you want to talk about me lying because you don't like my lineage, that's not really my problem. That's really a personal problem to that particular individual. But come and challenge this knowledge, this information. Let's go law for law. What do you have better to inspire or uplift or bring your folks out of oppression, or even to lend to somebody that can help them on their journey towards getting out the box effectively? Because the people that they've been putting in charge all these years, they ain't did nothing but cry. And all that crying, I'll just see a bunch of babies. What the baby gonna do? What the baby gonna do? This is my land, so I have to take it seriously. I can't wait for someone to get elected that looks like me to hope that they know what's going on in my country. That's ridiculous. And the longer that I would have sat under that spell thinking that that's something that can go down that way and I wasn't going to be affected, we would be, crying the same tears. Right? But they wrote these laws down. You can't get mad at me. You don't have to like my ancestry. I wasn't there when my grandparents was doing a hookah. I wasn't there. But I tell you, I'm here and I know who they are and they deserve some respect on their name. I can honor my Aunt Janet. I don't need Nefertiti. I don't know who Nefertiti is. I know who my Aunt Janet is. My Aunt Janet is special to me. I didn't need to outsource. Nobody can be mad at that. Now, if they want to have a conversation about this legal work and the difference between reparation and restitution, then by all means, I'm looking to speak with the scholars. And this is why we're being invited to sit down and speak with the scholars on these matters, right? This is a particular area of study that I've been in the entire time. So for people that have studied other things, I can see that it may be a little complicated to comprehend, but really it's not. So it's all transparent.
All
Very
right, come on, y'all. Don't tell me Phoenix Moon got y'all scared to hit that link, man. Come on. Hey, Phoenix, let me ask you, when you're talking in terms of reparations, what are you talking about? Reparations for Africans, Native Americans, or what are you talking about?
Reparations, Native American tribes have kind of experienced some reparations.
Right, that's what I was about to say.
But that's not
Didn't
all
they,
of the tribes.
didn't they receive some money?
No, that's not all of the
From the
tribes.
government?
Lumpy tribe still doesn't get it done. They're federally recognized, and they're right in North Carolina. Afeni Shakur, part of the Lumpy, got Lumpy ancestry. What reparations did they get? They didn't get anything. They didn't get anything. My tribes didn't get anything. The 5 civilized tribes are not the only Indians here. And it's sad that that's the only things that people know, right? But where were the 5 civilized tribes prior to them walking on the Trail of Tears? They would have still had to been in Alabama with my folks. How do they connect back to us? It's not the other way around. And I think that we've had a lot of people that have been trying to give us all this other information so that we can't really see the forest from the trees. There's $5 Indians sitting over there that perpetrated a fraud, and guess where they are right now? Only thing people did was cry that there was $5 Indians. Nobody smoked those families out. 3 generations, 4 generations later, them people are still right over there benefiting. When I got the blood, and they got membership going on over there, and I got kinship. Who's the killer?
If I was to wake up and say, okay, you know what? I'm going to buy into the Native American joint that's going on and say, all right, I'm a Native American. How do I come
You
to
can't buy
determine?
into it.
But
You
hold
have
up.
to be born into it.
But how do I come to say,
She has to
just like
correct
you,
him.
you
She's
ain't
not a Native
you was
American.
a Native all your
And I don't
life.
know,
You
she's both of
realize
Native
that you
American,
probably was.
but Sinetta,
Oh, so
we're
you
not Native American.
Okay. So when you was going to school and all that, you always
First
knew
fight
that.
was because they called me black. First fight, 9 years old. I played the dozens and all that, but that right there, I didn't get that. I didn't get that at all. I didn't like that. That was always a trigger. I'm not a crayon color.
So how do I determine what tribe am I? How do I find that out without DNA?
You have to trace your mother and father's lineage, your mother's mother, your father's father, so on and so forth. And you just keep going back. It's a big collection of data. You know how people get all of the books in Ivan Van Sertima's collection? Why not get all of the books that got
Man, you got on the mic and scared the shit out of me, man. For real. Hey, man, I want to give a special shout out to my sister Mick. She had to get on, you know what I'm saying? So early morning, she had to get to work and do her thing, you know. Shout out to Mick, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to my nephew, Lil Dre, you know what I'm saying? And everybody here that supported our presentation on that, you know what I'm saying? So I appreciate y'all, you know what I'm saying? For real. I'm also gonna get ready to make my sleeping quest. And now, before I do though, I will turn this down so you can talk over this a little bit better. How's that?
Cool.
You know what I'm
It was
saying?
good.
Shout out.
Look, where it was though, honestly.
Yeah. It was, well, yeah. I could barely hear you when you talked over. I was checking it just when I was checking it, so I'm gonna turn it down just a
I'm not
little
gonna
bit.
talk that much. I had to say that.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, let me put y'all up.
And
here.
also, my question though to Phoenix, who got misclassified?
It's a good
Because
question.
Native American. Yeah, I mean, you know, we got to make that distinction. Somebody got misclassified, right? Who got misclassified? We got a very astute audience, but the question is for Miss Phoenix Moon when she's explaining, even in the document. I read the document. Who got misclassified? I think that needs to be addressed. Now she's addressing the $5 Indians and or whatever, but we have to address the admixtures, the pale Europeans who came in the late 1800s, early 1900s, who mixed and became a part of the refugees, the Freedmen Bureau refugees. This is a part of that. And this benefited them. You guys we broke a lot of this stuff down, but it gets really deep. But you definitely have to go through your family. But let me ask you guys a question. King James then wasn't a part of no tribes, right? So if you're tracing your lineage and it goes back prior to even the creation of a lot of these names of these so-called tribes, civilized tribes and these things or whatever. Once again, we got to talk about that because we know that we trace to our family, we trace to our people, trace to some land, and that has to be explained a little better when we talk about where we geographical location and stuff we from. You are where you are from. The water, the land, the people are all one and the same. The language is all one and the same. And so most of us, if you're not already in the South, trace yourself back to the South. Well, you're in the West Coast, there was a migration. You're in the Midwest, there was a migration. You're in the East Coast, a lot of us migrated from the South. A lot of us know this and can trace ourselves in our heritage and our lineage to the land in the South with the documentation to back it up.
That's right.
Some people have Choctaw on there, for instance, Sioux maybe, so on and so forth. Once again, these are descriptive terms, right? So I'm talking about Indian. Indian is a descriptive term too for dark people. This has to be addressed. There's no tribe called Indian. Is there a tribe called Indian?
I never heard of it.
And Indian was one of the terms that was on a lot of our people's documentation. It's another descriptive term that somebody else's classification. So the question on the table is, who the fuck got misclassified? That means that was the crime. That's the crime that we're talking about, right? The misclassification. Who got misclassified? Those are the people that should be addressed first. The first Americans, the Aborigines. Like, we got to stop talking about this bullshit. We're talking about these Native Americans, stuff like that, whatever. I don't know the difference between $5 and mestizos and refugees and so on and so forth. We know that we've been here before all that Johnny come lately, Dawes roles and stuff like that. And a lot of people be trying to find themselves on certain roles. These are prison roles or you know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, if you don't find yourself attached to a housing project, that means you, the Cabrini Greens or Ida B. Wells, that means you're not from Chicago. Really? Is that what that means?
That's right.
Stop it. So yeah,
hey man, shout out to everybody, man. I really do appreciate y'all once again, man. ZPE, man, for sure, man. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go on to push play, Chief. And good night to everybody. I got an early one.
Yeah, I turn this off.
Yeah, man, yeah. It seemed like they buy, but I'm gonna be on the phone too, just in case something happened before I go to sleep. So if something happened, I'll be right down.
Cool.
Got your last name on it and go through them and see what they saying about your 10th great grandfather. We all got the same hours in a day. Study yourself. Birth certificates, death certificates, slave records, wills, land patents, all sorts of information and documentation. And it's crazy how white people wrote this down, but I had to listen to people that look like me that told me everything burnt. There was nothing. I would never find my third great grandmother. Good thing my grandmother was alive until her 90s, and I was a grown woman when she passed away, because I was able to have better conversations with her that I didn't know to ask when I was a child. But had I not started when I was younger, I would have believed everybody else and not known anything about who I am, except that I'm a crayon color and that's it.
Y'all say crayon color to make the term black sound crazy.
I say crayon color because people need that in order to have their understanding. When I don't have that understanding, because I know that there is a white man that can look like Wesley Snipes, and I know that there's a black man that can look like Donald Trump. That's why I say crayon colors, because people got it twisted. I know it's bloodline, but people look at skin color. That's for them. That has nothing to do with race.
All right, come on in, family, sisters, anybody, come on in. Let's ask the questions while we got it here. Melanated Associates,
Absolutely,
you got to turn on the
Mikey.
camera.
I do see Tyke ask, would you do a lineage search for someone else? Yes. Yes, we do. And this is why we're invited to the National Genealogical Society so that we can discuss the misclassified Indian. Nobody's talked about it. Even the professional, so-called professional genealogists, there's no certification. There's no college course. We're at the top of it. We've been able to find a needle in a haystack, right? So now these scholars that have stopped everybody of color at 1870, they stopped everybody there and made people think that that's the extent of it when that really wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. So as a historian, and bottom line is, if you know what your folks were doing, that is the least bit of room that any oppressor gets to lie to you. That's really just it. You can believe blanket stories all you want, but unless you know what your folks were actually doing, it doesn't make it true. If you want the truth, you have to do your own due diligence on your own family.
All right. Peace and black power, my brother. What's happening? What's on your mind, brother? Yes, you live, brother. What's up? Do you have a question?
I just wanted to ask her, what white person, okay, I just wanted to ask her, what white person is as black as Wesley Snipes? I've never seen a black person. I've never seen a black person that was as, excuse me, I've never seen a white person that was as black as Wesley Snipes.
Mm-hmm. Mustafa Hefni, perfect source. He's an Egyptian man. Egyptians, Eritreans, Ethiopians are classified as free white people when they come here. They're not black. They look black, but they are very white and they get very white benefits that black people don't get. Mustafa Hefni, he's been fighting since the 70s to be considered a black man. He identifies as a black man even though he's from Egypt. And he indicates that in Egypt, they don't see color. Their class system is whether you're Muslim first, Christian is the second class citizen, not black or white. That kind of tends to just happen here in places in the United States and other parts of the Americas.
Talk to me. Why, when you say black, the term black, you say crown? I'm not a crown color.
Right.
But when you say white, you don't say the same thing. Because white is also a crown color, right?
White is a crown color too. However, no one is going to accuse me of being white, right? Mm-hmm. They're not going to accuse me of being white. So when people have to look at lineage to determine, at someone's skin color to determine who they are, that's crown color shit. You can't do that to me, right? Look at what the definitions are. American Indian, a person whose origins are of the original peoples of the Americas. That's me. White, a person whose origins are of the original peoples of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Black / African American, a person whose origins are of one of the black racial groups of Africa. One of the black racial groups, where's the original? Who are the original people? So that means the original people can be looking like Wesley Snipes, but they're called white people. Period.
Mr. Wilson, where you at?
My question to Sonetta is, who are the original people here in America, Sonetta? That would be my question.
Are you there or you not?
That's a simple one for you, brother. Who are the original people in the Americas?
All right, you want to play hide and seek? Where you at, man? Where you at?
Real shit.
All right, peace, brother. What's happening, man?
Okay, hi, this is Celestine.
Oh, peace, sister. My bad.
Okay, how are you?
I'm
saw
good.
you, Brother Sonetta, at the African International Arts Festival. You came by my table looking for feathered earrings, so it's good to see you again. And I also met you before through.
Where at? In Chicago?
No, in New York.
Oh, in New York. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, right. I did get some earrings though, right?
No, because I didn't have. You wanted the natural feathers. I didn't have those, but I'll make sure the next event that I'll have them for you.
Okay, gotcha.
Great. So I wanted how you doing, Phoenix?
I'm well.
Great.
Yeah.
My question is, can you explain the difference between restitution and reparations?
Absolutely. Again, let me just give the legal definition. So, because people will take the law and make it about feelings and think because I'm speaking it that it's my thing, but I just want to make sure. Let me pull up the actual law so that it's really obvious. Sure. Restitution definition is to restore to its natural owner, to its good owner. The restoration of something lost or stolen to its proper owner. Its proper owner. So this is where the American Indian is first in contact here in America. So that would be restitution versus reparation. They have to restore things to the rightful owner. The rightful owner hasn't been able to assert themselves, right? So that would be the difference. Reparations would be to repair something to its previous condition or a better condition after the state of disarray. Can't hear you. Can you hear her, Sal?
Great. Thank you
Yes,
so much.
yes, I hear her.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Queen. What's up, my brother? What's happening? Talk to me.
Yeah, how you doing, sir? What's
I'm
good? Can you hear me?
brother. Yes, I hear you good.
Yeah, man, I've
Who's
been watching
around you
you
right now? Who's around you?
Nobody's around me, no.
Pull the mask down, then. You all right? Nobody
Nah,
around you, brother. You good?
I mean, I'm at work. I'm required to wear the mask, you know.
Okay.
And I got some bad teeth too, you know. Yeah. Yeah, but how you doing, sister?
I'm well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great, thank you. I mean, by the way, I'm from Africa, West Africa, Gambia. So I wanted to ask you this one question. Do you think there was some like Aboriginal people that went back to Africa? Is that
Well, they wouldn't have
possible?
went back, but I do know that the United States and Great Britain bought the western portion. They bought the western portion of Africa. Jehudi Ashman in 1828, along with General Stockton, purchased land to create Liberia. Sierra Leone was established after the Revolutionary War, and a lot of the Jamaican and Haitian regiments that fought here in the United States were British subjects at this point. And because they were British subjects, they had to leave and evacuate on November 15th of 1790. Shortly thereafter, they went to go and establish the Sierra Leone Company, where they purchased that land. And that's the land that they bought the people from Jamaica, the other American Indians from the United States that got expelled because they took the side of the British, so they could no longer stay here anymore after George Washington. And then they went to go and establish Sierra Leone. So that western portion, a lot of that land, of course, when they moved American Indians there, that means they had to move the original Africans somewhere, right? Where did those people go? Same thing happened to them and happened to us as well. If you look at the Declaration of Independence from Liberia, they tell you in 1847, we are originally inhabitants of the United States of America. And how they're coming to Liberia, they were forced out of politics, and other foreigners, even people that look like them, were able to come to the United States and usurp them, overthrow them. They had no political power and things of that nature. They were enslaved. They speak about that in the Liberia Declaration of Independence. That's why you see Robert Johnson and all of them with American last names, Charles Taylor, Prince Johnson. Those are all American implants. They're from the Americas.
Okay, so you think those people too deserve reparation?
Say that again.
You think those people too, like the people you're talking about in Africa, do you think they deserve recreational? I can't really say that word, but yeah.
What were like reparations?
Yeah.
They absolutely deserve reparations. If the American people went over there and usurped them and ran them out of their land, yes, and they've been displaced ever since, yes, find the legal aspect of it, and that's absolutely correct. They absolutely. But now my question is, how have the people been doing on their genealogy? Have they been tracing the people that were actually affected at that time? And you only would have to go back to probably 1816. So if you can at least track down what happened to your family as a result of the United States, the American Colonization Society purchasing that land, then absolutely the natural people over there should absolutely sue. because they were disrupted, and that's proof of the colonization.
All right, thank you, my brother. Appreciate it. All right, brother JJ, you up next, brother. Do you have a question for the sister?
Yes, yes, I do. Shalom to the shalom to the Queen, Phoenix Moon. I heard a lot about you. I seen you go in. You're a very powerful sister.
Thank you.
I've never got to really do a one-on-one or talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering, where do you really come from when you say that we're Aboriginals? Do you actually believe? Here's a question: that slavery happened in reverse? And I say this with all due respect. I'm not coming to challenge you. I'm just trying to build and get to know your mind.
No, I don't say slavery was told in reverse. I say that it wasn't told right. It wasn't told true. And then there's also, what do people consider a slave, right? Because someone that has a felony that's convicted of a felony may experience slavery. People that had a felony in Mississippi just a few short years ago were enslaved, right? They made things, they worked for pennies. So I don't say that slavery didn't happen. I don't say it happened in reverse. I do make sure that I throw the numbers out there because I know the records. Right. So I do know where the African slaves came into the United States. I do know where they went. The numbers, the ships.
1,000 pardons, Queen. Sarnetta, I cannot hear, so can I come in and go back out?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so those numbers are there. I don't know about, with the term that it was told in reverse, but I do know that more American Indians left out of this country than slaves ever came in. That's written.
Okay, that's a good point because he's back. Hey, I want y'all to come on in and ask a question, y'all. Come on in.
Okay,
go ahead, Jay. You got the floor.
Yeah, the Queen continued to elaborate on what I was speaking on.
Oh, yeah. I don't maybe not use the words told in reverse, but I do know more people left out of the Americas than slaves ever came in. More people left out as slaves than people entered in as slaves. And then the numbers are different. Where you find the African slavery, that also includes Europeans that were in those places that may have been court-martialed, and now they have, been thrown to the class, because that also means you lost civil power. It doesn't just mean some kidnapped person. You could be somebody that raped kids and they kicked you out your village. These are also people that were considered slaves. They lost their civil power. So when you have those documents, it pretty much tells you there's 4 criteria: slaves, passengers, transportation, and laborers. So you would be one of those 4 people on that document. Those is 4 different legal terms. So I know people haven't really dissected it, because they would know that the slaves actually came in very small increments, very small numbers, very sporadically throughout all 350 years. And with the elimination of the African slave trade imports in 1808, then that definitely changes those numbers as well. So now I think at the last check, I think Skip Gates has the numbers down to about 90,000, little less than 90,000 for people of African ancestry that came here, versus the other the intra-American slave trade, where you have Brazil, Central and South America, and the Caribbean and the United States exchanging slaves throughout those particular colonies.
Right. How about this question here?
Mm-hmm.
You deal with the Aboriginal community, so I'm asking, with some of the Aboriginals who have ties, who say they have ties to Israelites, is that accepted to you?
Calabunga.
Well, their religion doesn't have anything to do with their genealogy. You know what I'm saying? My grandpa was Baptist, but he was a whole Choctaw. You know what I'm saying? And Cherokee Indian. So the religion is separate. You can't be a Hebrew Israelite and an American Indian. Where's your Hebrew lineage? Because that lineage actually does belong to somebody. currently, right? So I think people get confused because that is not part of the matriarchal culture. So it may, take
Right. So,
person. It makes it a really strong-willed person to be able to balance their religious beliefs, with their lineage, their actual lineage. So that creates a person that has to have good balance for that, because the matriarch is a staple of the American.
Right. So somebody like a Captain Tazariak, ISPK, Israelites United in Christ, those type of Hebrew Israelites who say that the Native Americans here in America came here through Second Esdras, they came through the Euphrates and came here on ship.
That's not true. I could show what my folks was doing. He can't show a slave ship that had a person called a Hebrew on there.
Now, I probably can help you out with that because they had communities over in the Caribbean where a lot of people had ties or say that they were Israelites. We can go over that another time. I would like to build with you, sister, but let's get back on track because you're working with me. When you said that a lot of the Aboriginals that you deal with don't consider natives as part of would be the tribe of Gad in a 12 tribes chart. Are we on the same page?
Yeah, I don't believe that. As a genealogist that's seen the records from 500 years ago, I can't support that.
Right.
I can't support that. There's no finite information to support that. And then I'm not doing it. My King James is my 16th, 20th great grandfather, 16 on one line, 20 on another, and like 18th great uncle on another.
Well, no, hold up.
I don't take that.
Wait a minute.
I don't take that.
Hold up. I heard you say about King James. We're gonna deal with that in a second. Sanetta did the but okay, see, so King James is a black man.
Well, he wasn't pale. Let's just say that. But he was.
See what I'm talking about?
He was one of those white men that looked like Wesley Snipes.
Hey, Daniela, the truth has set us free.
Hold on, Phoenix. Where are you getting this information from, sis?
Don't get out the way for a minute.
Because they tried to call him a moral. The
secular sources.
The Jacobites was a political faction, right? Like Democrat and Republican. That's what that was. That did not make them no special people, right? Because I'm related to the Plantagenets. Before the Stuarts and the Tudors became to the throne, there's a family of the Plantagenets, and they were there 300 years. So the Moors, I never, where they been at? Why they don't have last names like Pedro Sanzabal and De La Sosa and Habsburg and Heinz Waschenheimer? They supposed to have those names too if they was really in those places, and they don't.
When you say King James was black like Wesley Snipes, what do you mean?
Damn right. Now then, you gonna deal
what do you mean by that?
Just what you said.
Hold on, brother. Let us speak.
Oh, he said that. Those are his words. I'm just saying.
Right.
He's one of those white men that are black as Wesley Snipes. He's not really pale.
Wait a minute.
Well, Garfield went to England last year, and he was allowed to go into the basement, and he's seen some real crazy pictures. Says, I think you might want to back up off of that statement, especially if you ain't got no sources to source that.
Wait a minute. He went to the basement.
Yeah, they got
what he had to do to get down to the basement.
I don't know, but he got some information.
They called Charles II tall black boy. Okay, we have the evidence. Again, it wasn't even that serious. I just went after I got to that line. I kind of just went down that block just to spin the block and see what the records look like. So as a historian, I'm able to identify the baptismal records, the different church records, and the different counties and towns where the biggest transportation happened and things of that nature, whatever, for the accuracy of the historical content, but I did not really even take all of that serious. I got a problem here in my country where I can't even be American Indian because I have to assimilate to Black if I want to get something. I'm American Indian. They wrote all this stuff that American Indians is supposed to get, but now they saying Native Americans is the only ones that can get it when it's still simply for American Indians. So I'm trapped in my own goddamn country. So I ain't feeling England. I ain't worried about King James. He ain't that serious to me until it's time to bring up those treaties, right? Because we got treaties in antiquity, and somebody's got to answer for that, whether it's Europe, whether it's the United States, which would assume all of the debt of the previous treaties prior to, the creation of the United States.
So who got their hands on the treaty? You saying King James got the treaties?
No. That's who we signed the treaties with the
okay.
British, right? We have treaties with.
You gotta listen, Si.
A lot of them.
No, I know it's not King James now. I'm talking about, it's somewhere in the safe. Of course not now.
Right. So those treaties were absorbed when the United States became the United States. They were never dissolved.
Okay, hey, Little Rock, you got to turn on your camera. We need to know who we speaking to. Let me bring Little Rock in, see what Little Rock got. Peace, brother Little Rock. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, Sinetta? What's happening?
How you doing, Little Rock?
Hey, what's happening, bro? Sister, how you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I am fine. I'm fine. So I just got in late. I didn't know I didn't get to see your presentation. But you said that you're part Native American, part African?
I didn't say I'm part. I'm a full blood. Both my parents are Indian. All 4 of my grandparents, all 8 of my great-grandparents, all 16 of my great-great-grandparents, American Indian.
You Blackfoot?
So why you?
Monkey, Chickahominy, Monacan, Cherokee.
But why you look like my sister?
Excuse me?
She like
You
Chili
look like
from
my sister. I have a
like
sister
Chili.
that look like you.
Y'all from Virginia?
Nah, yeah, my grandfather's from.
That's
my
why.
great grandfather. He was born in 1790. He was from Virginia. My whole family go back to Virginia. I'm in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I mean, you said that but why you look black?
What's looking black? Do I match a car tire?
Wait a minute, bro.
Okay, why are you African? Why you look like?
Wait a minute, brother. See,
okay, I'm gonna get off the color scheme. Oh, you right?
Nah, yeah, man. You can't be doing.
Why do you look like you come from Africa instead of from?
Why do Africans look like me? I was here first.
Right.
But I'm trying to figure out how. I mean, I know black people was here before Native Americans. What we call Native Americans.
You know people that look like this were here before, and you have made a choice to call them black because that's how you need to describe them.
Well, hold up. So if I call them, I have to separate between the Asiatic, the Oriental, and the one that look like an African. I have to separate. So the way I do is by color. So excuse me if I use black.
When the Asiatic person and the African and the American all look uniform. Everybody else, there's only one man out that didn't look like us throughout the world. So how could you make it?
But sis, you know what I'm talking about. The ones with the eyes look different.
That's the basic.
We got some Africans.
Analogy, but you don't.
The sand people? Wait a minute. Ask about the sand people.
We're talking about the sand people. Yeah, the sand people. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured that's where we were going. Okay, go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
The sand people do. I understand that, but are you them?
Oh no, I don't have any sand lineage at all. Do the sand people? Wait a minute. Has anybody actually heard from the sand people?
You claiming?
Time out. See, Phoenix Moon. Here's the deal, sis. If you don't take a DNA test to prove who you are, have you ever took one before, or you don't subscribe to none of that?
I don't subscribe.
Why don't you just take one just to prove everybody wrong?
I don't have to.
That's
I got the records. I got the records and the proof to prove everybody wrong. Nobody in the court of law is going to ask me that I take a DNA test. There's no way to prove it. There's no American prototype. Who am I proving it against to? The people that I'm saying for my identity? Now all of a sudden they're gonna give me DNA to point me back to my grandparents' land back in the 1600s. Are we for real here?
Yeah, we're for real.
I'm the African.
That's the only evidence that I'm gonna believe that.
Where's Mansa Musa and them descendants at? Where all them rich kings from Africa? Where they descendants at? How y'all not related to none of them? with your
To who?
DNA?
To who?
You related to Hatshepsut Shut? Anybody related to Idi Amin over there?
Yeah, probably Idi Amin. Yeah.
Where that genealogy?
Yeah, you kind of favor Idi Amin a little bit, bro. I can see that.
Yeah, probably that. Yeah, I
Right.
mean,
you know, Idi Amin was eating people.
Any of these
Hey,
men?
you know, Idi Amin was eating people, right? Hey, Queen, let me get him real quick.
Did you meet your cousins over there? Did one of your grandmas?
You don't believe in DNA? We good. We good. You don't believe in DNA?
Hold on, let me ask you something. This is a battle royal, bro. You not to come on here and attack the Queen. Now you talking about Idi Amin? You was proud of that. Do you know this brother? Well, you know they was eating people and stuff.
Man, listen, I know Idi Amin.
I know
about Idi Amin. I know about that, but we get off subject. Say, sister.
No, we ain't.
Now,
now,
I do know.
This beautiful sister's out here, and you trying to attack her. Attack her.
I don't feel attacked. I'm used to it.
Okay, I got you. I want you to come and join the Lions Den, sister. You gonna be an Israelite. That's what we gonna get you.
I got a hard turtle shell.
Yeah, Israelite sister.
Yeah,
I can see it in you. You just under the wrong tutelage. You're over there with Top Cat, and see Top Cat ain't bringing out the right type of information. So he's running from this
debate. I'm probably older than both of y'all. I'm not. My tutor, y'all don't even know my tutors.
And how old is you? You know,
I know. Now, hold on,
you
bro.
probably older than. Well, I ain't gonna say you're older than 7,000. You know, 7,051. But thank you.
Yeah, I don't subscribe. I wouldn't if I was able to subscribe to that. I'm pretty sure I'd enjoy life a lot more, right? Because I'd be able to just blend in and fit in. I don't have any problem standing on my square.
That's cool. That's cool.
Right. I got your back, sis. So, brother, let her ask you some questions.
No, I got one more question. And she
all right, go ahead, man. I'm picking around though. Go ahead.
Now, I know a white guy named Yellow Dog who has his Cherokee car. He look like he come from the Nordic, from Sweden.
What you call him, Yellow Dog?
Yellow Dog. That's his name.
Right,
Yellow Dog. I know a brother whose mother is Omaha Indian, and his dad is black. He has his card to identify himself as with his tribe. Both of these guys don't even look like the people who claim to be Cherokee or whatnot.
Right.
So I'm asking you, since your family traced themselves back to these tribes, do you have
No. Did you read the petition? You said you came here late. Now,
yeah, I did.
Now, the way we doing it, these people got to prove they related to us. I got the record showing what my folks was doing when everybody got off the boat. I'm not the one under the spotlight anymore. You understand? We the first people to challenge these people to prove where they was at before the Trail of Tears, because they'd have to be in our hood. They'd have to be in our hood. See, everybody else was conform.
Man,
all I had to do was figure out where they broke the law.
Sonetta, you old like me, bro. Say, man, we seen this pseudo shit.
He old like me.
We seen this pseudo shit.
He's from Virginia.
Well, I'm not gonna call a sister pseudo. I believe what she's saying. If she feel in her heart that she is that, I'm riding with her. She have her birth certificate, brother.
I got my 5th grade grandmother's birth certificates. The people are still.
She got her 5th grade.
What she
got? Your people are from Virginia, and you couldn't even name one Virginia tribe. That's real strange.
What tribe you belong to?
How can't you name any Virginia?
Hold up, brother, one at a time. Let her finish, and I'm gonna get to you.
How are you from Virginia and you can't even name what happened in Virginia? Do you know what even happened in Virginia?
Yeah,
Wait a minute. Walter Plecker died in 1946, and he chased around a whole bunch of families in Virginia. Was your folks already in Texas? Did they miss that party?
Everybody know that.
We was in Texas. We got in Texas in 1855.
If y'all missed that party, then you're not qualified, because you could speak on Virginia tribes that you're probably rooted to. You went straight for the lookership of other people. Wait a minute. You said that you're from Virginia.
So I dropped that bomb. He just doing
lookership. My great grandfather is from Virginia. 1790. He left Virginia in 1850.
1850.
With his slave master down here to
and who was he before 1850?
Before 1850, he was in Virginia.
Who was he? What was he?
He was mixed. He was a mulatto.
And what did they call mulatto at that time?
You tell me.
Who was classified as mulatto in a time where blacks and whites couldn't marry? Indians.
Yep.
Stop it, well, that's what the law say. Indians.
All right, stop. We can't let the brothers take over the show. I'm gonna allow y'all to ask her a question, and we're gonna move forward. So let me get brother.
I'm your security. I got your back.
Let me come to Kendrick. Kendrick Powell, what's up, brother?
Peace and black power.
Peace and black power. You got a question for her, brother?
I think we need to go.
Do you have a question, brother?
I want to make a statement. I think we need to go back to what the people know.
What they know, fam?
You know, they got Libya, which was started with 11,000.
Speak on it, family.
I think I talked to this brother before.
You got muted, brother. We don't hear you.
You have a technical problem.
Let me come on over to Ghana.
Yeah.
Come on, Ghana. Stepper. Let's go.
Shalom.
What's
What's good?
Let's go.
To the panel. All praises to the Most High in the name of Yahshua.
All praises to the Most High.
JJ, relax, brother.
All right, man. I'm relaxed, man. I'm enjoying the show, brother. Come on.
You know, I kind of been listening for on and off, but for the most part, what she's saying, a lot of the she's saying from what I heard is actually correct. But I do want to end with a question. But what I do want to say that just my experience with the quote unquote Abo community has taught me is that what we do need to do as black people look back into our history the last 200 years, because what you will find is a lot of land grabs by the oppressor where they took our family land. So that part, I rock with them on that. So my question to her is this, because this is the thing where we part ways. If a person is trying to say that there was no transatlantic slave trade and that Africans weren't brought from the African continent to the Americas, that's where I will have to disagree with those of that ideology. But Africans were here before the slave trade, but they were Africans. And if you want to go to the Native American, then you're talking about an ancient, African people, like thousands of years. So we're not them. We come closely from the, West African diaspora or transatlantic slave trade, although they had some that was here earlier. So that's all I want to say to the sister. And shalom, everybody.
Shalom, brother.
Phoenix, you can respond.
I get lost for words again. The when people start with the crayons and stuff like that.
I wanted to help the sister out a little bit.
Plus the fact that
hold on, brothers and sisters. Speak. The queen speaking. Hold on for a minute.
Just to express the fact that there were brown people here, he had to Africanize them. That's the go-to word, right? And it's right, and it's like you can't prove that they were Africans, but you need to use that word to objectify the phenotype of people.
Hello?
And that is where you're getting it twisted, because the people that was here was American Indians. I'm those people. So when you say that, you're minimizing my whole existence because of your comprehension of what you think was here happening, when I'm telling you I could show these white people what my folks was doing. So I don't really know how to answer that. That's a
that was a great answer, Queen.
Meet people where they are and just kind of like, okay, yeah, I know what you mean, but I don't really interpret it that way. So I can agree in that instance that, yeah, there was people here that look like me and you before anybody got here, right?
True.
But I don't have to Africanize them, right?
All right, Eric Bond, you need to turn on your camera if you want to stay in. Eric Bond.
If this was reversed, I wouldn't say that there was so-called black people on the continent of Africa before the European got there, right? Do I have to say that? We know that there was people that looked like that there. There were African people in Africa.
Okay, Kendrick Powell, say what you got to say, brother. Say what you got to say, Kendrick.
Yes, I wanted to go back to the beginning of things of what people know, because they had places in Africa that was started with people from America. So we gonna have DNA over there.
Hey, I like
They
you
don't
to bring
like to
that source
talk
up.
about
That's a
that.
good one, brother.
They don't like
You
to
know,
talk about that.
even with Christopher Columbus, right? If you pay attention to the story, he came where? They say he found America and he got his slaves from where? America, that they brought over to that side of the world. So we gonna have DNA over there.
That's
I
a
got
fake story.
I got a recommendation for everybody. It's a documentary. It's a documentary done by
Somebody need
the
to mute their
Discovery
mic,
Channel.
sir.
It's a documentary that's done by the Discovery Channel, and it's called The First Americans. And they went to Brazil and they found skeletal bones that was 50,000 years old.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, in
Pay
Brazil.
attention.
And right now they did DNA. It's another documentary I saw. They did DNA on these natives, trying to figure out, because the Brazilian government, trying to move them off their land to get the lumber. So the government told them they had to prove who they were, that they was natives that was there before they got there, right? And these white people telling these natives this shit. So they did DNA on them, and they found out not only that they were there, that their DNA traced back to black people who came from the islands of the Pacific Islands and Australia. They matched DNA with those groups, those black people. I mean, I call them African, but they called their Native Australians. They had the same DNA as those people, and they had the same DNA of the people that was on the Polynesian islands before the Asians got there, which we call Polynesian. They were black. So
the Africans came here before Columbus, bro.
I understand that, bro. I'm
working with you. I'm working with you on your theory, on what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and then also you had Africans, coming over before, even after the Native Americans got here. Now, I know y'all saying that Native Americans were shipped in here. I mean, that's a lot of ships. Who
all right, hold on.
Who brought them over here?
I need everybody. Hold on for a minute. Let me see. I'm gonna bring y'all back. Let me see. Let me see something here. Let me see if I can see it. Yeah, I can see Native in her. I can see I can see Indian in her, for real.
No, but but look, both of them are right. Listen, because the Africans came here to trade with the Aboriginals who was already here. You see what I'm saying? So do you understand that the people who look like her or could look like me could be mistaken for the people who came over from Africa because they traded with each other? I brought this out when the Africans came here before Columbus, bro. Hey, we got black scholars that's teaching this, bro. So we mix with each other. I don't even know what the argument is. Some of us was here, some of us wasn't. So now, am I right or wrong?
Yes, of course. I agree with you 100%.
Some was here and some wasn't.
So Queen, you look. Some of your people was here, and this brother over here that said Idi Amin, there's some of your people was over there, but we mixed. We went back and forth.
All right, one at a time, Jay. Let me get Latisha Evans up in the building. She want to speak. Come on, sister. Do you have any questions?
I just came to just make sure that a few things were straightened out, because I keep hearing a few things, and see, there are politically correct terms, right, that we navigate towards in our American language. Native American is one of them. American Indians and Native Americans are not the same people.
Right.
And if we continue to make that mistake, the rest of this conversation will not make sense.
Mm-hmm.
American Indians were a part of your Constitution and all of your treaties up until a specific period of time. In 1924, the Indian Citizenship Act, when they started moving us out of our status, the 1821 Indian Removal Act, when they were moving Indians out of their status, Walter Plecker at Vital Statistics using the paper bag test to say if you were mulatto, black, or white. Black Americans, free people of color being put on the census as white because they were homeowners. See, what we've done is we've created a Stockholm syndrome. It is okay for every other heritage to be claimed by who they are. It's sad to see melanated people say, oh, Ethiopian, Nigerian, Libyans, we can name these people by their ethnicities. But when we get to talking about Black Americans, we don't have that same room. The Indian doesn't exist. It's a Native American. We have to look at when these terms were made up. There's a thing called chronicalization of history. Everything is not just one big bubble. Things happen in order. There wasn't even a Native American to speak of in the 1800s. They weren't calling people Native Americans.
Teach!
That term came out in 1960s. At the same time, by the way, that you found yourself being an African American. So figure that out. Why all of these name changes for the same people on one land? What is the specialness of these people that every few years we got to name them something else?
Bring it out, Queen.
I'm trying to figure out how we are not adding this together. That does not mean that every brown face you see is the same. I'm not saying you're an Indian or I'm an Indian or whoever. I know my family's history. And let me give you a fun fact, brother. There wasn't no, the Black Americans of Texas in the 1800s owned their land. Okay? Because my family was a part of that.
Oh, yeah. My family owned their land, too. We still do.
In Virginia and in North Carolina, if you look
No
at the
Africans
first
own no
census,
land, though.
there were free people of color always
Big boy.
and white slaves. And that's on the census, 1850. Look it up, bro.
No, I'm not disputing.
No, I'm
that.
just saying to you what we do. We're doing this color game, but we're not looking at ethnicity. Why is it that the American Indian can't be me, but the Libyan can be the Libyan and the Ethiopian can be the Ethiopian? Because they said so. But we all know that there were migrations that moved these people around these lands and that they may not even be from there. Because of colonization, their families were moved, just like our families were migrated across this land. We're not all where our elders were. Most of us are in either in the north, we didn't move west, some moved back to the south. And not all of it was by choice. There were drowned cities. Look at the names of these cities in the 1800s where these Black Americans were. In Guadalupe, Texas, sweet home. That school there, my great aunt went to that school. Her parents went to that school. If you look up the records, they will tell you there were 360,000 Native Americans in this area. And her alive today will tell you that she don't even know what the hell fucking Native American is. There's nobody over there but specific families. And she can name them all. Oklahoma, same thing. Our families knew each other. We didn't let every nigga in our house. Your grandparents would ask you, who are they? What's their last name? Who they from? There were rules to this. But through immigration and Black power, we have decided that none of this matters. And it's disrespectful to the people whose grandparents and parents made sure that they knew. Just
JJ, I'm putting you on mute because you got an echo coming. So
just respect that. I know because my family knew and they made sure I knew. Phoenix know because her family know. And we not alone. There's a lot of us out here. My husband, Chickasaw, his family made sure he knew. But we grew up in California.
Do he have a card?
What does that matter?
Do he have a government card?
So I think that he definitely hasn't read the petition. And this is what I find hard because he traced one of his ancestors to Virginia, post-colonial Virginia, and he knows nothing about Walter Plecker. He knows nothing about what happened in the land for the rest of us. He has no idea what happened, right? He just knows they ended up in Texas. He don't know what made them move to go to Texas, and he don't know what happened between 1912 and vital statistics and Walter Plecker up until the day he died.
But
right?
I bet you the brother could tell you about something in Africa.
Being that you don't know, that's the only reason why I said you weren't
it's called indoctrination.
qualified. You weren't
Indoctrination.
qualified, right?
It's not
Because-
indoctrination.
wait a minute.
It's just love.
Why
It's
you
just
cutting
love
me
of
off?
my DNA. And y'all hate
Hey,
that.
hey, brother, you gotta let the queen speak, man. This is her
Man,
show.
listen, they trying to tell me.
But this is her
You
show.
gotta let her finish,
man.
brother.
I let
Please,
them
man.
DNA traces his ass back to Africa.
her
That's
show,
why
man.
you
You gotta
gotta
let
be
him
in
finish.
love with your
Yeah,
DNA.
The hell
Damn
going
it.
on?
Say,
I mean, all
JJ,
due
shut up,
respect.
dog.
You know,
What you say, JJ?
again,
Hey, I just try to keep order,
let me
man.
just
Go
let me
ahead.
just say this. For the people that know who they are, just need you to consider that it's people that look like us that wish we didn't exist. It doesn't matter what we say. It doesn't matter how much proof we have that they don't. They themselves have to feel dominant with the least amount of information, right? And turn it against like there's something wrong with somebody knowing their self for real. Knowing your grandma's name, knowing where they buried at. Like, can your kids go play hopscotch around the graves and stuff without no headstones and know where everybody at?
Yes,
Right?
mine can.
You
How,
didn't
brother?
even
You don't know where they're
so
from.
I really don't even believe nothing you saying.
So, whoa, whoa, whoa.
I can go back to
Let
some of
him
these.
come on.
Oh, shit. We about to get
Let me
ugly.
finish while you
Now
were
let the sister finish,
Damn
man.
it,
Then you can
man.
talk
You
about
are
the
a
fishing by the
colonizer
pool.
to me.
Go ahead,
and you're
sis.
one of those black white men that I'm talking about.
But you telling me I don't know
Wait a minute,
something.
because you are having a problem with the details of my truth. You need a blanket story to make you feel better about my truth. You're
Right.
a thief. Wait a minute. This makes you no different than the people that stole my land.
That's right.
Right? You can't even meet me on the level of somebody being oppressed.
You can't even meet on the level.
You got a strong arm
Be
me
ashamed of
to
yourself.
assimilate to black. My brother, you're a colonizer.
Oh!
You make me to conform to something
That's
that
dirty.
I'm not, to satisfy how you feel about
Teach
what
Phoenix.
you think you know about yourself, baby. That
Trying
ain't
to drop the bomb, man. Come on.
we probably
This
gonna get
guy
that
up here
stuff.
coming
That
in
ain't my
here.
problem, love.
Phoenix, let me get him for a
JJ,
second.
cut it out, JJ. Say, sister. I never implied.
I'm
I never
rocking with him,
implied.
man.
Say
I
Go
never
ahead.
you
implied.
don't have
For
no
our cause.
compassion for this being my
You
land and me
asked
getting
us
my
for our
fucking
never
heritage
implied.
took.
All right, one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. Let Phoenix finish, and then I want to go to
some AWAB source, right?
Well,
You saying it's okay. You're my oppressor, beloved. I'm okay with it. You come to terms with how you're my oppressor, baby. You won't let me be in my own country. I gotta get down and lay down.
I'm gonna
No
figure out how
matter
to make
what the
some money off this shit.
circumstances of my truth is,
You gave me
trying to
you gave me
demote me the
you
same
gave
way
me
that
permission
people
to
don't
figure out how
follow
I can make some money
Indians
off you.
the
I'm gonna
same
figure
way
it out.
all of these
Hey,
people
brother, it's
are.
somebody
figure it
else's
out.
turn. This her show, man. You got some
God,
other people that want to speak, man.
Have a good
real
night.
Calm back.
quick,
Thank you. It was nice speaking
For all
to you.
those
all right, peace. We want to move on.
Yeah, good
Let
job,
me
though,
move
brother.
on to Eric Bond. Eric Bond been here waiting. Eric, what's up, man? Eric,
What's
going
been
once.
good? What's
You
been
gotta
good
show
with
yourself,
y'all,
brother. Come
man?
on.
It's a great show. What's been good with y'all?
Yeah, come
The
out the
sister, she
dark,
been
brother.
bringing
Come
out
out the
a
dark,
lot of
brother.
information. It's a little bit different. You know, people they may feel a certain
Shot
way
town in the house.
about it, but I would ask her, what records do you have of your family, sis? Because my family they got some records down in Louisiana and out in LA. You heard?
Yes, go ahead, brother. So he asking you, what records do you have? Now that's
I
for you,
have,
Queen Phoenix.
Yes, I have. Well, from the 1600s, I have the treaties that my grandfather signed. My forefathers and foremothers related to Queen Anne of the Pamunkey, Chickahominy, Pamunkey, all of the Virginia tribes, essentially. The Monacan, that's mostly on my mother's side, of maternal Monacan, Tuscarora, Cherokee, and also some Lumbee and Croatan. My father's line, pretty straight shot. Like I said, my uncle was the chief. My cousin was the chief. They were all misclassified. I have newspaper records from the 1600s. I have Revolutionary War records, Civil War records.
Yeah.
I got all of the family church records. I have when they established the United Methodists and tried to get our folks to do the CME, the Baptist under the United Methodists in the 1770s. I have all of those records, where they were going, what Indian name they was using, that they had, what their English name was going to be, the territory back in Georgia, back in Virginia, where they was going to be at. Yeah, all sorts of documents.
Sister, that's
You
a
got
lot
too
of
many
material.
sources. You got
for your presentation.
One at a time. One at a time. Let me finish with the brother.
For your
Go ahead,
presentation,
Eric.
sister, did
Yeah,
you bring
yeah.
any of
Thank
that
you,
information?
Sal. Thank you, brother. Hey, JJ, you need to holler at me, bro. You already know I'm out here. You know, out south. Bro.
Yeah.
You already know I'm out south. So
Right.
you know what I'm
Right.
saying? You
Hey,
already
we
know.
the boys
We
from
gotta
Illinois.
touch-
You already know how we connect.
Yeah,
We
you
gotta
already
see
know
nothing
we gotta touch down, you know, with the guys and everything.
All right, let me go on over to Yo King and then Lex in the building. All right, Yo King, you got a question?
Yeah. But before I ask my question, man, I gotta deal with this. We know the history of the royalists, who you talking about, who fought on the British side, and we know they're African. They wasn't no American Indian, and we also know that the history between when they started Liberia, between the descendant of the African slaves went back, and we know why they was disputing. It wasn't because they was claiming to be American Indian and they didn't get kicked out. They chose to go. We got records of that. And we got also family descendants of that. I also have family descendants that's living in Canada right now that's African, that's related to the royalists and the Americans that end up moving to Togo. So all of that pseudo information, that's crazy. But my question is, if we cannot tell an African from the so-called Native American, because I don't believe in what that term, that's a term that the Europeans gave. But why do we have records of the so-called Native American buying slaves far as back before the British brought slaves over, as far as back in 1542? If we can't tell the difference between them, and you're talking to somebody, before answer this carefully. You're talking to somebody who is a true descendant of the Blackfoot and Cherokee, and they don't look like us. I know them. Like I know my great grandpa and my grandma. Okay. Like they don't look like us. That's just it. That's just it.
I don't. Can you reiterate the question for the panel one more time, family?
My question is, if we look so much alike, if us and Africans and Native Americans looked at so much alike, how come they could tell the difference when they was buying African slaves from the Spanish in the 1500s?
That's easy. I can answer that, man.
Tribe wasn't buying.
They think all blacks look alike, bro. That's just how it goes.
Tribe specifically, because I could tell you my tribe ain't had.
Bro, my grandma did not look like an African, bro. I'm just telling you, and she Cherokee.
I'm just saying. Let me answer. They think all blacks look alike. They gonna label all blacks look alike. We know the difference between each other. That would be the logical answer.
I'm kind of confused who he's talking to and what he's talking about. I mean, I think
practically what I'm saying is, what y'all don't like science. There's these things called phenotypes, and this is why DNA is important. There's these things called phenotypes, right? And there's the different phenotype between the African and the Native American. They got DNA tests that the Native Americans did that shows their lineage going back to Mongolia. Can I finish? Let me finish.
No, when you say Mongolia, it's already over, bro.
Wait, listen. Let me finish. When
you say Mongolia,
just let me finish. Let me get it out. Let me get it out.
You already gave them a completely different.
Listen to me.
But you already messed up. Let them finish, y'all. Let them finish, and I'm about to finish.
Let me finish. They got DNA tests on all people, or all of us, or all spectrums. Sal got a DNA test. We got DNA tests. Everybody got DNA tests. Families are connected by these DNA tests. So please quit trying with that pseudoscience saying it's
fake. Mongolia.
Listen, time out, man. Come on, man. Let me finish. Let me get it out. Okay. So practically what I'm telling you is, We know, I see it in my family today. We know there's a different phenotype between the so-called Native American and the so-called African. So my question to you is, if you don't want to claim to be mixed, because most Africans are mixed with Native American in this country. That's just a fact. Most Africans are mixed with some Native American in this country. But And I found it very strange. You was quick to claim the throne of England over Africa.
That's a long question.
That threw me through something. But my question to you is:
wait a minute.
If we could not tell the dog, because y'all keep saying this misclassification. No, listen to me. The reason why I'm asking this is because of misclassification.
Carnetta, mute him, please. I can't. You're not gonna do that. One question at a time. Articulate your first question, and you could kind of take some of that bass out your voice, right?
Hey, tell them to deal with the Mongols.
JJ, I need you to fall back, brother. Please.
My lineage ain't on trial. You understand what I'm saying? My lineage ain't on trial. I don't got to prove nothing to you. I've been an Indian all my life. If I die, it's a 90-year-old lady that can say that little Indian girl, nigga. You can't tell me nothing. Let me stop there, all right? You keep saying Native American.
I don't see that. You insinuating something I didn't say.
Wait a minute.
I never.
Oh, you said Native American.
Yeah, you did. You said Native American. You said Mongol.
He said
Yo, I need everybody to be quiet. It should just be Phoenix talking right now, man.
But do you hear what he said, son? He said Native American Mongols.
Bro,
Phoenix, address that, please.
Just let Phoenix talk, man. What's going on with y'all? I just want her to talk. This is her show. She knows what she's doing.
I don't have to address that because I'm an American Indian. It's not my fault. My brother ain't got the understanding of who was here before they created that word. Wait a minute. Let's deal with the law. Pull your sources up, brother. Drop them in the chat for me. Let's go source for source. That's how I like to do it. Let's go source for source. Let's drop these genealogical records. I got about 5 grandfathers that was in the Revolutionary War, and I got Poor Monkey and Chickahominy ancestors that ended up with the Ojibwe in Toronto. So let's go. Let's drop these sources. Show me in the law. First off, you said that there was tribes that was trading other Indian Africans before the white people got here. Name the tribe. And where they at? Where's America?
I didn't say. See, you misquoting me. I never said that.
You said, beloved.
I said Spanish.
Name the tribe, brother.
In the 1500s, beloved. You did say that. You started off saying that. So I'm asking you, what tribe was selling slaves in the 1500s? He left.
The cat got his tongue now, y'all.
Did he not start off saying that, Native Americans?
Yes, he did, Queen.
Europeans got here in the 1500s. Why can't you name the tribe? And I can assure you, my tribe didn't have no slaves because my tribe got enslaved. What they talking about? What they talking about?
Brother, you ain't ready for her.
1620s, when King James already started saying that the Indians, the Moors, and the Turks, if they wasn't in amity and commerce, that they was all going to be considered Negro. What y'all talking about? I got the law. What are y'all talking about? And the ancestor that was there when the law was made, so I can tell you how they got affected and who they were affected by. And what? It's not the same thing. So it's difficult to have those conversations when he's making these assertions. And if we take a lie detector test, as far as we both concerned, we both telling the truth. But can you?
There you go. He ran off, sister. He gone.
Prove it in the court of law is my thing. I want to hear that DNA because there's
still my time, bro.
That's using.
He ran off the call for help.
Blood quantum was illegal.
Y'all can have it. I ain't ran nothing.
Right? And we proved the governor himself of Oklahoma just said that him and his blonde-haired, blue-eyed kids with a 1/1000th have a CBID card. So ain't nothing special about that. I'm talking about Aboriginal title out this mug, right? Right? So that makes people feel some type of way that they got to minimize it because niggas got their story straight.
Right.
All right.
Hand in a cookie jar. I think
that's some bombs, sir.
All right, hold on, JJ. Let me say this right quick. When I tell y'all to chill, quiet, and you can't stop, you can't check yourself, I'm going to have to put you in the back. I don't want to do that. So that's what I did to Yo King. That's why he didn't run. I just put him in the back because he ain't got, the brother don't have the discipline to just allow, and I'm trying to allow y'all to go back and forth. So let me come to Lex
bro,
right
you
quick.
gotta have some discipline, man.
Yes,
Go ahead,
and
sir.
JJ, you too, brother, because you keep interrupting too, brother.
I'm part
Come
of the
on,
show,
JJ.
man.
Come on,
Hey,
JJ.
you got it.
So let me come to Lex right quick, and then I'm gonna go to Manalo, and then we're gonna go down to Nepal, then Black Jesus. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Lex, you on the call. You on the call, Lex?
He ain't ready for the big
Hello?
stage, son.
Check.
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead, brother.
Mic check.
Yes, go ahead.
Hey,
one more thing.
Peace to the lovely Phoenix.
One
Moon.
more thing. Phoenix Moon is battle scarred ready. So y'all don't know who she is. Y'all better come in here and tiptoe it, man. I'm telling you. Don't think y'all can just run her over and push her over. She knows her stuff. So
yeah, I seen it in action.
Okay, so go ahead, brother.
What's good? Peace, Phoenix. What's good? Long time. I want to ask one question first. Do you identify with any Moorish identity first? Is that the first question?
I acknowledge it. I was the first one to show King James. Now, if you want to call, he's not a Moor, but in Europe, that's what they call dark-skinned people. So that people understand that, yes. But yeah, no, I don't have any Moorish ancestry.
Hey, let me say this too. I want y'all, because Letitia is also I would like for her to participate with Phoenix, so it don't make it look like y'all jumping up on her, because Letitia knows her stuff too. I can tell, so she can get in when she's ready as well. So go ahead, finish that.
Hey, sir, I got that back as well.
So I just wanted to take it, but I want to say this, man. You know, I've been a part of the Aboriginal community, and we just got to stop the ghetto scholarship. Straight up. Like, the elders put this scholarship down a long time ago. Dr. Carl Winters done bodied these people talking about they not African. Dr. David Imhotep and all of that. So what I'm saying is, Phoenix is not wrong. A lot of us are Indians, yo. We was here. But guess what? You're culturally an Indian, but you're genetically an African. Now, Dr. Carl Winters took the Olmec and deciphered the Olmec script. And guess what it was? From the Mende people.
That's facts.
From the Mende people. And we got the artifacts that show that Africans were coming here over 100,000 years. So yes, we are.
That's
we
facts.
are culturally.
That's not true.
We were
whatsoever.
Indians, but those Indians were African, and that's.
I think I might have to debunk that one day.
Y'all are arguing with people, right? Saying they're not Indians. You're wrong for that.
Lex lied about Dr. Clyde once. He never said that. As well as Dr. David Motel. We interviewed him twice.
Come from the Olmecs, and even before the Olmecs.
Now everybody want to be
Like
Aboriginals.
I said, you got to check out Dr. David Imhotep, Dr. Carl Winters. They talked about the Makoyo civilization that came even before the Olmecs. So
I did a show on that on here, Lex.
So
and Dr. David Imhotep came on my show too to say that he definitely met American Indians, and he only used Africoid to describe Negro features in the American Indians.
Yeah,
All my children. Ready to throw the whole baby away to correct the truth about the American Indians, right? It's a little different when you get the genealogical records. I heard you mention, oh yeah, we always Choctaw and Chickasaw, all of that. Where's the paperwork, the paper trail to prove that? I don't talk about Olmecs. I don't care nothing about the Olmecs. Can't nobody show a birth certificate that proves they related to an Olmec.
But you can show that you related. This person can say she can tell you she got some paperwork to King Goddamn James.
It's there. It represents a culture and a geological place that is not found in Africa. There's no way they're gonna have these big head statues in somebody else's country, all obnoxious and stuff like that, right? And didn't even do it in their own land. Right?
That's not.
No.
Hold on.
Hey, Lex, let me help you out, Lex.
No, you don't need to help me right now.
And then tries to drag the Choctaws, Chickasaw in there. Let's just go with the 10. With you said, Prove that you was at least in that time frame, because nobody can attach themselves to the Olmecs just like they can't attach themselves to Methuselah's
That's not true
baby
either,
mother
Phoenix.
Linda, right? So at the end of the day, if you brought it to the Choctaws and Chickasaw, something tangible. Where is the tangible proof of that?
No, I got you. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't even argue about whether you were Choctaw and Chickasaw, all that. But the reason I brung up the Olmecs is because the Olmecs is the first serious civilization in the Americas, and they
See, that sounds dumb. Not true.
Hold on.
And
What I'm saying-
where's your correlation to Choctaw and Chickasaw having something to do with Olmec Africans? Because that was your correlation.
Right.
Bring that back for me.
All right. So when you study the Olmec civilization, the first major civilization in America, they are the pyramid builders. And that mound building technology stems from them. And there's been extensive archaeological work on that to prove that. So the Olmecs were just not in Mexico. They run all the way down through Florida and all of that. But anytime you deal with a civilization, you got to deal with the
mission,
precursors and the forefathers of that civilization. So when we're talking about the Americas, there's no way you can get around talking about the people they call the Olmecs or the She people. And what I'm asking, you said they don't have those. They have those megaliths in Africa.
No, they don't.
What I'm saying
No, they
is,
don't.
so
No,
this
they
is
don't.
Let me help y'all out a little bit.
There's no mound archaeologically going
Lex,
on.
you
in
a
Africa.
liar.
You're not going to find
first of all,
it.
sis,
But answer
listen.
me this: what about
Hold on.
the
Let me
Kairu
finish
Indians?
real quick, sis. Well, let me finish. A mound is not a pyramid, and it is not even close to the same technology that you will find in the Great Pyramids.
But what about the Kairu Pyramid?
Hold on. The closest thing you're gonna get to that is the pyramids, the Great Pyramid of Sun in Mexico, and all that.
Okay, but get back on topic, Lex, please.
Hey, JJ, shut up, man. So how are you gonna? What I'm saying is,
JJ, are you all right, brother? Please, bro, stop interrupting.
I'm trying to build a gap. Let me just do the
Man,
gap for
shut
you,
up,
Lex.
bro. No, man.
Real quick.
I waited for like a damn near hour. Just
Both of these people work together in
JJ,
a
stop,
trade.
bro. Please, man. I don't want to put you in the back.
Can I do 5 seconds?
So
Come
all
on,
I'm
man.
saying is you got to look at the precursor, because when people talk about Aboriginal, they talk about the mounds, they talk about the archaeology, the technology. So when you look at the Olmecs, and she said, well, what are they doing with a Mende script then? What are they doing? Why is their language? Why is their language African?
No one's talking.
Nobody brought up any of that.
No,
I'm just okay.
Right, he always off topic.
I'm gonna tell you, I don't even bother with that.
Phoenix, let me ask you this,
tangible, beloved. So you can't compare
Phoenix.
that to what other Aboriginals are talking about.
All right,
I'm not
Phoenix.
an Aboriginal. I'm an American Indian. I'm a
All right.
Chickahominy.
I got you, Phoenix. Let me
No,
ask you
be
this.
quiet, Lex. Like you.
Hey, Phoenix,
So
are
when
you
you're bringing up
connecting?
the Olmecs, that's somebody else's teaching that you're trying to hold me accountable for. I'm
No,
not gonna do
I'm
that
not,
with y'all.
sis.
I don't do
I'm
that
trying to
them
build with you,
either.
Phoenix.
Especially when none of these dudes been no archaeologists and they can't
Phoenix,
put
I'm
names
with
to
you
their
though.
claims.
I think you're taking me wrong,
That's
sis.
unfair.
I think you're taking me wrong. I'm bringing up.
Stop speaking for other people.
When you talk about the Americas, are you just talking about North America? Do you consider people in Central and South America to be original Black people too?
American Indians.
All right, so that's why I brought up the Olmecs, sis. Would you
but
consider them?
You brought them up to Africanize them, and I'm telling you that's not. There's no proof for that.
Would you consider the Olmecs American Indians?
They on American soil.
All right,
else
what
was
are they
it?
doing
What
with
else
an
was they
African?
with?
All right, so what are they doing?
And
Speaking
even
to
if they, and listen,
Sister,
my thing is, what
I'm
do
asking
it
you,
matter
sis, directly.
to a person that's not an archaeologist that ain't been studying rocks and
I know, I get it.
right, and geology and stuff all their life? Like,
Sis.
to me, that's crazy to sit there and talk that shit to niggas that was just saying
No,
white people. was-
Phoenix, I'm asking you, what are the Olmecs doing with a
beloved?
with an African
I'm not
script?
shooting you down, but I'm telling you, I would never sit here and engage in this conversation with nobody. It's not worth it, because that take my mind off these records that they moving and shifting around.
Sis, I never denied that you was the Indian though.
Conversation
Hey,
around
you talking to the
table, but I'm not
Phoenix.
the archaeologist. I'm a different
All right.
appliances.
All right, hold on, Lex. We're gonna come back around to you, and it's not gonna be long, everybody. All right, Mama Luna, let's go. It's on you.
That's good. She said she don't fuck with that.
Mama Luna, let's go. It's on you.
Hey, good evening. I just want to say, hey, Sonetta, I got some t-shirt ideas for you if you want to holler at me. Like, I just.
Let's go. It's on you.
All right. Hey, good evening. I just want to say, hey, Sonetta.
Hey, you got something open, sister. You got something else open.
What I wanted to talk about is, her phenotype keeps being brought up in the comments in the chat. People keep bringing up her phenotype. I have the same issue with my phenotype. People telling me that, I'm not African when I know I'm not African, but they look at my nose, they look at my lips and telling me that I'm African based off my phenotype. But then they see my hair, they see my complexion, and they say, oh, you're mixed. So when I tell them my lineage, my ancestry is American Indian, they say, oh, no, you're just light skinned. Your ancestors were, violated by the Europeans. You can't be, there's no way that you can be of this land. You have to be either violated or transplanted here. Like, it's impossible. If I was a Latina, you would believe my ancestry without question. You wouldn't question if I said I was from the island of Puerto Rico or Barbados or Bahamas. But because I'm telling you that my ancestors were here and always been here, you can't fathom that. You can't fathom that people who are dark melanated people were here, and we were here, and we were misclassified, and not only misclassified, but also socialized with people that we've never been socialized before, and being told that we are the same people. And they remedy that with Jim Crow by saying all of y'all are the same people. Y'all have to use the same water fountain. Y'all have to socialize with one another. We're not going to allow y'all to separate yourselves anymore. And I was raised actually as a Polynesian, because my grandfather said that he was Polynesian instead of being American Indian, because you could not say that you were an American Indian unless you were a $5 Indian. The only people that were allowed to claim ancestry of Indian or North American heritage were those who were related to Pocahontas. That's it. Everyone else was reclassified as Negro or African. And matter of fact, it wasn't the term African was actually used in marketing. And we got these fresh off the boat Africans, these savages. That's what they used. So it wasn't that they were calling these individuals Africans off the boats or wherever they came from. And typically they came from the Caribbean, where they were pre-mixed and brought to the Americas later on. But that's a different story. But they would use the term African in marketing, and then later on you had people like Joseph Akiano, the father of Pan-Africanism, who made up all these beautiful stories about his life in Nigeria when he was born in South Carolina. He never touched the fields of Nigeria and Ghana, where he spoke about his childhood and being put on a slave ship here. There are no records of anyone living who came here from Africa. There's no actual factual evidence of a person who was born in Africa and brought on this soil. Even the enslaved, most of them were born in the United States or in the Caribbean and later brought here. If you do your actual family's research, not mine, not Sister Phoenix Moon, your ancestry, and only your ancestry, not your neighbor, not your cousin, not even your sister or brother, because honestly it's mama's baby, papa's baby, and you don't know. So do your ancestry and find out where you come from so that you can have an idea. You can't tell somebody else their story. My ancestors are not from the continent of Africa. As much as y'all want them to be, they're not. I'm not socially or culturally African at all. I have people I work with all over that continent, and let me tell you something, their culture is beautiful, and I don't have any of that. None of those traditions, they're not mine. I can't claim them, and I won't claim them. That is disrespectful to those people who have practiced those traditions for hundreds of years just because I want to fit in. My ancestry was lost, unfortunately, but through this petition and through knowledge and education, we can get that back. I can't get our names back, but we can get our land back. We can get our land back, and we can make right what's wrong. And how we can do that is by acknowledging you can be African. I am not, and that's okay. I can love you as a brother and you can love me as a sister, but we are not, we don't have to be the same, and that's perfectly fine.
And Africans got a name for that. It's called a kata.
We don't have to be the same.
That's only one African group. I wish y'all would stop saying that Akata stuff. That is not in all of Africa. That is in one place. All Africans do not call us Akata.
All right, brother Lex, you went.
I don't
it's
get
on
those,
the par.
I don't
It's
have
on the
those
par.
encounters where I go around disrespecting anybody. All my fight is me being me. Everybody could pick whatever they want to battle and all of that. I just want to be me, right? In my own house, right? Without other people that ain't from here putting their dirty ass feet on the couch, right? That's all I'm saying. It ain't no fun if the Indian can't have none. I don't know why we can't stick to what it really is hitting for. This is absolutely right, something that cannot be broken apart. It may be something that's unfavorable, but that doesn't exclude anybody from what it is that they've been doing, right? This don't include everybody. I'm not here to convince everybody they Indian. I am here to convince everybody, do your genealogy so everybody can stop lying on your folks. You want to get to your inheritance, you'd hate to be asking these pilgrims for something you already got. How do you tap into it? That's where I'm at, right? That's where it's at. That's where the future and the progression for the next 7 generations of anybody that's oppressed should be. 7 generations forward. If that's too much for you, then you're probably not the nation builder that you think you are. There's a lot of integrity and responsibility that comes with preserving your culture. The sweet potato belonged to my family. That's a clan name. It got carried away. So now they tell me I don't got no culture. I could prove corn is from here, right? America always been everybody plug. Cocaine even from here. People can't even claim their stuff, right? Because of the negative spin on it. And then when you stick your neck out like the people that's tangible, really, what are the chances? There's a lot of chances that you sit next to somebody that got King James somewhere in their line. 1 out of 1 million people, somewhere in their line, right? There's a huge chance that is. But if people don't know and see what occurred during these events, as it doubles up and it goes back, it doubles every generation. You got 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great grandparents, 16 people you got to keep up with at your great level. 16 people deserve documents, and you have to comb through the men military records. Was they servicemen? Was their prison records? You have to do your own meticulous build on everybody. They have phone books out since 1822. You can tell if your folks own land because they had a landline house number, right?
This the thing, sis. This the
if
thing.
they had letters at the post office. You don't know what they're holding on of yours that belongs to you.
I don't think we're arguing.
All right, hold on, everybody, hold on. This is Nepal shot. Nepal, you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank you. Peace to the whole panel. Peace to the sister, Phoenix Moon.
Yeah.
And thank you, Sonnetter. Peace to the chat. I just had some questions I wanted to hear from the sister. If she could teach me or show me the aspect of like the people who are actually calling themselves Native. The sister just before who spoke, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. You were talking about, I'm sorry, what's your name?
Latasha.
Okay, Latasha. I think she was saying about how she doesn't want to, I guess, just in my words, culturally appropriate African culture. That she respects that, and that's a good point. So that brings me to my question. What about the people like the Hopi and even Mexicans who are, they claim to be ancestors of the Aztecs, but especially the Hopi? What about those groups who for thousands of years have been practicing this culture? Are they Native, Phoenix? Like, do you see them as also Native? Can you talk to us about that?
Yes, I do. They just have a different set of admixtures based off of not only the geographical proximity, but what crown was the colonizer of a specific area at the time. I don't exclude them. I just know they wasn't in Virginia, right?
Oh,
they wasn't in Virginia. I know that 10,000 years ago, they wasn't there. They was on their side. I don't exclude them, but I can talk about what happened in my section. And that's what doesn't get spoken about. You know what I mean? So it looks like they're the only people that were here, but that's not what Verrazano, that's not what any of these people talk about. That's not who Columbus took from the Americas. Even Greenland is a part of America, and people are so geographically illiterate, right? Because there's ancient place names and there's imaginary borders, they still contained people. And these people all took on commercial activity as time went on. And with that, first and last names, it came slavery, slave trade, all sorts of different commercial activities. But I know here in Americas, this is the only place where they've changed everybody's name over and over and over again. They didn't just change American Indians to Black, white, Negro. They changed them to Hispanic, Latino, they're Chicano. They did a lot of things. It wasn't just us that they did this to, right? So this is the same thing that's occurred in Brazil. It's the same thing that occurred in the Caribbean, North and South Central America. And that's why I challenge people to actually look at the records. For every 500 slaves coming into Jamaica, you'll see that there's maybe 10 to 20 Africans, who their father is, if they have any tribal marks, how long they're there for, what name they're taking on. Everybody else is another American Indian from, if they're Creole, that's from a French colony. Right? If they're Sambo or Mestizo, they're from a Spanish colony. And it shows you clearly, meticulously documented where these things, where they came from. And you can tell that it's the intra-American slave trade.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. I wanted to ask you two more things.
Yes,
okay, so I think you're different than some other sisters and brothers like who are in the struggle, that what you're doing. I don't know if you call yourself Native American or Indian, so I'm trying to be careful with that, because I've heard some of them saying that those groups are appropriating. Okay, so I wanted to say I'm glad you cleared that up, which I already did. But also, why do you think that sisters and brothers like you, and then the other beautiful sister here on the panel, and then Top Cat, why do you think brothers and sisters with your phenotype who are Native are being, I guess I can't say displaced, but being, your lineage is being taken away, or your history? Why do you think they're targeting, because it seems like obviously it would be a specific group of, right, darker skin Natives? Why do you think it's only your group?
I don't know who said it was only my group. If you have read the petition, Elizabeth Warren also said that her grandmother said she was Indian as well, right?
No, I just want to jump in. Let me clarify myself. I'm sorry. I just want to jump in. I want to clarify. I mean, why aren't the ones who look like the one, like if you see on the movie, kind of Asian looking with a broad face, straight hair, black hair, light skin? Why is there no problem with society saying, okay, you are Native? Why are they discriminating or keeping the history from so-called, African looking Natives? That's what I'm trying to say, sis. Like, can you explain? Is there something behind that?
I could tell you that there's always been people that look like me that has lied to me about identity of themselves, of myself. Like, people done claim King Tut, they done claim Shaka Zulu. They did a lot of abusive things, a lot of grandma killing and grandpa killing, right? I've never had a dashiki, I never had a Nefertiti, anything, right? I always messed with my family. I sat at the elders' feet, I always sat at the elders' feet, so I had a lot of information. I used to ask the right questions, and I learned through allegory and parables. My grandfather, he was amazing. He taught himself how to read, and he prided himself on us understanding a lot of things and how the old ways went, right? So I started off at my third great grandparents already. That was already almost 200 years worth of information from the people that lived into their 90s that I got to hear do this from the time I was a child till the time they went on. In addition to the old library card, I still have, from the 80s. And I was always a geek, right? I know people see my accent and they think I'm not educated or knowledgeable, my thick New York accent, and I don't have to use my customer service voice since I retired, right? I don't have to ever pull that Becky voice out again. But I I've been able to look at these records for a long time. I contributed to the 1930 census, the 1940 census, and I did miss, I was kind of busy during this time in the last 4 years to be able to contribute to the 1950 census that just came out. But I did make sure that I show people how to expose themselves to records. You know, even back in the days, I used to show in the debate mode, while born and tell you, I would show people that claimed African descent how to find the actual slave ships, how to find the captain that brought them here when they came, where they stopped, all of these things. If to support this story, it's always been in support of the truth, not really personal favor or having a need to fit in, especially when I had the oral story and now the documentation that completely fits not only the oral story, but congressional record that speaks specifically on what happened to my family. So that's not something that me or the others that are related to that alone in specific should ever back down from. We don't have to. Right? And it's always been a matter of these unlawful and these illegal things from people that haven't learned the system, and they haven't learned it because it's probably not there. And that's the difference between the American Indian. I had to learn it because my ancestors were at the constitutional signing. We the people is a line that my forefathers contributed, right? When this was created as a republic in structure. Now, I know that there's a lot of people that look like me that made it very impossible to stay focused on what it was, in addition to the pale people that everybody else is mad at too. I'm not saying they're not guilty, but I can guarantee when I went out my door in order to preserve the little thing of my culture, just little things, knowing that grits come from the Chickahominy people, and losing that to soul food and got demonized to killer food, and now everybody's a vegan, but they can't tell you what herbs that they use to heal themselves, right? This is things that I know, local stuff about the land that me and my family know, because we're from here. Certain things that people are that have no choice in the matter for the next 7 generations, such as myself, are going to apply themselves in certain places that other people are scared to do. It's not an easy thing, you know? So I really, like, my shell has become really, really hard over the years. And what I'm saying is, regardless of what your designation is, I have to be who I am, and I'm going to be allowed to be. And then in the instance of people getting restitution or reparations, whatever it is that they're due to them, you have to have the genealogical proof and the tangible proof of what it is that your claims are going to be.
All right. Thank you. Okay. We're going to move on down the road. Damn, Black Jesus just got off, and I was getting ready to call him. So we're going to Cosmic Chris 9 right now.
All right. Peace to the panel. Peace to Phoenix Moon. I've been listening for a little bit. I agree with like 99.9% of what you're saying all the way. So I just got 2 little quick questions. Because I like that energy y'all just had when y'all were talking about getting our land back. So I kind of want to harness that energy again. Can you expound on the Freedmen's bank account? And for one, and for two, I would like to for two, I would like to put out a question to the whole panel, the comments, anybody. Does anybody have a better way to get our reparations, what is owed to us, than the American Indian route? Because I'm sold that the only way that we're going to get what's owed to us is if we accept or if we claim that
rightful place.
If we claim the name, or at least the title that the people are owed, actually, like on the treaties or on all the documents and stuff, we have to actually claim that name. So, but yeah.
Well, you can't claim it unless it's really yours. Just like people claim African and they don't know if they're African or not, right? Mm-hmm. They have no records, and there are records and ways to prove it. So if they, let's say everybody gets what they want, do people are they prepared with a chronological timeline of their grievances that they have? I'm not saying people didn't go through shit. I'm not saying no Africans wasn't here. That's never been what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if your family got bust upside their head at any point during history in the United States and you got grievances, how are you articulating them? How are you stacking them up against the laws that they created in order to use their shit against them? Or just are people feeling in such a way that they're missing what's actually written to protect them that doesn't get used? Because we're sitting here worried about phenotype, but the law blatantly says that white people are the original Africans. Y'all niggas ain't mad at that, but you're mad at me because I'm saying I'm Indian. Do something about that, right? If I was really coming for some damage, I don't have to really provide no specific answer to people, especially for the things that they don't know about. But what I am going to say is if I am imploring everybody, irrespective of whether you not have the slightest bit of American Indian or Native ancestry, if you feel like you have to associate it that way, right? But it still ain't going to erase my folks from the books in the 1600s. It's not, right? So when you get to that point, stack up every occurrence that happened throughout your family and make them pay the way. That's it. What do you have a problem with winning for a change, right? Aren't you tired of feeling defeated? Like they're not going to give us. Look how everybody curse. I cuss a lot, but I don't curse. People cuss and cursing when they acting like they defeated. And y'all just was saying that y'all created white people in the lab 50 years ago. I'm not running with that. That makes no sense when really people need to know what they folks was doing 300 years ago, 200 years ago, 100 years ago.
All right. Remember his first question, y'all. Remember his first question.
Yes, and I want to answer that.
Go ahead, sis.
Uncle Ben is not all of our uncle. Okay? We got to get over this amalgamation situation of everybody with this skin tone went through the same thing at the same time, and we got here to this place the same way. It's not even scientifically possible, nor does it make any common sense. We already know that people that look like us come from every continent in this world. There are pictures that show you what Black Russians look like, Irish, European, Australian. You can see these people. They're alive. They exist. And they've always have. So to play this game of this country is 250 years old, ladies and gentlemen. It's an experiment. There is no other land you can go to and live by any other rules than the laws that are on that land. When those laws were established here, the American Indian was a part of that signing.
And if I may say, all right, those are our ancestors. I really believe that. And
well, you have to just say, bro, you got to prove it. It's not a belief. This is it's not all of us.
That's the thing.
Right. I understand that. But what I'm saying is that we say, like, as the conscious people, we give venerations to our ancestors all the time. So if we're going to really do that, we need to know who our ancestors are. And if our ancestors are the ones who helped build this country and we're here, then we need to not let that go in vain. We need to take our rightful spot.
So if you're an Indian, now
That's
what?
right, beloved.
That's what
That's
you're trying
right.
to say. If you're an Indian, now what? The answer is this. If you're an Indian and you have figured it out, and let's make it clear, if your Mexican homeboy, your grandmother is Mexican, he's a Mexican, okay?
Right.
So if you sit up here and could say the words that my grandmother was an Indian, guess what, sir? The math is right there for you, okay? Right. So in that, if you're an Indian and you know that, the next step is to start finding the land that they owned, finding the cities that they lived in.
Not all Indians. They had straggling Indians. They did. They had landless Indians.
They did.
Yes, they did.
Everybody
they did. Not everybody had land. Let me make that clear.
That's clear. Everybody don't have something.
Everybody don't have land.
But
everybody
some did.
does not have land.
But you'll have to find.
But for the hardworking ancestors, for our hardworking breakbacking ancestors, we deserve what they worked hard for.
That's
and if
fact.
we don't deserve it,
beloved.
If we don't deserve it, it should at least be preserved.
And not only that, there were laws set aside for us. No taxation.
Yes.
Okay. We were the Congress. Okay. Land was promised to us. Okay. As a people, like in areas. of if this is where your people are, you should be able to be there. There are a lot of things that were promised to people that look like, if you think about it, you own some people come in and make deals. The Indian was the honest man.
Mm-hmm.
That was their name. We were the honest man. We were the farmer. You check your census records for all these damn farmers. Okay? And these people that tended this land were not, you're not going to another continent to bring people here to tend land when you got millions of people already here that already tend the land. They live on it. They live in these farms and on these mounds. This is what the petition is about. The petition is about the misclassification. It's about the fact that we were who we were on our own land. And it's a hell of a lot worse of a horror story to me to think that if my family was in their own homes and on some of my lines where they got ran out of their homes, packed up and moved, they I'm not going to get killed out here. That and family being killed and coming up missing and children coming up missing. Can you imagine right now as a man, if somebody knocked on your door and was like, hey, I want to work for you. And you're like, sure, I got some work for you to do out here. And this motherfucker come here and kill you, kill your wife, marry your daughter, take your last name.
That sounds like a Bible scripture there.
No, this was
what you just said, that's in the
this is what
that's
was
in the scriptures there.
Y'all better
you look at these records and see what your granddaddies is why they were shooting 80-year-old men in the chest and then shoot their
have a stomach
60-year-old son in the stomach. See why they was getting some of these folks, why your grandmother and them had to flee with Uncle Willie and all of them badass kids up north. You got to check out what your family story is. It's people sitting on stuff that belong to your folks that you don't even know you own.
And
that's the
that,
problem.
once you work your genealogy up, wait till you start working it down. Do you know how many children we had? When grandmothers had 11 kids, and those 11 kids had 7 kids apiece. Those your cousins right now. Okay? We multiplied. There is a reason why we are out here, and a lot of them know a lot more about your grandmother than you do. Because a lot of people are doing research right now. You're going to have to get into who you are. This ain't a story about anybody else. Look, you want to know who this about? Go look in the damn mirror. It ain't
all right. Let me bring on Mad Macca. Then we're gonna go to Apostle in the building. Are you froze, Apostle? Oh, okay. Mad Macca, you got a question, brother?
Greetings, brother, sir.
Peace, brother.
I got a nice to be in your show, man. Greetings to the
yes, thank you.
Show. I got a quick question for the ladies, sir. With all the research that Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and their extensive bibliography, Dr. Ivan Sertima, they came before Columbus. At the end of the day, all these Afrocentric scholars concluded that we Africans. Are the ladies trying to say that these scholars were incorrect?
I am saying, I'm going to ask you a question. Have you read the sources, the scholars' sources? Tell me a source that Ivan Van Sertima got his information from. Can you?
May I respond?
Yes.
He has multiple linguistics. He uses bones, spears. He has an whole plethora of sources that he used to conclude.
Sure. I'm asking you not to name the things. Name the places where he showed that he obtained these things. These things, he had his own archaeological digs. Can I see the presentation of that? Because there's going to be some sort of body of work leading up to the body of work. So in the back of his books, he would have to have sources, right? So I'm asking you, what are the sources? Did you double back behind Ivan Van Sertima to see what his sources were and if it was absolutely correct? Or did you say, wow, this is a great book, I believe this man is the scholar? Because sometimes that's good enough for people, but I have to source the source the work. So you look at the scholar and then you source what the scholar is sourcing. What is the scholar using to come up with this? Because generally what I find is if I like the New York Giants better, I'm going to write a nicer description when I'm talking about football, especially when it comes to the Giants, right? Might not show the Bills the same kind of love because I'm a Giants fan. So if I don't give my reasonings why, it doesn't really matter to me because Ivan Van Sertima did not know none of my grandparents. I can assure you of that. So when it comes down to these great works, they're great bodies of work, but there were nothing that I had to take seriously because it still doesn't allow me to talk about the 1400s. He could talk about the 1400s. Then that means I had a granddaddy. He had a granddaddy. I had a grandmother. Who's that person from the 1400s so I can fit in the timeline? I found those people.
All right. Go ahead, brother.
So are you saying then Dr. Ivan Sertima and his sources are not credible?
No, I'm just saying that generally people haven't checked the sources because they like the great piece of literature.
But ma'am, I'm not saying if generally people are not this or that. I'm just saying based on his research. No, I did not go and do independent research, but you can verify his sources because of the places that he visited, and then he himself sourced these materials. And
based off of what? I should be able to point them out. I can source the Revolutionary War by actually finding uncles, grandfathers that are directly related to me during that time in the 1700s, right? And then they had marriages and married other women and children and have a record of that. And then here comes another line for me. And then all of these things lead down to me and my children, and now I got a grandbaby, y'all.
I understand, ma'am. So, okay, we can get off Dr. Ivan Sertima. So are you saying when Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and
I'm not saying any of those men did not do great bodies of work. But what I am going to ask, if you can't say, he got this from the University of Mexico, he got this from here, this, that, and the third, just because he went somewhere and I say, oh shit, I found a piece of Plymouth Rock. I'm the founder of this rock.
Ma'am, right? Can you answer the question?
There's going to be sources saying the rock that was this, that, and the third now been found by. Am I going to be there when they talk about who found the rock? You can't ask me something like that. I'm not discrediting any of their work. I'm saying if I submerge myself in their work, I wouldn't know what my folks were doing during the time frame that they're trying to teach me about. And then in that instance, I always wondered how come they couldn't insert themselves. So that means that their we excludes me. We were here as this, that, and the third. If they're not naming me per se, then I don't stand under that umbrella. That's all.
So because my passport says that I'm West Indian, should I conclude that because I'm West Indian, that I'm Indian as well?
Americas, that's what they called them. That's who the Yamaye were, West Indians. Shout out to them because there's a treaty with Virginia and King Charles.
All right, hold on, brother. I want to move on. I got to move on. Let me move on to Apostle, then Black Jesus. Apostle, let's go.
Yeah, thanks, sir. I don't know why the brother can't understand. Her story is just different from yours. Maybe they were talking about your story. They're not talking about her story. We all got a different story. Sir, can I share my screen?
God damn, for the first time, I agree with Apostle. This shit got to be a miracle. Hey, yo, I agree with Apostle on this shit here. Go ahead, Apostle.
I can share my screen?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother.
Now, let me know, man, if my sound acts up or go out. Because when I share my screen, it does. But I'm gonna show me.
All right.
All right.
I'm waiting on you to share.
Okay, I'm coming up. It's coming up. Okay.
I see it.
Y'all see that on the screen?
I see it.
All right. This is my mother's grandmother, Levia Levy.
It's little, but we can make it out. The people will see it. They blow it up.
They can see it.
Yes,
how do I blow it up? I don't know how to blow it up.
I don't need it, but go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Let me see if I can blow it up. Yeah, well, let's see.
No, just go ahead.
Y'all see it?
Yeah.
Is it blowed up?
Just go ahead, brother. No.
Right.
Yes, there you go. There you
This
go.
is my grandmother. This is her registration card. She's Cherokee, full-blooded. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Native enrollment card of the 5 civilized tribes. Okay? This is my mother.
1898 to 1914.
Right. This is my mother's mother.
Right.
It's her grandmother, my great-grandmother. Okay? I want to show you something else. All right? This is her source. Now, this is Will Rogers. Hold on. This is coming to who my father is. This is my father, Homer Lavelle Rogers. I'm going to go to his draft card.
So this is your DNA. You took the DNA?
Yes, sir. I got 3 DNAs, but I'm just showing
this is one of them. See, that's what I'm trying to tell Phoenix. All you got to do is get your DNA, Phoenix. Look at how he's showing his.
Genealogy, so that's not DNA. I don't see no blood quantums, no nothing going on right there. That has nothing.
She's true. This is my DNA. This is my DNA report,
folks.
Okay, this is my DNA report. I want to go to my father's draft card. This is my father's draft card. I'm gonna view it. What did it say, Sarnetta?
Where you at?
Right there. His race.
Negro, black.
So everybody, y'all see that?
Yes.
All right, so let's get off of the bullshit. Now, my mother's family, on her father's side, let me show you something. This is my father, the same guy that just showed us black. I don't want to, this is my niece. My brother is her father. From my father. Okay? So I want to end all that bullshit about my nationality. This is DNA. This is true lines. That's my mother, Eartha Lee. That's my father. Will Rogers is his father. That's his mother. That's my father. That's my mother's father. I can go back and before this 7 generations. This man here is a Negro white man. His father was white. He raped a slave. This man was a captain in the Union Army.
Uh-oh, be careful, Apostle.
He was a captain in the Union Army. He is my 3rd generation grandfather, actually 4th. He's 1 back from 3.
Be careful, brother.
He was half white. He married a slave. I'm going to show you. Excuse me, where is it at? The slave girl he married.
You putting a dagger in your heart.
I'm not putting no dagger nowhere. I'm showing who my father is.
I see.
I'm showing back 5 generations. There's a white guy in my family. Right here. 5 generations back, there's a white guy.
Do you subscribe to you all what your father is teaching?
The book says that Israel, that you come back in 2 to 3 generations. If they're all black within 2 to 3 generations, then you're black. You are who your father is.
Do you subscribe to the teachings that you are with your father is apostle?
My father's
I'm wondering how is it not black
to the teachers?
Yes, I am with my father.
Eartha Lee Young.
Now, what was his father?
His father was black.
And what was his father?
His father was black.
And what was his father?
His father was black. And then the next man was half white.
All right. Now you're saying half white. First you said he was white.
He has a white daddy.
Because if
he has a black mother.
Okay, so if you are what your father is, then that means they are all white men.
No.
Stop for a minute. I don't want to go back and forth for
go to book. All you gotta do is
hold on for a minute, brother. Stop, man. Just stop. I'm gonna let you continue. Now, when you teach that you are what your father is in one sense, and then when you say your great-great-great-grandfather was a white man, then that means your great-great-grandfather is white, your great-great-father is white, your great-father is white, and then your father is white because they're all white men. This is what you teach, but I'm gonna let you go on. I'm not gonna stop it. We're not gonna take it nowhere else. Continue. Go ahead, Apostle.
This is what I teach, sir. Deuteronomy 23. What it says. Deuteronomy 23.
No. We ain't going there.
I
don't want to mess up the sister's show.
You just put false information out there. And I'm going to show you what the scripture says.
You're going to say 5 generations after me, no longer of me?
It says within 2 to 3 generations.
Okay, I knew you was going to go there.
Yeah, that's right. So then I'm black. God damn it. Don't put no misinformation.
All right, go ahead, brother. Continue.
For 4 generations, my parents are black. Both.
Okay. All right, continue, brother. You got it.
So I just wanted to show, and I was going to show you what Olivia's father looked like.
Now, even if you're going to use that logic, Apostle, then you can't claim that you're a Hebrew Israelite because how many generations? Stop. How many generations came before you got here? See, you just said 3 generations after me would no longer be of me. So, brother, when I'm talking, can you please be quiet? Damn. Shit. I'm gonna let you go to defend yourself. And so when you say 3 generations after me, because you just used that, so now you know I got to use it with Isaac, Jacob, and all that stuff. See? So you don't want to shoot yourself in that foot. Either you're going to use the same logic when it comes to that, or just leave it alone. Go ahead so I can get back to the show. Go ahead, Apostle. Finish.
I use the same logic, sir. It says it only takes 2 to 3 generations before a person can be allotted back in the tribe and in the sanctuary. It takes 2 to 3 generations. That white man is 5 generations back. Okay. So I'm well within the 2 to 3 generations of being black, of being Israel.
How many generations you away from Jacob?
And that's just on my mother.
How many generations you away from Jacob?
From Jacob? What the hell are you talking
Where
about?
do you come from? Isaac? Isaac what? Come on.
Sir, what are you talking about?
Man, let me move on to Jesus because you acting dumb now, man. You know exactly what the hell I'm talking about, Apostle.
And Jacob lived 2,000 years ago. You want
all right, then. So how many? Watch this. Press 1 in the chat if y'all know what I'm talking about, family.
Just explain to me. I don't know if you know what you're talking about. I don't know.
All right, well, we're going to see. We're going to watch this. Press 1 in the chat if y'all know what I'm talking about. Because he's playing dumb now.
I'm telling you, I don't know.
Now he's playing dumb. And I bet you Black Jesus even know what I'm talking about.
Explain what you said to me.
Okay, what I'm saying is you use the scripture to say 3 generations after me will no longer be of me, right?
No. That's not what I just said. He's still my great-great-great-great-grandfather.
So what I was saying, my brother, and I don't want to get stuck on this because it's not too deep. If you have a white man that is your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, then that means all of those that came after him are white men. According to your, let me finish. According to your teachings, that you are what your father is, right?
According to my teaching, I'm gonna say, you go to 23 and you start at the beginning. He that is wounded with the stone, Deuteronomy 20, the congregation, the bastard shall not enter within the congregation. A bastard is somebody that's mixed. So it's saying a bastard should not enter into the congregation. It says of the Ammonites and the Moabites, they shall not enter into the congregation, even to the 10th generation. But it goes on and tells you, but because they met talking about Esau, down here, thou shalt not abhor Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor Egyptian, because he's a stranger in thy land. The children that are begotten by them shall enter in the congregation of the Lord in the third. No, don't move on now. In the third generation. So in the third generation, I move back into the congregation.
Okay, let me go to Black Jesus. Black Jesus, you there? You got a question, brother?
Why you take my time?
Yeah, I have. Can you hear me, sir?
Loud and clear, brother.
Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear, brother.
To the Aboriginals who are here. All right, to the Aboriginals who are here on the panel, do either of you or all of you have a European last name? And then I'm going to make comments after that answer. Can I get an answer from the Aboriginals on the panel?
My last name is Direction. No.
Excuse me?
My last name is a Direction.
A Delection? Could you educate me on that? What is that? A Delection?
West. Direction.
No, ma'am. I'm talking about your birth name, your legal name. I'm not talking about the name that you made up, sister. I'm not talking about the name that you made up.
The Direction.
Okay, well, I'm talking about your birth family name, sister. Now this shouldn't be that hard to say. Do you have a European last family name?
Direction. It's not a European name. It is a Direction.
Okay, thank you, sister. Okay, well, let me hear from the other sister. Thank you. Let me hear from the other sister. Ma'am, I got you. A Direction. Okay, let me hear from the other sister. Sister, do you have a European last family surname?
Miss Evans, he's talking to you.
Where's she at? Is she here or is she gone? I'm talking to the other Aboriginal on the panel.
I think
she's not here.
Yeah, she's American Indian also. We're not.
Yes, she goes. She's there.
Well, let me just go ahead.
She's there. Hold up, Black Jesus.
Can she answer that question?
Yes.
Yes, my last name is not a European. My maiden last name. I've been married for 25 years.
So these people are saying they're
still
not
waiting for an answer from her. I can't hear nothing.
Why is they? Phoenix, stop being so slow.
She answered you. You can't hear us.
Get it together.
Okay. The second sister, did she say? Did she give an answer?
Yeah, she's talking to you now.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can't hear her, so I guess I'll just keep talking. I don't know why I can't hear her answer.
Okay.
Can you tell me what the answer was on that?
What you were doing, you know the definition of American. The Aborigines or the copper color races are people that they found.
No, I'm not talking.
They didn't say the Indians.
West.
Phoenix,
okay, thank you.
In the definition of American. So you put American.
Yes, I got you.
Indian.
Okay, sir. Okay, y'all can stop now.
Remember,
thank you very much. I really didn't want that question. This question shouldn't have lasted that long. So if my sisters, this is the evidence of the majority of us as black people, whether it's the Aboriginal movement, whether it's the Hebrew Israelite movement, whether it's Orthodox Islam, whether it's the Nation of Islam, whether it's Christian, there's many other black factions of people. We are still suffering from.
Yeah, the links in the chat.
Y'all still hear me?
Yes. Another conversation with the GOAT.
Somebody's trying to call me and messing up my damn.
Y'all know what it is, right?
Hold on, son. There's somebody called me.
Damn. I don't like this dumb shit. The fuck is you saying?
Say
that means you don't know what the fuck Aboriginal
do me a
is.
favor,
I'm in America.
and
I know your ass don't know what the fuck
I have to
Indian
go out
is.
and come right back in because I got a phone call that cut me off from hearing you
Gonna
guys.
be lights out once somebody asks what the fuck Indian means.
Because we getting ready to close this thing out. I'm gonna let Phoenix
She's
and
not
the
an
sister
Aboriginal.
close
She's
out.
not Native American.
And
Hey,
anybody else
sister,
who
sit down there.
gonna
You're
go
very
around.
knowledgeable. But understand what the fuck American is.
It's
So don't be slow with like your friend up here. Real
We're
talk.
not Aboriginals, okay?
Damn it. Damn it, that's dumb.
Genealogists,
Triple
like
down
we
on
go
dumb
record
shit.
for record. Like you gotta understand, this is not. I don't know who y'all been talking to or what y'all been listening to, but I don't talk about that Aboriginal stuff. I'm an American Indian, and I can tell you what kind. American Indian is my race, and I can tell you what my ethnicities are. That's something completely different. I'm not claiming Hebrewism. I'm not knocking y'all. That's not the same thing. That's not the people who was here in this land. Okay? We can prove what happened here in this land in a detailed manner that clearly a lot of people with these misunderstandings are unable to articulate. And that's fine. That's perfectly fine. However, what I am going to say is, in order for you to get some respect put on your ancestors' name, which every last one of ours absolutely deserves, good, bad, and indifferent, right? You have to do your genealogy. Look at the records. You have absolutely nothing to lose. You've studied all these fascinating things where you have to rely on somebody else's teaching to tell you where something was 20,000 years ago, and you can't attach yourself to the narrative. It's a fascinating story. How do you insert yourself in the narrative so that you are no longer oppressed? This way you can lay claim to the things that are by blood attached to you and your kinfolk. It's real simple.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. Black Jesus, you back? Make it quick because we're going to go around and we're closing it out, Black Jesus.
JJ wants to say something, man.
Yeah, well, it's not his time, brother. It's not your time. Black Jesus, you there?
Now, I can hear you guys.
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me, brother?
May I proceed now? Man. Yes, I can. May I proceed?
Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me, Sonetta?
Yes, man. You got a lag. You got to lag back. That's what it is. You got something. Yes, I hear you, man.
Okay, thank you. So let me go ahead and speak. So brothers and sisters, this is the example that Black people all over the world, and particularly the Americas, Black people throughout the Americas, we are witnessing the suffering, the current suffering and the illness of self-hatred, and if all of our Hebrew Israelites who say that they're not African, our Aboriginals who say that they're not Africans, Christians, Muslims, Nation of Islam who say that they're not Africans, I promise you, if we could roll back time and put these brothers and sisters on film and recreate the doll test that was created by Kenneth and Mamie Clark, every last one of these Black people would fail the black doll, white doll test because of self-hatred, because of white supremacy and Black inferiority. Brothers and sisters, we just saw both of these Aboriginal sisters would not divulge their last family name. Why did they choose not to do that? Because they know that they have European last names or some other name other than an African name. And all of you who have European last names, including myself, and the majority of Black Americans, whether you're in North America, Central America, with European Spanish names, South America, and the Caribbean islands, you are a descendant of the Atlantic slave trade. You have a slave master's last name. How did you get that last name? Because you were a slave and you are a descendant of slaves. We need to stop all this madness. Now, yes, we know that there were Black people who came over here before the white man did and intermarried and coexisted with the Asiatics who came over here to the Americas. We know that. But let's go ahead and fill in the gaps with this quick information I'm about to share with you guys real quick.
What gaps do you have in your family tree, brother?
Excuse me, sister, I'm talking. I didn't interrupt you. So brothers and sisters, okay, but sister, can I finish talking uninterrupted, sister? Thank you very much.
Make it quick, though, you speaking to the one who runs the show. She's running the show right now. This is her show.
How far can you go back
but nobody's being rushed but me, and I just got here. Nobody's being rushed but me, and I just got here. So again, the dog test. Sister, can I get out my information before you speak, sister? Can I finish my information before you speak? Thank you very much. So again, brothers and sisters, the sister's European last names prove that she is an African American. Brothers and sisters, in addition to that, and that goes for every Black person. I don't care if you're an Israelite denying that you're African. I don't care if you are Aboriginal or Christian.
Oh man, see, the Most High done cut your cord, brother. Come on, G. I'm not doing it. That's you. Don't say something that'll hit me. Watch, my hands is up when he come back in.
So
See?
that
So you
I'm
know
here,
I'm not
bro.
doing that.
Okay, brother, I'm here. Can you hear me, bro?
I hear you. You just went out.
I'm here.
Your
I'm
joint
going
just cut right off.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Brothers and sisters, so that right there should be the beginning of your healing, to understand that you're living a delusion and that you're actually reacting and living a lie that white supremacy created that forced upon you, which is self-hatred, and you want to identify with something else. Now,
who's white
brothers and sisters, I would like
Yeah,
you all.
no.
Sister, can I finish talking? Sister,
Yeah,
can I
I
finish
gotta ask you a question.
Sister, can I
Who's
finish
your
talking?
white boogeyman
No, she
Son,
gotta ask
can
you.
I finish talking?
This is
I'm
the
about to
show.
stop you.
She want to ask you a question, brother.
You
But
spewing.
I don't want to
is
be asked a
white
question
man
until I finish
boogeyman?
talking, bro. I don't want to be asked a question until I finish talking.
This is her show, brother. It's just like you, Jesus. When you running the show and you say no, stop, and I stopped them. So now she's stopping you to ask you a question, brother. This is her show. Come on, man, respect it.
Beloved, how far are you in your genealogy? How far can you go? If we would sit here and talk about
I need to finish
grandmothers
talking,
and
man.
grandfathers and aunts
Okay,
and
you know what?
uncles,
You're
could
gonna be
you?
quiet and
How
son, you
long
let me know when I can talk and be
tap out?
uninterrupted, son. Okay?
You don't hear her ask you a question?
Now, son, may I speak? Now, man, no, son. May I speak and not be interrupted, bro? Can I do
Brother,
that right now?
you taking up too much time, bro. You got to get to the point, Black Jesus.
Sir, I'm not taking up no time. You letting the sister overtalk me, bro. I'm not gonna answer no question because she didn't answer mine. I came in asking a question. She didn't answer it. So let me talk and say what I have to say. I'm not answering your question, sister. I already answered you. If you would have answered my question, I would answer yours, but you did not. So I need to speak, sister. Please be quiet while I'm talking. Now,
you didn't like
sister,
because you wanted me to
are you gonna social respect your
Black Jesus, Black Jesus, this is her show, bro. Just like listen, brother, listen to Black Jesus.
I got that, bro. But the point is, bro, hold on for a second, bro. You had everybody on here talking for as long as they wanted to, and now.
But she wants, bro. If it's remember, what did I say early on to everybody? I said once the host wants to move on, we move on. We ask the question. I said that already to everybody. So you got to respect the person who's running the show. This is her show, man. Come on, bro. I do the same with you, with everybody. Whoever show it is, we move on. So you got to be able to take that, man. Come on, brother.
I mean, I just want to know how many grandmothers and grandfathers can you produce? Like, how far does your family tree run before you go on a historical, kidnapping me and my grandmother off the land and taking us across the Atlantic and stuff like that? What gives you the right? Name my 5th great grandmother. Name her. What slave master gave her?
Are you gonna let me finish my information, bro?
Brother, it's up to her.
May I finish giving information here?
Listen to me, bro. Listen to me again. If she wants to move on, I gotta give her that right. Don't I do that to you?
She wants to stop me from
ask
giving my information.
He's just being disrespectful.
No, she wants to stop me from giving my information. That's gonna make her look bad, and that's not right, bro.
To the conversation,
Sister, I'm not even talking to you right now. I'm talking to the people. I'm not talking to you.
Give your soliloquy,
sister, I'm not even talking to you right now.
You should be,
I'm not
though.
talking to you.
He's allowing me to be his
man.
guest.
All right, yeah, we got to move on. Black Jesus, we got to move on, brother. We got to move on.
Cold-blooded, I'm gonna remember this, bro. This is cold-blooded, bro.
Brother,
I came here to educate the people.
I got to move on, brother. You're wrong, man. You're wrong. This is her show. I just told you that. Where JJ at so he could get your ass off? He'll tell you the same thing. Now when I need JJ, he's not here.
You cut everybody else off, son?
Because
you gonna sit up here and cut me off, bro? Bro, excuse me. Well, then why did she cut everybody else off then? You need to ensure that everybody is treated.
How long you got to go, Jesus? How long you got? How long you got to speak, man?
You shouldn't allow her to cut me off. I should be allowed to finish to say what I got to say, bro. Now again, I'm saying to all of you,
let him speak.
Let him speak. To read the book.
Go ahead.
You all need to read the book and look at the documentary. Yeah, I'm talking now. Can you hear me? I'm talking now.
Yes,
you all need to watch the documentary. You all need to watch the documentary and read the book called Guns, Germs, and Steel. Guns, Germs, and Steel. Now, I want you guys to focus on the germ part. And this is widely known that when the Europeans came over here to the Americas, that the Native American Indians, the black ones and the Asiatics, had no immunity to European diseases. And when the Europeans came over here, they didn't just come over here in a few ships and just kill off the Native American Indians and beat them all up, millions of people on North America, Central America, and South America. No, that's a myth. That's a lie. So what happened was when the Europeans came over here, all the Native Americans caught their diseases, which they had no immunity for, and this nearly wiped out almost all Native Americans, black and Asiatic, from millions to barely less than 10%. And that made it easy for the Europeans to take over South America, Central America, and North America. They didn't kill them off by fighting them and killing them and enslaving them. No, they died off because of European diseases. And that includes the black ones who was over here. And the only black people who had immunity to European diseases were Africans, because Africans was dealing with Europeans since the beginning of time.
The black
That's
dummy.
why
I mean,
when the
black
Europeans
Jesus.
came over here and
Where
had to have did not have sufficient
Where the
slaves
bones at?
among the Native Americans because they were decimated and almost died out and almost became extinct.
Where are
Then they recruited 200 million to 300 million Africans through the Atlantic slave trade and brought them over here to South America, Central America, the Caribbean, and North America. And for my sister to sit up here and say that she went 5 generations back and all she found was one Indian grandmother 5 generations back. Do you know how many people that is that contributes to your genetic identity?
He gonna say 65, but I mean, if you gonna cut it off there,
I'm almost done. I'm almost done, sister. Sister, I'm almost done. Sister, I know it's bothering, sister, but I'm almost done. Sister, I'm almost done.
Not hear me say nothing about no 5 generations. None of that came out my mouth. I could walk the whole timeline of America, beloved. What about you? If I pull out my family tree and you pull out your family tree, let's see who won out of grandmother's grandfather's.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
came on a Mayflower.
I'm almost done.
Any of that.
I know it.
You're making stuff up. Just because you didn't hear us express our last names didn't mean that we didn't say it.
That shit no more.
Sometimes it's deliberate cognitive dissonance, right? And when you can't articulate yourself in the timeline, see how he just took us on these fantastic stories and got to refer us to somebody else's work, somebody else's opinion of what happened without even the person that they're learning from inserting themselves in the narrative. You see what the problem is? Why people have a disconnect with place and time, right? I'm not saying there's something wrong with you being a Bantu, but if you a Bantu, what was they doing in 1609?
Tell us what
What
Indian
was the
means.
Bantus doing? Your Bantu people doing in 1625?
Apparently, you don't know what American means.
What did they
Phoenix.
take from your
Can
folks
you
in
please tell the people what Indian
1710?
means
How
and
did
what
you
tribe
get
called
disconnected
themselves
from them
Indians?
and end up
When are
over
your
here?
when are
How
your
is
people?
your story going to be articulated to
I
where it
mean,
makes
come on,
sense
y'all.
and somebody's supposed to cash you out? I hear a lot of stuff, and if you're going to use the same people that lied to you in the first place, if you're going to use their documentation and it doesn't relate to you personally and any of the people that you're related to, it probably doesn't really make sense to study that. So now it looks like someone that's only studied themselves is a self-hater, right? Listen to how people talk down to us, right? As a self-hater, but the person that studied Hatshepsut and how many fucking animals she had in her zoo is hailed and reveled and ain't got nothing to do with nothing they got going on. I just think that's crazy. And especially when you're not applying these things to the actual people that desire and need the correction, right? Because the last I checked, there's no pilgrims or, you know, people that look like Donald Trump over there messing nothing up over there. All those people that's suppressing them look like them, okay? They look like them. So when it comes down, if they really cared about them, I figure like they'd be very submerged in those African affairs as well and trying to get to the bottom of a resolution that's going to be best for their people to bring them forward the next 7 generations that you won't even be alive to see. So if the self-hater is identified as the person that actually cares about their bloodline lineage and is looking to make corrections to people that blatantly steal my grandma's shit. See, when people was running around with Nefertiti and stuff like that, I could show you a brooch that was given to one of my grandmothers, right, by the British royalty. So when they're wearing that particular emblem, that's a part of my history. So I can go and grab that shit back. Like, I don't feel any way about it, and it's really sad because you really know what belongs to you as well. And if you think you come from nothing, as a man thinking, so is he. You know what I'm saying? But I just know the people that I heard that look like me been talking about they was kings, they was this, they was all of that, and I ain't see them prove where they was at in their lineage with it. And I hear all of that fly stuff you talking about, but what can you really prove, right? You come at me with the Bible, I'll tell you I'm a descendant of King James, right? And I can tell you Jesus is an Algonquin deity that means the sun. So people can play games, you can use ancient Egypt, whatever it is that you need to do, you still need to know how to get back to Egypt strong, if that's what you're standing on. And if somebody that you want to pay restitution or reparations because they did some harm to you historically, you need to have an accurate account. And if you don't have an accurate account, then, you know, that's a choice as well.
Excuse me, sis. Can I ask a question real quick of the sister, please? I'm sorry. Thank you.
I just say one thing. What we need to also understand what we just witnessed, while the brother was talking about what we just witnessed, was someone that looked just like you telling you that you wasn't shit in your history without any or background or anything else to back it up. Okay. I come from 6 generations of not only land, but homeowners, including myself and my children, and have allotments and trust funds set up for my grandchildren. So to sit here and tell me what my family went through, or any other brother and sister that's in this audience, this is your colonizer. See, what y'all got to keep a buck is most of y'all don't even know white people. Okay? See, I'm a VP of in a situation, I won't even discuss it. But I hire and fire more white folks than y'all probably know. So what you have to understand is I know that y'all don't talk to them. Okay? And ain't no white man gonna tell you that you're not an Indian. Because most of them know better. It be niggas that will tell you who you are. Okay? You don't have access to these people that you discuss that oppressed you. Who oppressed you were the people that you talked to that let you know that you wasn't nothing but a slave. You wasn't nothing but this. Your family wasn't shit. Most of y'all came over here on a boat. This is ignorance at its finest. Because to sit and tell another melanated person that you know nothing of, especially a group of them, who they are. This brother here, disciple, apostle, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, brother, just sat here and showed you the Cherokees in his family. He has chosen his position now as an Israelite, and I respect that. But does that mean that his family, I'm looking at the brother, ain't got nothing to do with mine? Stop playing. Okay? And I know for a fact that most of us own land, especially the ones at the Osage. We got gold and oil right now. So you don't know who you are even talking to or about.
I'm sorry.
It is highly
I'm holding Black Jesus.
Sir, this ain't even about you, Mr. Jesus.
This is about the people that you supposedly are speaking to and for.
Okay.
Stop the colonizing. Because for you to sit here and disrespect these people, there are children out here that are
May I finish?
And heirs,
No,
property
Jesus,
owners
I'm gonna
of more land that you will ever know in your life, brother. And you gonna stop them from looking for that?
But he not
for their heirs, property, and land that may be theirs. You don't even know who you're talking to. Most of us ain't even looking into it to know yay or nay. It's disrespectful. It's curving. It changes economies because the only people we listen to are the people that look like us. So why would we allow? This is why.
Sister Nepal, may I have?
A lot of y'all got to
I
go
just
in.
don't want this to go too far away from what I wanted to ask.
I'm going to end now, sister. I am ending now.
Okay, no, you're fine. I'm just telling Black Jesus.
May I have 1 minute to finish, Sister Nepal?
Go ahead, Nepal. Let Nepal ask the question, then you go.
Yeah, because it's a quick question. And
yeah, may I have may I have 1 minute, Nepal?
go ahead, Black Jesus. But
may I have 1 minute,
wanted to
Nepal?
ask a question to Phoenix Man. Go ahead, Black Jesus. Go ahead, Black Jesus.
Thank you very much. Ladies, if you're going to go back 5 generations, that's going to include a total of 62 people who made up your genetic DNA.
Okay, Black
Ma'am,
Jesus,
I'm talking. Ma'am, can I finish talking?
Don't go too far away
Uninterrupted,
from my
sister.
question. Brother, let me ask this question. The sister went, and now I want to kind of address a little bit of what she said, and I understand the frustration. Because this is their life, they dedicate themselves to the research, and this is family. This is their heritage. I understand that. The first question, well, let me make the comment. When I hear a lot of my people, and to the sisters, my mother's Native, so I'm talking, or you call yourselves Indians, but you're my people. Okay, a lot of my people, Black people, I call myself Black, Native American, American Indian, all of our people, we are we have this in common. We are searching.
That's not our people.
For a disconnect of our heritage. Even though I know I'm not disrespecting the sister Phoenix Moon and the other sisters, I understand you have traced your lineage, you have your heritage, your family tree, everything laid out for you, but there's still this struggle that you have with society, where you have to try to connect the pieces, get what you want, get recognized the way you want to. So on the other side, people who know that they're from Africa and that they are the progeny of slaves who were kidnapped and exploited and brought here, they understand that, they're also searching. And it's beautiful that your heritage to the sisters, but to say that someone, because they don't know exactly their heritage and because they were taken, from what they have studied and what they know, they've been taken from their land, to say that that equates to them thinking they're nothing is a disservice. No, sis, that's not what. Hold on.
Nobody will take it from
It's okay. I'm just saying. A lot of you may not have said it, but a lot of people say it. A lot of people say it, my love, and I'm not being condescending.
I'm not a lot of people. I'm Phoenix.
No, I didn't use your name though. I didn't use your name.
Somebody did say it, sister. So move on. Let her speak.
I'm almost finished here.
The other sister said it, so let's go.
Listen, they're turned up because you're being attacked. I understand that. I understand you're defensive, and I totally understand that. A lot of my brothers and sisters who are American Indian say it all the time. They say, "Why do you want to be nothing? Why do you want to be off of a slave boat? Why do you want to be?" That is what's said. So that wasn't even what I originally wanted to ask. I wanted to ask my sister Phoenix Moon, and I'm so happy to be on the panel and having this discussion with you because, I think he's mentioned to you that my mom is Native American. She has Native American heritage. She's done her DNA. She's linked to, a reservation, all the whole 9 yards, right? But But I want to ask, when you say that you are the heritage and the bloodline of King James,
Your
and then
family,
you also say that you are
that's fine.
American Indian. Can you talk to us about your part in owning those who are African, the slaves? Because it's no doubt that King James had a great hand in slavery and owning those of us who, you know, claim to be.
Feelings with the Indians, beloved.
Her
My aunt
narrative.
Pocahontas
And what about the Native Americans who owned
they married
slaves?
into my family. I got relatives, European relatives that's related to him that married my American Indian family. They didn't have no slaves. I can't speak for all the facets of King James lifestyle or whatever. I just know I'm relative to him.
You're blood related to him, right?
Did in this country.
Who?
No, but see, this is the thing, and I think that's from both sides.
When it comes down to genealogy, like I said, he's one out of like a million and something
Blood
ancestors
related to
at
who?
different levels of my tree. My immediate people, my last 32 relatives, grandparents, great grandparents are American Indians.
Now you're gonna get.
And they own slaves as well, right?
No, they didn't.
None of your Native American
No, they did
family
not.
at all.
No.
Okay. So
they're not
that's
the 5 civilized tribes. And while we're speaking about the 5 civilized tribes, right? Because I know they're not supposed to, the freedmen kind of got created and nobody even questioned how that happened, right?
Oh,
and this is
that's
how
the-
I know people are really not showing, they really don't know their history, right? Because they have the
I ain't
propaganda
catch
that's
that.
involved and the secrets of what the Confederacy was about, right? So if people now, if somebody explains exactly what happened from a first-hand account, they'll get called a coon, they'll get called all
you
sorts of
part of the
things, but they
mixture?
still won't be able to produce a document of their ancestor that was attached to either side, right? That's generally what happens. Placing yourself in the narrative. If people want to talk about the Civil War, how could you talk about the Civil War if you can't name Willie Jones that was actually in the Civil War? How's Willie Jones
Who was
related
that?
to you? That's your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, right?
Who?
Well,
Which means first-hand account. That gives me the first-hand account of Civil War. So now I can follow the regiment, the different military skirmishes, and I know all of the tangible details of this absence of my grandfather from this particular time frame and why grandma was enumerated in the house during this time. Where is he at during this time that he's not had a household? He's out at war, right?
That's
Those little
beautiful.
fine details.
And that was part of.
And you know, it's beautiful that the sister has done her genealogy. She's done her research, and I want to shout out and mention to everyone, please go do some research, find out about Antoinette Harrell. She is actually helping Black people connect to their heritage, you know, look in slave records. She's a great genealogist for the people. And so you can look into parishes if you're in the South. You can check parishes for your history. It's really hard for all of us. So I do commend these sisters, especially other people who, one thing you can't deny about these American Indian brothers and sisters, they know their genealogy. They do their research on their families. So thank you for answering my question. Much respect to the panel.
I got her name. We can go back and
Nice
listen.
speaking with you. Thank you. Nice meeting you, sister.
Research project.
Nice meeting you.
Apparently,
And a lot of it is a
Let me get the brother Joe Ma. He ain't say one thing. He was patient with everybody. Go ahead, Joe.
Brother Sonetta, may I finish my 1 minute, bro? May I finish
I'll
my
let you
1 minute,
finish after
Sonetta?
Joe Ma, because he ain't say one word. He been here patiently. He trying to teach Hebrews how to have some decorum. And you ain't hear one word from this brother. He ain't.
Nepal
you know,
said
go ahead, Joe.
Was a person that knows.
Thank you. I
slave
appreciate it. Can you hear me?
Yes, and he been in here longer than you, Black Jesus.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Peace to the panel.
I
Peace
heard
to the
that.
chat. Peace to everyone. Peace to you, Phoenix. What's really important here is connecting your story to your family in the context of history.
Yeah, he was good.
That's exactly what this sister is telling you. Therefore, no one can tell lies about your people because you're going to know the story better than them. That's the whole thing about this. She's not trying to tell anyone's story but her own. But through that, she's connected. to other people, to other family, to cousins, to other tribes that were here in
That
place,
King
holding
James.
shit down. See, socially, they made it funny for us
I
to
know you
claim
can't hear me,
any type
but
of
King
Indian.
James, I want you
They made it
to
a joke, literally on TV, to laugh at
for a
quote
reason.
unquote black people to claim being Indian. That was socially, psychologically made a
You could have
fucking
left
joke,
King James out.
so we wouldn't claim that. People don't understand that. And when these people are talking about DNA, you don't know what these white people are doing in the
You could have
lab.
left King James
Okay?
out.
23andMe now is selling people's DNA to cops,
Talk to him.
to pharmaceutical companies. Check the articles out. You
Leave
spitting in a
King
tube?
James out.
Really? Really? It's not going to be that easy to find your family story by spitting in a tube. Let me give you some
Thank you
sources to
for
back what
saying
I'm
that
saying up.
again.
All right? Science.
And you
Scientists.
can't find King James
Accredited.
in a tube.
Right? This article is called A Case of Mistaken Ancestry. Customer finds DNA test isn't very scientific. By
Correct.
Ron Burley. Check it
No,
out.
he real. Yeah.
Go to the bottom. The bottom conclusion, 2
I remember
paragraphs.
hearing. Can you find
And it
King James in
says,
a tube?
good luck on that. As medical anthropologist Sandra Lee of Stanford University told me, providing parenthood is relatively simple. See, that's the simple thing, right? We're not saying that all DNA is fake. Parenthood is easy. That's easy. Now,
Sarah
when you're trying to
Lee
find them long records, that's the hard game. Now, let me continue. Providing parenthood is relatively simply. You get half of your DNA from each parent, 50-50, right? That equation
No,
makes
that's
it
on
very
the
difficult
maternal, man.
to
Like,
provide deep lineage.
are they
You only
still
get half of
living?
your DNA from each generation. After 3 generations, that's only a half of a half of a
Trying
half.
to be good.
You may not be carrying any identifiable DNA from any one specific ancestor.
Surprised I
In
ain't
other
sick.
words, even if you pick a good DNA lab with a good reputation, you could easily spend your money, take the test, and still be no closer than knowing whether your great-granddad was Harry, Henry, or Hiroshi. Sandra Lee says that given the current state of DNA science, family stories and public records are still the tools for best tracking your ancestry. Now, what Phoenix was saying was, check your records, check your people, where they was at,
But he lied
where they
to
was
you.
holding shit down. They don't want us to know. They've been trying to teach us we was the lost people for way too long. We not lost. We just not looking for our people. That's the fucking problem. Look for your people. Find yourself in the records, your people in your records. That's it. None of this fake story shit. All right? Back it up. Right? Because I know my greats. I connect my people deep in North Carolina and Georgia at this motherfucker. All right? We forced
Have you
up,
heard of
up
someone
north
that-
eventually through the
Have
Great
you heard of
Migration. A lot of us was.
able to King James?
Right? And you don't understand that they reclassified the Indian to Negro. That's on paper. There's no question about
He
that.
said that right. Chief
Right?
said,
And that was status
that's
purposes.
one thing she said right.
Status purposes. To put the white man up and the Negro or colored, what we know today as Black or African American below that.
I
All
feel
right?
that.
If you choosing a color, you choosing the status game, baby. And the status game is that
That's why
white is on top of black.
I heard you
Because
talking.
white people created it like that. That's just how that system works when you play the color game. That's it. It's plain and
I'm
simple.
arguing with you.
Stop playing the color game. Start playing your family records game, your surname games, your lineage games,
For good memory.
your truth. And basically, that's it.
All right, Apostle, make it quick, brother, because I'm getting ready to end the show.
I thought I was
Mute
going next,
yourself.
Netta.
I ain't
Oh
trying
yeah,
I thought
go
I
ahead.
was
You
going
got
next,
1 minute.
Netta.
Go ahead, Black Jesus. You got 1 minute because
What's
we
going
closing
on,
out.
Sarnetta? What's up, Sarnetta? How you doing?
Yeah, I
brother?
see you. I see you.
See,
I'm just speaking. I'm
see,
speaking
I
to Black
forgot
Jesus
about Unc coming
Ministry.
in.
I'm
Unc
speaking
came
to
in
the
too.
sisters and the
And
Indians and the
disrespect
cowboys.
this.
I'm speaking to them.
But I'm
All
gonna
right,
wait
I
for
see you.
Apostle.
So let Black Jesus get his minute, man. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, your oral history
I don't want
and
him
birth
back.
records
He
are
was a
not
real
the supreme evidence of who your
what?
parents and
He was
grandparents are. DNA is the ultimate evidence.
but he lied.
Mama's baby, daddy's maybe. How many of your parents
What
cheated
did D-
around?
what
How
did
many
DNA
have them cheated? All right, and put babies off on men. Now this is your baby, so you can't rely on
That's
some
paternal.
records and what somebody told you. The DNA is the ultimate evidence, and
No,
none of you will take a
you
DNA test
looking at
and
DNA
debunk
the
the
way
DNA
that
test. If the
turn
DNA
a
test
father
is
into
ludicrous, take it
a person
and laugh at it.
that
Take it and show
the
it to
only
everybody,
way.
and let's laugh at your
Can you
DNA
find
test.
your
But you're not going to
great
take it because the
grand
DNA is true. You want to believe what you heard and what somebody said. That don't prove a damn thing. The DNA is the ultimate proof. And
of
when you
what?
have 62 relatives, 62 people that make up your genetic DNA, going all the way back to 5 generations, and all you do is pick out one Indian grandmother, what about the other 61 people? You mean the other 61 black people? Excuse, sir, ma'am, I got a minute, ma'am. Ma'am, I got a minute. Ma'am, you're interrupting me, ma'am. Ma'am, you're interrupting me.
You're
I'm almost
lying on
done.
me, though.
And you,
Not gonna lie on us.
ma'am, I'm talking,
I'm gonna
ma'am.
stop you when you lying, though.
And when you go and pick out one, excuse me, I'm almost done, sister.
You're projecting.
Sister, can I finish talking? What is your problem? I'm almost done.
You have no
Again, if you pick 1, 2, or 3, sister, if you pick 1,
Black Jesus minister must have
2 or
forgot to
3
ask
of
him
your
who he got.
Indian relatives out of
Hey, Black Jesus, you must have forgot that.
I'm talking. I'm not even talking to you, sister. I'm talking to folks.
Hey,
Can you answer?
guys,
Let me finish, bro.
his grandmother said he's
Now,
Choctaw.
sister,
I just
and
want
to
to
everybody
point that out to you guys.
You got
you have
10 seconds left.
62 relatives, DNA. 62, and you only pick out 1, 2, or 3 relatives who are Indians. Well, then what about the other 59? The other 59 are African. So you are majority African, then you are just
Indian
that
is a
one
descriptive
individual.
term of
So let's
Negroes.
stop playing and let's stop the self-hatred and take that DNA test. Take that
Stop
DNA
playing.
test and stop
Hey, y'all, this is
saying
really
last name.
it's crazy.
Thank you very
Got you,
much.
Black
I gotta
Jesus.
let y'all
Thank
know.
you. Let me move on over to
Problem is
Apostle.
that they
Let's
don't
go,
know
man.
what they're talking
Yeah,
about.
let me share my screen, Si,
At all.
just for Black Jesus,
Indians
real quick.
are dark people. It's a descriptive term of dark people. Period. I'm not
Mess
gonna
it up.
guys. Dark people. Dark people. Phoenix, please do
All right, it should be
a
coming
show,
up.
a teaching, a lecture. Tell there's
let
something
me
post. Tell
go
everybody
back
what Indian
here.
is,
Let me see
please,
where I got.
because apparently
Let me see what I
everybody's
got.
confused.
All right.
Okay, that
Yeah.
if you ask me what an Aboriginal means, is a person
You know
habitant.
what? I want to go back this
That's
way, but I can't.
us.
Let me come down
and
here to
then
her.
I would have been into the
Where
archaeology.
she at?
I'd have
See,
been
what
into
I want to show
Veggie.
Black Jesus where he's wrong at.
We'd have been everywhere. They into fantasy
Where,
world
where
right
you're
now.
wrong at is my
It's DNA.
mother's grandmother,
Genealogy
who
is
was
not
a
DNA.
full-blooded Cherokee.
I would love to see
That
the
means
actual process
from
of
her
what they do
line
with the
back.
spit.
You went out. Your
That's my
thing dropped
question to all
off.
you fuck niggas that
That
believe
means
that
from her, I know, I don't need
this
it.
fraudulent
From what I showed
conversation.
about
Like
my
this is why this
mother's
is not
grandmother
admissible
being
on this
full-blooded
platform.
Cherokee, from her line back, they are
Oh,
all
and I'm gonna break
Cherokee.
down the mini stuff a little later too.
Not
Because I gotta
just
get to
her.
it. It's irritating
For
me.
her to be
And I've done this before.
full-blooded
Everybody
Cherokee,
prove where Mindy comes
everybody
from.
behind her
But
have to be
well,
full-blooded
yeah,
Cherokee.
I gotta do it again. Stupid.
So now my
Dumb.
mother's mother, who came from
Olmec
that full-blooded Cherokee, is
have
half Cherokee.
nothing to do with
You go to
Africa.
her father,
How about that?
who's half Creek and half black.
Half Creek
That
and
makes
half black.
that mother,
What the
my
hell
mother's
is a
mother,
black? What's a
3/4 native, 1/4
the guy
black.
looks like
Let me show you
Pat.
what I'm talking about. Let me share it one more time, Si. Because I'm going to show you this gorgeous woman that produced me. And you tell me what the hell she is. That's my mother.
Brother, 62 people made you who.
Listen, stop. This is my time. That's my mother. Those are my siblings.
The one sitting down, right?
This copper tone woman here
What's the brother?
is 3/4 native.
Apostle.
1/4 black.
Man, she looked just like Native though, right? He right.
I'm telling you,
I agree.
he's 3/4 native.
Bro, show us all 62 of your
Her
relatives,
father,
brother
her
Apostle.
father is
Show
black.
us all 62, Apostle.
I told you, her grandmother
No,
was
show us all
full-blooded.
62. You only talking about one woman.
Listen, dumbass. If her grandmother is full-blooded, that means everybody after her is a Cherokee Indian. You're a dumbass. You don't know that? For her to be full-blooded, that means
Ask them
everybody
how they
before
African
her
other than spitting in
is
the tube.
full-blooded.
Who told them they African?
With your
Black
dumbass.
Jesus minister.
Oh
People
man,
said
come
that
on,
they
Apostle.
are from here, just like everybody
Calm
else.
down,
What y'all
brother.
dumb
All
ass?
right, hey,
Short but short
I
and coming soon.
agree with Apostle on this one. I'm looking at his mother.
I'm gonna fuck y'all
God
up.
damn,
Numbers
that's
don't
Native
lie.
all the way right there,
Guys,
bro.
numbers don't lie.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
now,
the fact.
brother Apostle,
Listen, I'm not
since
done,
I'm a
brother.
dumbass,
Hold
go
on.
ahead and
I'm not
name
done.
the other
Hold
61
on, Black
relatives
Jesus.
that make
Give
who
me
Black
you
Jesus,
are,
hold on.
sir.
You ain't want nobody cut
Name
you
the
off,
other
Black Jesus.
61
Come on,
relatives
brother.
with
Black
your
Jesus,
smart
stop.
ass.
Stop,
No,
No,
Black
Black
Jesus,
Jesus.
you
I
ain't
want
want
him to
nobody
name the
cut you
other
off, brother.
61. All he's talking
So,
about is one.
listen,
man.
And your
listen. I just told you, Black Jesus. If my great-grandmother is full-blooded Cherokee, everybody, her father, her mother on back is full-blooded, not mixed with anything. I just showed you. She's one of the 5 recognized tribes. I would show you what they look like, but you don't deserve to see that. You know why? Because it's an imbecile that tells another man what he is and what he ain't. When you can barely tell what the fuck you are.
Damn, Apostle coming.
You are imbecile. If you want to tell a man what he is or what he ain't, you're an imbecile. And you don't even know what the hell you are. See, just because we've done research 37 years before computers, when I was in my 20s, I researched my family, 7 generations. Know everybody back. Know everybody for 7 generations. I did that on my mother's side. Because I want to know who I am. Now, as soon as I tell you who I am, you got the nerve to tell me who I ain't. And you ain't did shit. You bastard ass niggas.
Damn.
Like crabs in the basket. You're like crabs in the basket. Pulling everybody down.
This ain't
Y'all was mad
this
when
ain't
I
sign
said
that talking.
Now,
This
I'ma
me,
tell you.
nigga. Speak your speech, nigga. Speak
Hebrew
your speech,
Israelite
nigga.
is not a
Speak your
religion.
speech. You built like
The
that?
religion
I got
is
some shit for
Judaism.
you.
We are Hebrew Israelite by birth. And I am closer to the American native than I am to anybody. Any African.
Man, Black Jesus
Sir, you're
still
a
going in.
self-hater, Apostle. You're a classic
No, I ain't.
self-hater, sir.
You
This ain't
first
sign
of all,
that talking.
you
This
are
me,
the
an
nigga.
Israelite.
person
Speak your speech,
that told
nigga.
me I
Speak
wasn't
your
even black
speech, nigga.
because I got
Speak
my
your
hair
speech.
and
You
because
built
of the
like
way I
that?
look.
I got some
With
shit
your
for you.
jealous ass. Because you're not as handsome as I am.
Is your
at
wife
67.
great
All right, that's enough,
I'm
y'all. That's enough.
67 years old.
All right,
and you don't
Apostle,
look as
Apostle.
good as me.
That's it. You got him. You got it.
Can we get a recap?
Yeah.
Okay.
How they feel treat.
Hey,
Let me just say what I gotta say.
Unc,
Let me just say
Unc
mine.
and Q Butter, y'all came in late. We've been on here 3 hours, and so
I'm listening
the
1
sister
minute.
want to close out and recap. Unc, I'm gonna give you a couple of minutes, brother. Please don't be long, brother.
I don't need a couple minutes, dog.
All right, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I just want to make a point. I think the brother in the center, 99% of the shit he said was wrong, but when he talked about the DNA, he was right. So I actually I practice scientific literacy, and I'm a science advocate. And so a lot of people in the community misuse DNA tests. So a DNA test cannot tell your ethnicity. So no, the DNA tests they're commercial, and they're actually not designed to tell you whether you Egyptian, Cherokee, none of that shit. That's a reality. So we need to really knock it off and do a deep dive into that. It's good for telling you like medical ailments you might be predisposed to and things of that nature, but it's not good at that. Now it can talk about like populations, though. Okay, it can identify a population, but it can't tell you ethnicity. And so there's no such thing as like a full-blown Cherokee or the unmixed African, and all that shit is terms that was used, misused by pseudoscientists. Okay, so what I would like to say is that what we do know is when people think they're actually something, they end up being absolutely nothing. History is a weapon that will help you know where you're supposed to be and where you at. And so if you study history and the migration, the largest forced migration on planet Earth was people being moved from the continent of Africa to North America, right? Humans always mix anyway, right? So I just think when like, I'm not trying to knock the sister, but she King James us a little bit and all that is cool, but I just think we need to stay in reality though. Whatever we think we are, we need to be that and change the dynamics of your family. So at the end of the day, right, you probably shouldn't tell a person who they think they are. I mean, you can be who the hell you want to be. But whatever the hell you is, that shit better bring something that you can leave the generations after you. And I'm gonna leave it with that.
All right, thank you, brother. Q Butter, let's go, brother. It's on you.
What's good, brother?
Hey,
What's
Q,
good,
let me know. You gotta call me. Let me know. Let me know, Q, when you want to go.
No, sir. I appreciate you, sir. I appreciate you, sir. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Shout out to all my Pan-Africans, all my Aboriginals, all my natives, I don't say Indian. Indians come from India, so that's the one thing about the conversation that was throwing me off. Indians come from India. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna say that. But not to be petty, sir. Can I just share the screen real quick?
Yes, let's go.
So I am really hype about this conversation. So this is literally what I teach social justice also at my institute. And today's assignment, literally, shout out to the sister. My assignment for my students. Hello?
Is it sign the petition, maybe?
No, this is my assignment for my students in my school. And today we had to discuss was how to hold the Catholic Church accountable for their contributions to this African slave trade into the Americas and the atrocities in the Americas. And my students had to, this is literally their assignment today. And what did they have to do is explain how the Catholic Church owes reparations and restitution to Black people and people of the Americas. So when I saw the title, I was really hyped about it. And we should have these conversations because in order to get what's owed to us, we got to hold these people accountable. Now, it wasn't just, when we say accountable, the Roman Catholic Church, you see what I mean, is the one who gave the Portuguese and the Spanish in their head the right to go into the West Africa and the Americas and take and steal. And because in their opinion, we were Black Gentiles. That was what the Catholic Church called indigenous Africans, and they also went on to call other people later on. And that word Black, from their perspective, has been used in multiple ways. And so we just fast forward to California, right? And this is the influence of the Catholic Church in the nomenclature and the use of their legalese and the development of laws. This document here, the use of the term Negro and Black to include persons of Native American ancestry in Anglo-North America. This was written in 1984. This document is public. You can see right here where it says, in 1854, the California State Supreme Court sought to bar all non-Caucasians from equal citizenship and civil rights. This is why it teaches as a civil rights, civil justice class. The word Black may include all Negroes, but the term Negro does not include all Black persons. You see how confusing that is for us?
Mm-hmm.
This is in the Supreme Court of California, 1854. And it started with the Catholic Church naming Black people, Black Gentiles, and saying, we have no laws. You can do what you want to them. And it's your right to exclude them from rights and privileges. So when we're talking about restitution and reparations, any of our Black asses is included in this because everybody up here looks Black, Negro, or whichever one in between. And we've all been affected by the decisions that were made by the Catholic Church. And then we're going to talk about, let me just go real quick back. Because what I haven't heard anybody talk about, you see this my social justice class.
Man, you need to come do your show, brother, on this, man.
I know, bro. Right? I got you. Right? Let me show you real quick.
And letting them
people right here. The Bank of St. George.
Made us
the Bank of St. George in Genoa, Italy. A Jewish providence was the people who loaned the money that established Virginia, the Dutch Indian Corporation, the West Indian Corporation. They funded the Mayflower. Look them up. So as times change, the usage of tithes.
So now we look up our enslavement.
And tithing turned into how the word taxes and how taxes were actually collected. So a lot of times the wording was manipulated during different eras because taxes on black people,
we should look
synonymous with slaves in different parts of the country.
Not to know that
each period.
Like
so
I'm looking them up, like they ain't do
taxes. If they even thought that you had black people, this is they
the reason why we in the
when they start to remove Native Americans completely from the registry because they said, look, you are not a person. You are not belonging.
The Native Americans.
And so for 70 years, under the Constitution, they wasn't even counted. And so they were renamed Negro. This white people been playing with words and names. And this is all of these things are actions that are supposed to be deemed as amendable.
Why did they do it?
We need restitution because it was these acts created by these crackers that caused all of these conversations. So that's all I wanted to say. I really hyped that I did this class.
Is that why they did?
I hope my students get to watch this and stuff. Restitution and reparations. We need both of those. Every single church, Catholic church, white organization, the city of Virginia, North Carolina. These places were some of the major places in which slavery and the mixing of black people, Native Americans, however you want to call it, was done. And the atrocities are unmatched.
All right.
Yeah, and brother, so do you agree with the petition? You say the restitution is necessary.
Yes, and that's what we were speaking about, the misclassification of people in the United States. Right? Particularly,
you want to show it again, Phoenix? You want to show it again?
Yes, indeed. Let me do that. And this is what we're talking about. If we can't agree on anything else, we can speak. You just read an actual source that shows that the American Indian was misclassified, right? And some of the people that they are calling Negroes can absolutely and do absolutely look like Donald Trump. So who they're calling Negro is not the same thing. However, when attaching you to land or who it is that they're saying that they transported specific people, you need to identify what type of Negro they're talking about. In the 1740 Negro Act of South Carolina, they specifically say that they are referring to Negroes as Berbers, the ancient Berbers, no one else. So it didn't matter if they were dark skinned or what have you. The ancient Berbers is who they were specifically in South Carolina in the Negro Act calling Negroes, right? If you remember, one of the negative connotations or derogatory terms for Italians or Sicilians specifically was Guinea. They are the original. So when they teach the ancient Roman, ancient Greek, and you hear about Scipio Africanus, does that not ring a bell? Specifically because of Africa before the continent applying their name to the continent was no bigger than the state of Delaware. And please allow me to pull up this source from Princeton University that indicates that shows the first known map by Wildemüller. I think it's 1554, the first map of Africa. And please let me show you what it is that I'm talking about.
We was already
here. Scholars say.
I don't care what the scholars said. They said that we came from Africa.
Personal opinion.
But the people that he did wrong was the people that was already
Here.
And Q Butter, I would definitely like to have a conversation with you. You definitely got the sources, and that's what I like to use. I like to use the sources. But this is really interesting, and let me drop this here. So if you could put this in the
This what I said. She liked
in the drop it in there, that would be good.
this one I said in the chat.
If I can ask us
He like
real
you,
quick, that word Berber comes from our descendant Eber or Iber.
And what?
That's where Berbers come from.
I'm gonna bring that
Related
up.
to them.
Come from
That's
what?
all that got to be done. Whoever it
she
is,
said-
whatever it is that you say you are, just be able to prove it. That's the problem.
Like,
That's the name of the game, and that's where everybody needs to be on one accord. They talk about on code. That's what they need to be, because all these other things that aren't written in antiquity, you got to leave that alone. They know they told you a story, but you need to get to the bottom of yours. It's out of respect for your direct bloodline kin, not the ones that they told you to imagine or dream about. Your direct bloodline kin. What's wrong that makes people hide from their family? I don't care what shape they in right now, but none of the oppression that we wish to combat can we do without the effects of our family. Committing racism. Racism isn't a bad word. That's your bloodline relatives, your kin, your tribe. That's the legal definition. It has nothing to do with visage, prejudice, or bias, and it shouldn't be confused, right? Capitalism shouldn't be confused. There's a lot of words that get confused. Capitalism means that if I feel like I can create knit stockings that everybody's going to need, I am able to do so. I'm free to do so here. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Everybody else is selling pork. I don't eat pork. I want to sell swagger patties with nothing but vegetarian stuff in it, right? And that's capitalism. Something wrong with that? People are attached to emotions and not really their truth. Everybody has unique truth. And I'm going to just implore people to stop disrespecting your families and taking on this moniker like you was just a sucker and shit. Please stop doing that. Stop undermining yourself. I don't know what big bad white supremacy you're talking about. It's like the Gooch on different strokes. You knew Arnold had a bully, but you never seen him. You never saw him. You just knew the Gooch was there. That's how everybody did white supremacy, right? And I'm telling my story. People try to bully me out of my Indian to make me be something that I'm not.
Right? You are, baby.
No, that
and in the
means
instance, even as so-called African people, please understand, motherfucker, they misclassified you too. And if that African means something to you, go and get it back. They took away that Negro that attaches you to the land that they said they took you from too. You should feel some type of way. I implore you to deal with this daggone petition.
It was already there.
It's never been anything that directly holds people accountable for exactly what it is that they did. And if we can't agree on anything else, please, let's talk about the story that they told.
Facts.
And half of you wasn't even slaves. You really was kings. You was American kings. And if you was descendant of African kings, they need to put some respect on your name again then too. What are you going to do about it? You're going to keep crying? What the baby going to do? It's time for all brown people on the planet to really get what they supposed to get. Stop shadow boxing and missing a target. Let's get real serious here. Leave them other people books alone and figure out where you at in this historical timeline so that you can tell the truth on your family and make other people tell the truth too.
All right, thank you. Apostle, go ahead, close out real quick, and then I'm gonna let the sister close out.
Yeah. I thank you for this
Latasha.
bill. I've got nothing but respect for you and what you believe. You got the right to believe it. So go ahead and believe it, you know. Nobody's going to scare me off my truth. You know, they can talk about my hat in the chat that I got a Gucci hat on. That ain't all I got. I got a $2,000 watch on, wearing a pair of Adidas shorts. That's right. Sitting here getting drunk. You know? I got 7 pair of True Religion jeans that I paid $350 a pair for. $350.
You wear True Religion jeans, Apostle?
Y'all still wear them out there?
True Religion.
No, I feel you.
Yeah.
I was looking at them. You know, they got them on sale now, and I was like, nah, those look too young for me.
Yeah, no, I wear my jeans, man.
I hear you.
I wear my True. I wear my watches. I got all kind of watches and everything, man.
Drinking your bottle, Sardetta with your Knicks hat. I'm feeling you, brother. I'm feeling you. I'm still a Knicks fan, and I'm always going to be. Right? That tells me a lot about you. Right?
That's
but I'm
okay.
gonna tell both of y'all.
We're gonna pay back New York. We're gonna pay New York back for that loss New York had
still got a good
last week.
20-year-olds saluting from back here. Y'all better y'all preserve.
We're gonna pay New York back for that giant loss
anywhere
against
with y'all
Dallas.
back. Right?
Don't worry about it. We're gonna take care. We got New York's back. We're gonna take care of them Dallas Cowboys come Sunday. Yes, sir, at 1 o'clock. Down in Dallas. We're gonna take care of it.
I really want to thank you. You know, you've always been fair and impartial to
Yes,
me.
we already know.
We appreciate you. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Queen.
I know if we lived next door to each other, we'd be great friends. Me and your family. I know I love your kids. Like, we'd be great friends. I really appreciate you. I thank you. Brother Apostle, it's my first time meeting you. It's been a pleasure. There's things that we can disagree on, but I tell you what we agree on is you had that ancestry and you came with it, right? You came with it, and that's what it is.
I would love to deal with you.
I appreciate that.
I would love to bring you on my little channel.
All right, let her finish. Let her finish,
on my
brother.
little channel.
Let
I
her
would love
finish.
to bring you over there. Sonetta won't mind. I would love to bring you
Let
over
her
on my
finish,
little channel.
brother.
Hit me up.
Huh?
Hit me
Say
up
what?
at moon.phoenix@aol.com. I will certainly accommodate you. But Sonetta, let me give you your flowers, bro. People can say what they want. I'm gonna tell you, you ain't gonna hear Moon say nothing bad about you. You heard? You always tell me the same.
It's all good.
Let me say one thing
I
though.
appreciate you lending your platform for me to come and shoot my shot. It was a nice introduction to
Good
Sister
job.
Michelle.
You did a marvelous job, sir.
I want to shout out Zaza Ali. Zaza Ali sent cousin at a store. I ain't gonna get a location, but she sent that at the store and she signed a petition. Shout out to that sister. Like, it's about what's the right thing to do. You know what I'm saying? We all can agree that we've been done wrong. I think if we can't agree on nothing else, we should be able to work together on solutions. I don't want to keep talking about the problems with y'all. I'm not going to commiserate, right? We're not going to deal with the defeat. It's time for winning. And you got to feel that shit. Can't nobody give you self-esteem. You heard? That's a matter of you and yourself. So when it comes down to it, really dig into these ancestors, right? And you got to help break these generational curses. This is what they did to us globally. Everybody that's oppressed went through the same thing. And one thing that I know, and can't, none of these pilgrims, they will never say none of the things that y'all saying. I'm going to be honest with you. They had to codify certain things to block us from different things. And that's what we're fighting. That's also included in the petition. Make no mistake, we got a 75-page manifesto. All of these congressmen and women and senators are going to be looking for jobs come November. Y'all better make them pay. Make them pay how they weigh. Stop looking at all these so-called black people and think they're on your side. Look at what committees they're sitting on. They're sitting on foreign committees that don't help you and don't help Africa. They don't help none of the places that you feel compassionate about. And it's time to stop letting them play you. They've been here oppressing you the whole time too. So while they telling you about the white, you better look at the people that you actually live around that's making it hard for you day to day. We gotta do some straightening. Y'all brothers, y'all gotta make sure that y'all protect the sisters, right? From you gotta protect them. Not only that, please understand, set an example, do something, because don't nobody in the world believe that the brown woman is safe around her man or the rest of the world either. At least when white people thought if you whistle at a white woman, they was going to string you up from a tree. You better give them an example that we safe around y'all. Give them an example. Because it's people that's representing people of color that's not really about what we about. Them 7 generations, they're very important. Some of us got to backtrack, whether we got grown kids or not. Go and give them the new downloads and give them the truth, right? Especially if you done sat them on some stranger's lap in the mall in the Easter Bunny suit and told them that fucking rabbit shit out chocolate chicken eggs. Let's keep the real about it. We gotta raise our generations to do a whole bunch of fascinating things that they're responsible for anyway.
All right. And with that, Apostle, peace and black power. We out, Apostle. So you give the last word, man.
Thank you, sir.
Peace.
So much.
Thank you, Queen. Appreciate you.
Yes, appreciate you.
All right. Peace. Peace, everybody.
Peace a lot, you can.
Wow.
Hey, but
Hey,
what
you be
good?
cutting up, bro.
You know I'm here.
Anthony still in the building?
Wow. I tell you one thing, I give it to you, brothers. Y'all, when y'all study something, y'all go all the way through it.
Hey, man,
So,
hey, no
so
hold, no
hold
hold
on.
barred.
Look. We watched the whole video, right? We wasn't intending to do that, but I was gonna watch it, so we might as well watch it
Yeah,
together, you guys. We could talk about it.
and I think look, I
I
seen.
don't want to get into the petition tonight. We're gonna probably break that down tomorrow. Because I want to definitely show you
Yeah,
guys that day. But I gotta say this, you guys. Once again, there's a lot of confusion going on. If we're here to tell the truth, then we gotta tell the truth, right? All right. So people are confused on these terminologies. Okay, there's terminologies. Indian is a problem. What'd you say?
No, I said, I mean, man, you know I only know one way. So if I hear something wrong, I'm gonna call it out.
Okay, so what you couldn't help yourself, man. So you had something to say. So what'd you hear wrong, brother?
I heard too much Native American.
Okay, well, that's what we talk about, terminologies. Why is it important?
Man, like if Sonetta told me if Sonetta said anything about Native American to me, I would have corrected him.
Well, you guys. Once again, we talk about misclassification. Negro, North American. Is it North American?
That, but like I honestly I respect him for me saying that I
Pass the
don't.
ball, Ace. Pass the ball, Ace, real fast. So North American. Oh man, God damn it! Did you hear the question?
You say you going terminology.
Right. Who was misclassified?
We was?
What group of people was misclassified, brother?
Aboriginal.
Okay. Now, so the petition should be specifically talk about the people who were misclassified. It wasn't more than one people misclassified, you guys.
Right.
Several times that we can document, that we have the actual documentation. Now, what I didn't hear, I never heard the actual United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. Now, I heard Aboriginal and I heard it was tossed around a couple times. I heard the contradiction, Phoenix. Once again, you can't say this is an Aboriginal thing and then turn around, you're not Aboriginal. I think that's really weird and stupid at the same time. I'm saying that the definition of American, I'm not going to keep telling dummies this, that the definition of American in any definition is the Aborigines or the copper colored people. If you just look these things up, you would know this. If you say American Indian, you're just being redundant when you say Indian. As if you don't know what Indian means, it's on the screen. That is just somebody else's descriptive term of us.
But his every time he said it was Native American.
I mean, bro, they're confused, and a lot of times they're doing it on purpose. They understand the difference.
I
But once again, it's an
I
Aboriginal
was.
wave. This is an
Not
Aboriginal
lying.
wave. This is an Aboriginal wave. This is an Aboriginal awakening. This is an Aboriginal rise. This is a rise of the American Aborigines. So no matter what the sister say that she's doing, that this is Aboriginal information. This is Aboriginal movement. So when people are trying to push a Native American agenda or mix with Native American in his agenda, whatever, that's once again a lie. Now, when we talk about this OMEC thing, we're gonna bust this down.
That's what they want you to agree to.
It don't matter what they want us to agree to. We're just gonna document what we can prove. Now, when we talk about these concept of OMEX, this is AD time. Okay, so we definitely know that we have way more ancient civilization here. So Lex Vortex was lying.
But no, he tried. No, his biggest claim was the Moors, the mounds.
That's another descriptive term. I defy anybody to show me the
No, you
people
heard it
anywhere in
too.
time periods. I got you, that call themselves Moors, brother.
See,
show me the tribe that call themselves Indians. I defy any of you guys. And here's another thing. This has been. Hold on, Ace. This is what's been. This has already been. Nobody should go on nobody's platforms that call themselves American Indian. It is identified they from here. If you identify yourself as FBA, anything, all you motherfuckers need to be on code. How about that? And you need to have the right information when you're going up there talking. I don't even give a fuck what you're talking about. If not, anything that you say can and will be critiqued. And that's just what it is. So motherfuckers talking about tracing themselves. Hold on. Where was King so-called James at? Where was he at? Why are we talking about Europe and all this stuff? Once again, that starts going into some other shit. And the people that start telling me that they got documentation from the 1600s, 1500s, all this stuff, you are a liar. You're lying. I'm just saying though, bro, and they're lying. And once again, people are so stupid. They get genealogical tests, genealogical data. Somebody, oh, you come in here and you put your data in here, whatever, because there's no process to spit. So don't do this. I'm not about to play with y'all, bro. They're not looking in those nobody spit and identifying their spit to nobody people nowhere. That's not happening. I'm not listening to you guys. Please stop talking about DNA. The fact they only got DNA that comes from the people that they say that they are not working, that they're working against, that's working against them. That's stupid. Ace, hold on, bro. That's crazy though, bro. Let me land my plane. You got it. If these guys, Black Power Rangers, continue to keep pushing stuff that comes from people that they say that have been against their people historically, lied, stole, cheat them, and they believe everything, especially the Bible thumping niggas. However you thumping the fucking Bible, well, if you're not woke, if you do not understand how they indoctrinate our people. So when you guys are talking about these goddamn surnames, what the hell, John, Paul, Luke, Peter, and all this other stuff, that comes out of a book.
No, but he did say
our people was indoctrinated in.
He said the sun period in Peru. He did.
We're not even. That shouldn't even been the conversation. Nobody was qualified to have that conversation. And instead of talking about what somebody else is doing and not doing, just stay in your lane. Hey, that's not my expertise. Yeah,
Yeah, I could have said that.
Talk to the real archaeologists, the American guides. You know what I'm saying about that? You know what I mean? Because if you're not doing the research on it, you should shut the fuck up. That's what you should do. But however, you should know the venue that you're going in and the people that you're talking to. They run around here calling everybody Africans. Ask them what the fuck African mean and what tribe is it indigenous? What are these languages? Because once again, going back to the Olmecs, when we talk about Mende is German from Mende Hall. So the Germans created Mende.
But
the Germans created Europe. The Germans created Africa. The Germans created that. So when they're talking about their things, but once again, those languages, roots of those languages in Africa are America. I know it hurts. So don't look at it as if it came from there to here because they didn't. How about this? Where is it at? Where is the script there in ancient times? Because if we have it here in ancient times, if you're showing us there and it's in there in 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, and 1950s, that don't make goddamn sense to say, oh, well, guess what? This is a similar script of Mende that's from here to there. That it must come from here to there. Nah, money grip. Niggas came from here to there. We could prove it because Sierra Leone is still there. See what I'm saying? Where are your African states and countries here in the Americas? I'll wait.
Now you getting some game to like chill out for a second, but at the same time, I know about them, but at the same time, I haven't studied.
Well, I tell people, I keep it simple. I say if the white race is a precedent and tell you came from Africa, where would you think you was from?
Not me.
No, he's not talking to you, bro. But I mean, I'm just saying though, everybody has an oral tradition. First and foremost, is an oral tradition. Is oral tradition a primary source?
Nah, me. I was talking about the structure.
It is, brother. It absolutely is.
I would let him know.
And let them tell it. That's how stories were passed around, right?
I'm not arguing.
Orally, through song and through certain things, even before written language, it was orally spoken. That's a tradition that we have, and we can go back and then show that ancient, right? So the point is, though, when we start talking about what we can prove, it's about proving something. So Dr. Ivan Van Sertima wrote, they came before Columbus in 1975 or something. So he didn't have the level of information that we have now, brothers and sisters. We just took, shout out to Dr. David Imhotep. You know what I'm saying? Hey, he said Africa's motherland, but he said America's grandmother. And he said he's basing that off of evidence.
You're right.
Okay, evidence. I appreciate you, brother.
All right, for sure.
Comanche, what up, though? Hey, I don't know if y'all got that. Ain't nobody sent that beat in yet. I'm definitely gonna let y'all know who sent it in first, though, man. Links in the building. Blue, what up, though? Blue, what time is it over there, man? Links in the chat room, yos.
Yeah, I think personally the burden of proof is on whoever say we from somewhere else. Like, I don't think we gotta prove we here. Like, why would we gotta prove to somebody
that don't make sense, do it? It doesn't make any sense. Even the dude from Jamaica, right? If you just have 2 seconds of conversation with him, right? Hey, bro, who are your people? He'd be like, oh, well, are you attached to the Arawaks or the Kalinagos or anything like that? Or the Caribs and that? Oh, yeah. He'll have that story.
Right.
And then you just ask him, hey, brother, right? Well, how you attached to Africa? You know what he gonna say?
Slave.
He gonna say spit in the tube, bro. That's what he gonna say. Y'all have to understand. That's their final answer. They don't have no oral traditions. They don't have no bones. How you don't have no bones? We have bones here in America.
Right.
We have skeletal remains here in America. And when you say that they're African, they resemble Africans, and then they start talking about all the other dark people around. Okay, so first off, at this time period, we know there was only Negroes on the planet. Just because they have all these other classifications, that's not only pseudo, but it's racist, it's prejudice, it's eugenics. It's always interesting to me when I see Black Power Rangers working for these people. It is amazing. It is, I mean, it's absolutely, you niggas are the stupidest niggas ever. Swear to God, I promise y'all are. I promise. You niggas is dumb at this point. I can't. It's no.
Whole thing is,
and they so confused. Apples and all this other shit. So dumb. Please look up some shit before you say it. Yeah,
bro.
They
say it look like an African. What does that mean? Like,
I mean, bro, man, like, come on, like that's crazy because we know who looks like who. It is so every once in a while niggas can slip through and be like, but we know who our people are, man. We know who we look like, man. And no matter what we say. I mean, but once again, that's not what is the craniometry saying? How are we identifying human beings? If they're saying that the first human beings in Africa are Black, how do you know that? And then and then when they say that, I'm gonna be like, well, where are your human bones? So they don't have any of these things that we're talking about. They can say they have evidence of it, right? And they'll pull up some stuff and they say, we have some evidence of these people here, whatever. Well, okay, show us the skeletal remains. Did they reconstruct anything that you could see as a human?
Right.
No.
Right.
They didn't. They're not. They're not doing that. All right. So or show us something 10,000 BC, right? Human skeletal remains. Show us, and I know what I'm saying because I know what they're gonna say because I've already done the research, right? But and I understand how they're changing stuff up and pushing time periods back, like they're saying, like they found human remains in Morocco that go back about 340,000 years, but it used to be 40,000 years. They added to it because they came back and said some new shit, right? But it's in a box. It's like shards. It's bone shards that they're saying is human remains. They don't have, all right, so they'll have no evidence of ancient civilization. I know they say they do, but you don't. You do not have this evidence of this.
Right.
You don't have this evidence of this. You don't have the evidence of this. You don't have people that just said that they are indigenous, that they're aboriginal to where they at right now in Africa. You don't have that. You do not have that. You do not have that. You don't have it. So when they saying all these stuff, why are y'all? We are standing on the land. We have the oral traditions. We have the scientific evidence to back up all the oral traditions. And then what's so crazy is a lot of us have actual documentation. That is what's so crazy. And according to the UNDRIP and the ADRIP, if your grannies and them, grandpas and them, and people in your family have colored on their documentation, right? Colored means that you are part of the copper-colored Aborigines, aka the indigenous people of this land, okay, who have been classified as Negroes, Blacks, and African Americans. Okay, this is just facts. Y'all can do all these other things you want to do, but these are just facts. And I just think we be having some of the dumbest conversations with these people, bro. It just don't make no sense, man. This is crazy. It's bad shit crazy at this point, bro. How embarrassing is this, man? For these people, bro.
When we engage in them, man, like we don't gotta prove nothing to nobody.
Nah, they definitely need to start making some proofs. Y'all scared to take a DNA test? What? What does that have to do with anything that we talk about, bro? That what's the accuracy of it? I mean, it's so much that we could break down. And I think it's just dumb. I don't even want to. Like I said, I don't even have that conversation because once again, it's a time wasting tactic. And they know that most people is emotionally attached to some. Why are you emotionally attached to some shit that has nothing to do with you?
Right. Now the Indians,
like, you know what I'm saying?
From Siberia. So what the DNA? What their DNA supposed to be? European?
I just want to see it. How did they? What did they after 1808? What was the policy of bringing niggas into this country after 1808? What is that policy, right? Also, I just want to know, just for shits and giggles, like, shouldn't you have to cross-reference any records with something physical?
Right.
Like, niggas act like niggas just can't create papers. Type shit up. This shit is stupid. Are y'all serious? It's called fabrication, man. And if you niggas is telling me y'all reading something from Christopher Columbus, once again, you're pseudo, because he never existed, bro. Never existed. A lot of these people that you niggas say that y'all kin to, like King James, never fucking existed. I know y'all gonna be like, Chief, you tripping. Well, okay. All right, well, you just prove me wrong. They'd be like, well, Santa Claus existed, and he's a black man. Jesus existed, but he's a black man, right? You're the same niggas having the same conversation. Why wouldn't they create this thing to rule over us? Why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't they do that?
Yeah.
Let's just say they did it. Did it work? Yes, it's working every day, bro. It's a book. Here you go. You're under us right here. We wrote it in the book for you. Like, really? That's it. That's all it takes. That's it, bro. It's in a book. Blue in the building. Yo, hey, Blue, it's in a book for you, bro. I'm about to write down a piece of paper. I'm a trillionaire. I'm gonna publish it. That's it. It's gonna put on there like 1,000 times in the book. I'm a trillionaire. I'm a trillionaire. I'm a trillionaire. I'm a trillionaire. Hope everybody believe it. Blue, what's up?
Yeah, man. No, I had to come on and give you the props. You know what I'm saying? Because you've been doing this for a while now. I feel certain people think that you're new to this. You know what I'm saying? But you've been on this for a while, so much appreciated. But me personally, I've been putting in the chat, it's more about words, because you see all these bones and shards and fragments and DNA. That's there for us to have this conjecture about all the time and arguments, you know what I'm saying? But it's the wording. Yeah, these people have had to either steal names of places that we were, you know what I'm saying, steal heritage, jump on the back of things. And then what's worse is that you've got another set of so-called black people wanting to uh, carry that on, you know what I'm saying? To say that even that we came from Africa to the Americas and we still not produce no culture or anything like that, but you can clearly see everyone's copying. Now, if you like bearing in mind as well, a lot of these books that we're reading online have been rewritten, because there's no way a man's coming from Galilee or Gaul, as it was called, which was Europe. They want no France, want no Belgium, want no Italy, want none of them things. Want no Spain, all that was Basque, Andalusia, Castile, all of that there. Them man were speaking Indo-European languages. Them people were speaking Arabic. Them people were speaking Syriac and Aramaic. You know what I'm saying? How were they speaking Latin? We were the ones speaking Latin. We're the ones who integrated the English. You get me? In Europe, people didn't learn English in Europe. They had to come over here to learn it first. Because if they were speaking English in Europe, why have you got Germans coming over in the 1880s who wasn't speaking English? You know what I'm saying? If you think about it, it's the Americans that interchange this slang of English all the time. You know what I'm saying? And it's the so-called upper crust of white people, that upper echelon, that think they're better than everybody, but really they've took the patterns off everyone and they try and speak that fake Shakespearean language. You know what I'm saying? So that's even fake. All that Shakespeare shit's fake. You get me? Because we don't speak like that. Everyone speaks like us. Like the American, even over here. You get me? Everything's filtered through the Jamaican and the American. Ain't no one copying off no African. Even the word Chinese. In French, it's called chinois. The word noise, Illinois. That's not the original name. Noise means mixed. Noir, that means dark. So you haven't got chinois. You know what I'm saying? So we already know these people were foreign coming over with different names. I'm a Pequot through my grandma, a Mash and Touquet. So I'm recognized over here. I haven't got no birth certificate because I was on a reserve in Jamaica with my mom and my grandma all the way back to the 1800s when we got moved from Illinois, probably before it was called Illinois. Wow. And then it got called that after people went there. Why do you think these foreigners have got weird surnames?
Right.
Like Forest and Teachers and River, because they're the areas that they went. They've got names like Vamos or Ramos, which is Vamos, it means fast in German. I mean, in Spanish, they've got names like Pedro, which means dog. Diago, dog. If you're German, Schweinsteiger, that means you're a pig climber. You get me? Like, we don't have names like that. We don't have surnames like that. You get me? If I'm a Robinson, I'm a son of Reuben or Rob. You get me? Who's Reuben? Ain't that one of the so-called 13 or 12 tribes that coincidentally seem to be all in the Americas?
Right.
Come on, man. It ain't none of this ain't coincidental. You get me? And I feel your pain sometimes, Chief, because I hear why you go off on certain man, like you want to pin him up and just slap him and tell him to go and stand in the corner. Because some of these men are coming with like blood. I don't even know. But I just wanted to give you show appreciation and just give you your props, because you've been doing this for a while, you know what I'm saying? So, and I've been there on that journey with you, and I've seen like how it's all coming now to fruition, and it's got people running scared. It's got people sounding stupid now, you know what I'm saying? Like they're smoking. So that's all I wanted to say anyway, big man. Respect still and honor.
Peace. Real talk. We just gotta keep bringing that information, man. Forget all that other shit. people want to believe they from Africa, have at it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time to argue. You know, that's taken away from me studying where I'm from. You know what I'm saying? We got to concentrate on the people who's trying to, you know, build and learn and find out, you know, where they from, and, you know, get this information, man. We don't got time to be going back and forth with people who is telling us what a white racist oppressor told them.
Yeah, because also as well, like it's kind of clear that you had the so-called Moors of Europa going around with the Magna Carta from like 1213. So they were the one bringing governorship over there. We also know that they were the ones who came over to like the coasts of America because they didn't come inland first. They got fucked up, so they had to go to the coast. And these people were mulatto who looked like me, you know what I'm saying, and they were also brown. Copper people as well, coloured. You get me? Like King George Frederick Williams III. You know, and if you look at his name, Williams, which is Welsh, and then you look at Friedrich, which is German. You know what I'm saying? So in their names, they already had their ancestry there. So you know where they were coming from. And it was a chief who gave him governorship, allowed him to spread out his colony. Because remember, them people only had small little colonies, not even colonies really. How many people do you think they were coming over with?
That's what I'm saying.
Over with thousands. No, they were coming over with small amounts, 50 people, and their cargo. Go on, Bridget.
There's no way if they saying, you know, that the technology and things they had back then that they could come over here, you know, and just by force take over two continents and some Caribbean islands. They couldn't even with the technology they got today. They can't even take over countries in the Middle East that easily. You feel what I'm saying?
Exactly. And even the guns that they were making, you know, the muskets, they took a while to load. We would have shot at least 2 or 3 arrows we're shooting off.
Exactly.
And you're practicing that every day.
Exactly.
See what you have to do. You have to look at now and go back and think to yourself, would we really change that much? Like in our approach to things, our approach to nature, our approach to what's called sport now, our approach to science, our approach to where we look at things without God. We didn't have gods. We had nature. We knew, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, you have to remember, like, you had the Franciscans who came over, you know what I'm saying? Like Pope Francis. See, they were coming over before you had Bibles. All the Bible is 2 bulls, like the Red Bull symbol, Bi being 2 and bull. That's the Tor, the power, the Toro. You know what I'm saying? Right. That's all that is. It's all about the Sun book. The Bible isn't all of them books. The Bible is just one book. You know what I'm saying? It's because you had the Vulcan scripts. You know what I'm saying? In Europe, for the Dutch, the Volks, which means folk people, innit? Volks. They were in South Africa. They're white people. You know what I'm saying? Like, white people were in Africa, the Afrikaners.
Right.
Any so-called black people that were there were them big head type of ones. You know what I'm saying? That looked like that Yakub. Like the Ethiopian people, the Somalian, the Sudanese. They have a totally different phenotype. They're Asiatic. They're Farrakhan's people. They're Selassie's people. They're not my mom's people. They're not my grandma's people. They're not your people. You know what I'm saying? But we've been given them as if to say, like, well, you didn't have no people. You didn't have Zuma.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, you know, they all grouped us into this thing called black or whatever they group you into.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And everybody is not the same. Everybody don't think the same. We all got grouped into whatever we got grouped into. So at the end of the day, we got to represent where we from individually. And that's what it is. Like, you know, people want people to believe what they believe, or they want you to think how they think. And that's just not going to happen. right or
Yeah.
wrong. You right or wrong. You feel me?
Yeah, because because it's true what you're saying. If you individually do it, then it becomes a whole collective. Then it's
Right.
harder. See, anyone who's saying that they're African aren't proving it really individually, unless you are from African and you sound African, and we can see, right, you're African. But if you've been in America and your lineage has been in America for what, 200 years, and you actually find that out, then you're a dickhead if you're trying to say that you're from Africa, because you're only going off paperwork. You're not going off your own family. You know what I'm saying? You're going off manipulated paperwork from people that when they first, because that's what I was saying about the Franciscans. The word san is meaning sanctuary, like an Eden. So when these people came over, they seen San Diego. You know what I'm saying? They seen certain places and called it San Francisco, because that's where the Franciscans went, and they made that like their spiritual home kind of thing. But with their spiritual home, they were killing us. You know what I'm saying? They were doing evil fucking sacrificial things, because they were Catholics and blood. They were mixed people and they were dark-skinned people. Ain't no white people of the white we see now, what we call white. There weren't many of that around. You get me? You had them rugged looking, like shaggy, you know, like how Julius Caesar looks, or Alexander the Great, them type of fake people.
You see, I don't even know how those people. I don't even really. How you mean how they depict them to us now?
Yeah, blood. They're the last. They're the weakest form of human. No disrespect. They're the most diluted.
Yeah.
You put one. Check this. My mom was raped. Yeah, when she was 15 by a white man. That's how I'm mixed. But I've got a youth. I've got four baby mothers. All three of them are dark skinned. All my youths are dark. Like my little girl there. She's darker than me. That's a light picture of my daughter. She's darker than that. And then I've got one for a mixed girl. And my son's come out the same as me, but his hair's a bit different. It's not as tight as mine. Like mine's like my mom's, you get me? So I'm not being funny, like even this one drop rule. Blood, that is full on truth. That's what they were doing. Because they knew. They know. You get me? They know the true heritage. You get me? The true heritage of Amaruka and all of them islands is through people who were there. You get me? They weren't breeding no one drop rule through no fucking Siberians. You get me? They were doing it through our ancestry. You get me? So like,
I don't understand that, because we Aboriginal throughout the whole planet as a collective. You know what I'm saying? But individually, you know, we from different continents and lands and things of that nature.
Yeah.
We've been here, so it's like it's difficult to say, you know, we came from here, we came from there, we came from here. If we was here for God knows how long, we've been everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So that's how you just kind of come to the conclusion that man, I've been in America and the islands, like, because I don't separate the islands in America. That's all America.
Right.
You get me? That's the greatness of it. You know what I'm saying? That's the diversity of all of our one people living different cultures or different ways of life. Sorry, I should say. We didn't have cultures. You get me? Cultures get given to us through fakeness. We had ways of life that people have copied and then turned into cultures. You know what I'm saying? So we were doing that all over. But me personally, me spending almost 8 months in like South America and places like that, and just through my lineage of knowing things, and the fact that I pay no tax over here. You get me? I have an estate. I've got a trust. You get me? Like, I don't have a driving license. And that's because I'm not a British citizen. You know what I'm saying? So like, if I'm like, I'm only recognized because of the fact I was on a reserve. I've never seen blood. Before I come England, I was never called black. I wasn't called mixed. Them words I won't be used like that.
Right.
You get me? These are colonial words that don't have, like, it affects us being called black because it doesn't resonate right. that frequency being spoken to us, it's like a shiver, like, yo, nah, that don't sound right. That don't sound right. It's like you're calling me a blank person. Because that's the switch around. The black is the blank.
Right.
Because we had, like I say, you had noir, you had Zart, Schwartz, and dark. The word Stuart comes from Schwartz. Hence why.
Yeah, swarthy. That's what you get.
Yeah, suave, yeah. Tawny. You know, I'd be seen as tawny. You know what I'm saying? Words like, you got Irish people called dub, duh, D-U, dub, dub's dark. Dublin, it's for a dark area. Douglas, a dark man. Brown, a dark man. Kieran, Kira, Kieran, little dark boy, little brown boy, little brown boy.
That's Turkish, the Kara, something like that.
No, these are Irish, because the Irish were speaking a form of Latin, which was Celtic.
Yeah, but Kara, K-A-R-A, means black in Turkish, I think.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. I thought you said something different then. But yeah, like I say, these are all interchanging. And it had to come from a certain people first. You know, apologies, that's my phone going on. So like, these people have took names. Like, how can a white person be called Brown? Like, this is how they do it. They'll use James Brown to say he's black and he's proud. Like, that's just a head. That's yo. What are you doing? Come on, man. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's my family name, Brown. My father's side.
Blood. We had names like you look at certain like South American names, Naldo. Yeah. The Dutch came and called it Ronaldo. They have Ronald. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. We always seem to have like Letitia, Katisha. You know, I'm Shaniqua. These are our names. Ain't no African saying that. Ain't no one coming up with them names.
Like Iroquois.
Right then. Well, I don't even know about the Iroquois because I don't even know if they were mixed.
No, I'm just saying a name like.
Oh yeah. You know, like Coutinho, names like that.
Yeah.
White people, that's the area, and white people took that name. Yeah, Mourinho is our name.
You see, but this is what I'm saying. We've been here so long. Everything is like we say people took it, but it's not like everything is from us. You feel what I'm saying? Like, so because we the original people, so it originated from us. So when people say those are Chinese eyes or those, that's all in our DNA. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, in the phenotype or the construct. Yeah.
But when they say language, all of that type of stuff, we did all of that thousands of years before these people was even here. You feel me?
Right. And bearing in mind, the reason why they have to see, if you're being called colored, like we never, like a lot over here, people didn't like that name. Like a lot of white people, older white people in their 60s and 70s will call me colored. And I used to realize, like, because I come here when I was 10, I'm 36 now. So when I was in my 20s, I started losing my complexion a lot more. And like, I'm being called colored and black, but then I'm being called a Sambo. And we weren't really being called nigger. You get me? The word nigger over here came into around like 2004 through rap.
You know, Sambo.
That's the Africa, yeah.
That I think over here that's like a native and an African mix.
Right. Okay. See, I don't know. See, I didn't know none of that because, like I say, when I come England and I'm being called colored, or man, I'm touching my afro like testing like it's a microphone. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. Yo, that disturbed me, blood. That left me disturbed, touching my fucking hair. You know, things like that. We don't like things like that.
Oh no, believe me, I understand.
Trust me, I'm being called black and I'm running to my mum saying, oh, they're calling me this, they're calling me that. I don't even know what I go on. You know what I'm saying? Trust me, England mashed me up. England fucked me up. I did.
Man, listen, imagine when I was a kid, I said I'm not black and I got in trouble.
Yeah, yeah, blood. And funny as well, over here they'll call you a black bastard, right? Bastard meaning, you're out of wedlock or whatever. And it's like these words come from places where you had a lot of mixed ethnicity, where the black man would have had to have gone, left. You know what I'm saying? Because we see that we see that a lot over here, where there's a lot of mixed race youths, and the British born black over here are slack. They got slack ways of being. You know what I'm saying? They're not like me. You know what I'm saying? And a few other man over here in the UK. They like to be called black. It's very black over here. You know what I'm saying? I call people brown. I try and give man a little intellect. And certain man look at me like, yeah, but you're mixed. And I'm saying, yeah, but I know more than you about heritage. You know what I'm saying? So it's like sometimes I have to kind of like back down a bit because I am mixed. And I can't keep going around saying to everybody, yeah, but my mum didn't want me to be mixed, rare. So sometimes I just have to fall back, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because,
get tricky like that, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't want to come like I'm Kaepernick, being used as a face for black people or so-called black people. Because that's another thing that they like to do. You get me? Like they don't trust you to listen to your people. They'd rather have a mixed guy because somewhere along the line, they need to try and influence certain white people as well to go with it.
It gets tricky because, if you mixed, like some people feel like you may know the information, but you won't understand how it feels. You see what I'm saying? Just like I won't understand how it feels to be mixed. You feel what I mean?
Yeah. I can only do that vicariously in a way through my mom and what she kind of went through when she first come over here.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just like random people spitting at her and shit like that, can't get work and nothing like that. Bearing in mind, we just left a whole heap of land where she was being able to export, because that's what we could do. We used to be able to export, but then our own when in Jamaica, I wasn't on the mainland. I wasn't Jamaican, so like my mum used to be a porter. Some of them used to just go out and be able to work in the mainland. You know what I'm saying, and then come back to the reserve. And when I say reserve, there weren't no Chinese people on there. Weren't no Indian people on there. Weren't no yellow man on there. Japanese man on there, I should say. You know what I'm saying? None of them. It was just, I was the only mixed person there. Obviously, there was people who looked my complexion, but they weren't mixed. You know what I'm saying? So like, I was kind of brought up over there, like with a lot of like women kind of like holding me down and like I was sacred. And I think it's because I had white in me. And I think they knew that I'd had drama or I'd had trouble being brought up as a Pequot, but with white inside me. Even though I've never identified with that because I can't identify with it. You know what I'm saying? I can't speak like them. I can't try and be like them. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of them. You try and do that, you look stupid.
Right.
So, like I say, this movement is powerful. I've been listening since Thai Data. You know what I'm saying? Tribe Up and all of that. With A1, Chief. You know what I'm saying? Like it's real good to see, man. It's real good to see. You know, and a lot. Sorry, Big Man, say again.
I said it's much needed.
Very. And I don't want it to slow down. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, like I can't always give out a lot of information about me because some not get jealous, but some might look and think, who's this mixed breed talk? What's he gonna get with his English accent and thing on about rare his peaker and you know what I'm saying? And some people have had it already where I was in a group with Up TV, you know what I'm saying, with his coin and everything. And man were like, yo, you need to come out of the group. I didn't say who it was to him because I didn't want to bring up no drama. I just knew what it is, you know what I'm saying? I'm old enough to see how things go. But man didn't want me in a group because I was mixed. And I'm thinking, I can bring more to the table than you. But calm. I'll step back, you know what I'm saying? So that's why sometimes I don't really come up on these panels that much. You know what I'm saying? Because people might be thinking, I don't want to be taking no instructions or listening to a bro who's mixed. You know what I mean? So I'd like to say one or two things.
I understand from both sides. I like to get information from all different types of places and perspectives, but everybody's not like that. Everybody is who they are. You can't force people to be anyway. You feel me?
Yeah, yeah. I just try and guide people in general. You know what I'm saying? I try and what I try, because I'm a support worker, outreach worker and thing now. So I try and throw in one or two little bits of this type of information, you know, just to give people a little spark, just to let people know. But like when I go to the gym, I try and speak to a few women, you know, dark-skinned women, and that see where they're standing. And some of them, it's great because when they hear me talking, it's like, wow, you know, I'd love to hear more of that. And these women in their 50s, you know what I mean, 40s and that, and a lot of them haven't even got a clue, especially over here. Like
Yeah,
there's millions who haven't got a clue.
Yeah, and that's the people you talk to, the people who, you know, want to know. Like some people try to force information on people who don't want to hear it. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's like it's kind of taken away from the people who do want to hear the information. So you're supposed to focus on those people and don't pay. It's like a lot of people pay attention to the one negative comment or the one dislike, and they disregard the 30 likes or the 40 positive comments. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, and like they've missed the whole point of what they've done in a way.
Right. So some people like to argue back and forth, but we trying to build. Like if you want to argue, there's places for that. But if you're trying to build, you don't got no time to have people here just trying to argue. You feel me?
Yeah, I haven't got the time or the energy to argue. I'm a big man out here. I know what's what. I know myself. Like if you're in your like over 35 and you don't know yourself yet, then there's something wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing? You still playing Call of Duty or something? Like, you know, I think for people like me who I appreciate being allowed to come up on the panel. You get me? I get a lot of respect. I get a lot of love. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been here for a minute. So when I come up, I like to use my words wisely. You know what I'm saying? I like to say things for effect. You know what I mean? I mean, not just, for effect and impact. Not just to make me sound good. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about subs. I don't want nothing. All I want to do is try and help and teach people, reach out to people. You know what I'm saying? If I can get a bit of help back, fine. You know, I try and get people into sorting out trusts and estates, making sure when their child's born, you don't register them and stuff like that, because I've done that. So I'm walking evidence, so I can try and show people how to do certain things. So you don't have to register you and things like that. So you ain't got the state warding things all the time for you. Right. You know what I'm saying? You want reward. You don't want to be.
I tell people I'm like the mailman, man. I just deliver the message. You can open it, you can read it, whatever you do with it. I did my job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for real. I've got a lot of work to do still, because there's a lot of people lost. You know what I mean? A lot of man over here, like a lot of Jamaican man over here, they're so insecure. You know what I'm saying? Running around doing the wrong thing. You know what I mean? Running around thinking with their cocker instead of their mind. Like, it's embarrassing.
Yeah, man, I'm about to get down from here, man. Salute, appreciate the bill.
Yeah, no doubt, man, no doubt. Like I say, I appreciate you letting me come still. Greatness to everybody. You know, stay focused, stay healthy, stay safe. You get me? And if you can't carry a strap in an open carry place, man, protect yourself. Real talk.
Man, salute to the chat, salute to the panel, salute to the host. Peace.
Thank you.
Hey man, we're gonna get up out of here, man. Hey, what's up, man? We about to shut this thing down. We're gonna 2 hours, y'all. Let's get up out of here. I want to say peace to everybody. It was a good one. It was a good one. It was a great time. Make sure you guys like, subscribe, see apples. Ace, what up? Ace, what up? Everybody, man. Lady Spade. What's that? CT Boogaboo. Terrible. Thompson's got us in the building. I want to say peace to all American Aborigines, man. We about to get up out of here. You guys have a good evening. Y'all got something out of this. It was really interesting. We're going to come back later today, tomorrow, whatever, and talk about this petition. We'll have to get into that a little bit more. Yeah, shout out to the chosen one. Peace to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. It's the GOAT. DJ Kuttack Talk Mix Show, man. We're going to get up out of here. I want to say peace and love, everybody. We out. Yeah. Man, talking wild.